This ex-soldier unlocked a seriously bizarre skill, but it is actually insanely overpowered. When the apocalypse hit with massive orcs and giant flesh-eating butterflies, most people ended up gaining special abilities. Some lucky folks can pilot high-tech machinery. But this poor guy? He basically became the Tony Hawk of bicycles. His absolute masterpiece of a power is pulling wheelies and speeding around in old delivery trucks. And then you have those with zero power. Ultimate bad luck, right? But our main guy unlocks something incredibly broken. He can literally stash a massive building right inside his pocket dimension. And since he worked with highly intelligent robots at a warehouse, he just stashed those inside too. Here's the best part. Everything inside the stash becomes completely infinite. He has endless food, camping gear, military uniforms, and the best perk of all is that he can literally make deliveries. Deliveries like launching an axe at 60 kilometers per hour at monsters, or even tossing a giant refrigerator at 100 kilometers per hour. That is super broken, and honestly, now I am thirsty. He literally spawns donuts and Coke Zero directly out of thin air. He is strong enough to ride a bike while throwing axes in every direction. Just spam the special button and win. This guy gets way more overpowered. So, let us head back to the very start so you do not miss a thing about our fridge thrower and his biking partner. Imagine starting your day at a boring factory surrounded by mindless robots, only for a sudden emergency alert to completely flip your entire world upside down. Suddenly, you are thrown into a brutal world where giant orcs, wyverns, and hellhounds hunt you down. Along the way, you meet desperate survivors, including a wild guy riding a bicycle in the strangest way possible. Bit by bit, you unlock broken abilities that might be your only shot at staying alive, all while searching for your missing family. Somehow, this bizarre setup becomes your key to surviving the end of the world. Before we jump in, make sure to subscribe to help us out. All set? Let us jump right in. Our main guy is about as ordinary as it gets, working at a logistics center to pay bills. Meet Kim Yeong-gyeom. He absolutely hates this place for a very good reason. Whenever he tries chatting with the machine next to him, it just ignores him. The entire building is packed with silent, highly efficient robots doing all the heavy lifting. Kim Yeong-gyeom is only there to monitor the automated system, leaving him with absolutely nobody to talk to. He deeply misses human connection and constantly regrets taking this isolating job. It all started 2 months ago, right after his military discharge. First, his parents moved away, and as a parting gift, they covered the deposit and 6 months of rent for his small apartment. So, he ended up living alone near his old school. Even with their help and government support, he took his time job hunting, but nothing was panning out. He kept getting rejected before anyone would even give him a shot. After a month, the sheer boredom was driving him completely insane. While complaining to his sister about being jobless, she roasted him hard, but then mentioned that delivery companies were hiring human operators to work alongside robots. That caught his attention. That is how he ended up in this totally silent warehouse. Finally, someone calls out to him, a grumpy older worker who is clearly the bossy manager type. This senior guy tells Kim Yeong-gyeom that the canned tuna is missing even though the system says otherwise. He orders him to check the back, and our guy agrees with a fake smile. Seriously, the robots are nicer. As soon as he steps into the warehouse, the heavy door begins to shut. He climbs up to grab the tuna, and the main door slams completely shut behind him. He rattles the handle, but it is totally stuck. He shouts for Manager Shin, but gets zero response. He considers dialing 911, but hesitates since he is not in actual danger. Instead, he takes a quick selfie to show his sister he is trapped. She jokes around before mentioning a building just collapsed nearby. That immediately worries Kim Yeong-gyeom, so he calls her. She picks up but stays completely silent. Just as he thinks she is playing a joke, the entire warehouse violently trembles, and red alarms start blaring. Chaos erupts as evacuation orders echo over the speakers. Trapped and clueless, Kim Yeong-gyeom bangs on the door with zero response. Panicked, he tries calling 911, but there is absolutely no signal. He begins to spiral, wondering if the world is ending. Suddenly, something starts bashing the door from the outside, bending the thick steel like wet paper. Trembling, he backs away, knowing one single sound could mean death. He drops to his knees when the pounding stops, but the horrific screams outside terrify him. 3 days pass with him surviving on whatever food he can find. With no rescue in sight, he is convinced a war broke out, realizing that being locked in this room actually saved his life. The blaring alarm finally went silent yesterday, but his phone battery is almost dead. He has no clue how much longer he can survive in the dark. He records a final message, praying for his family's safety. But right at his lowest moment, a glowing system window pops up, congratulating him on being chosen and telling him to check his new powers. At first, Kim Yeong-gyeom thinks he is hallucinating. But then another notification explains that he has officially unlocked a personal pocket dimension to store anything he wants. He wonders if the canned tuna was laced with drugs. Suddenly, a notice asks if he wants to store the marked target. He says yes, and the warehouse vanishes, dropping him onto the dirt. He stumbles up and sees the entire facility is ruined. Nearby, he spots his manager dead. System alerts keep flashing, but our guy is too busy throwing up to care. Suddenly, the system announces that a matching operating program is being installed. A second later, heavy footsteps echo behind him, and a massive, dark shadow looms over his shoulder. Whatever it is definitely not human. A massive, blood-soaked orc with razor-sharp fangs stands right there. Kim Yeong-gyeom starts sweating, desperately trying to convince himself this is all a dream. He lies to himself, thinking that roar from 3 days ago was probably just a gorilla. Either way, he does not dare look back and simply runs for his life. Pure panic sets in as the beast chases him. While sprinting, he even accidentally steps on a corpse's remains. He has no clue why this monster exists, but escaping is his only option. Suddenly, the system declares synchronization is complete and asks to enter his pocket dimension. He shouts yes without thinking just as the monster swings its massive club. He leaps into the portal, leaving the beast behind to roar in anger. As Kim Yeong-gyeom catches his breath, a floating drone appears, explaining that absolutely nothing can enter his subspace without his permission. The drone explains the entire pocket dimension is under his absolute command. Stunned, he gets a bizarre feeling of familiarity listening to it. Then he looks around and realizes he is standing inside the PAX Fulfillment Center warehouse, but it is inside his dimension. The robots are still there, and the system rewards his entry with a mana stone. The glowing stone lands in his hand, but before he can inspect it, the monster outside slams against the portal, making him jump. He asks the system if the beast really cannot get inside. The system confirms nothing enters without his okay. The massive 5-story PAX Fulfillment Center, covering 10,000 pyong or 33,000 square meters, is his, fully stocked with everything to make lives easier. Best of all, he can ship items out at 60 kilometers per hour, with a size limit of 2 meters. Yeong-gyeom is absolutely losing his mind here, and the system makes it worse by dropping a 2-minute warning before maintenance hits. Still dazed, he asks if the entire place is just going to shut down on him. The drone gives him a solid yes, explaining that a single mana stone keeps this subspace running. Apparently, 1 stone buys him exactly 24 hours. That is surprisingly convenient. Yeong-gyeom listens as the drone explains the PAX Center switched to mana power right after getting sucked into this pocket dimension. Still, our doubtful hero asks if this is even real life. Right on cue, the lights cut out and the drone starts panicking about the blackout. The PAX system warns him that precious fresh meat, veggies, and ready meals are about to spoil. Yeong-gyeom knows that in an apocalypse, food is literally gold. If those giant freezers go down, he is ruined. He desperately asks if a single mana stone can truly replace electricity, and when the drone nods, he demands to know how to get more. Well, the answer is pretty simple. Go hunt some interdimensional monsters. Needless to say, Yeong-gyeom is not thrilled about fighting giant beasts that want to rip him apart. He tells the drone to plug the stone in right now, then rushes inside to scavenge for weapons. He starts grabbing everything in sight, but system notifications quickly show each item's price. With limited gear, he cannot afford to waste stock by chucking weapons blindly. He doubts these regular blades can even slice through its thick skin, so his plan is to slowly wear the beast down instead of aiming for an instant kill. Since the beast can't enter his pocket dimension, he has plenty of time to chip away at it safely. Yeong-gyeom chucks a heavy axe, but it barely scratches the monster and just pisses it off. Plan A was a total bust. Left with tight resources, he bets everything on that mana stone and prepares to chuck another heavy axe, praying for better luck this time. He asks the system how many axes are left and nearly drops when he hears 15. He expected way less, so he runs to check the shelf, only to find the weapons are literally multiplying themselves. The system cheerfully explains that items here can be duplicated endlessly. Sure, they might get damaged or altered, but they never run out, leaving Yeong-gyeom completely frozen in sheer disbelief. So he basically has infinite ammo? To his shock, the system confirms it. A wave of relief washes over him, no more stressing about running out of supplies in a fight. Now he can pelt this monster all day long. His arms will probably fall off before he runs out of axes. But then, the system drops another massive bombshell on him. He does not even have to throw them himself. He can automate the entire process. The system can warp items straight outside, though it has a 30-second cooldown for now. That delay will get shorter as he levels up. Yeong-gyeom asks how to trigger it, and the system says to just picture the weapon and yell ship. The moment he tries it, an axe blasts forward like a missile and smashes directly into the monster's ugly face, dropping it instantly. The drone actually launched it, and when Yeong-gyeom asks about the speed, The system says default shipping is 60 kilometers per hour. So that is what shipping speed meant. The system adds that he can bump the speed up to 75 kilometers per hour, but going any faster requires real skill upgrades. Naturally, he asks how to upgrade, and the system demands mana stones. That immediately makes Jeong-gyeom look back at the dead beast he just pancaked. If he wants to get stronger, it is time to start hunting. He gears up inside, purchasing light combat boots for 50,000 won and some slick tactical pants for 78,000 won. Next, he buys a detailed map of the Seoul metro area and a marker. He circles the Gwangjin district and carefully plans out his next moves. He will start from the nearest district and push toward Uijeongbu, where he hopes his parents are safe. Since he is starting all the way from Gunpo without a car, Jeong-gyeom knows this journey is going to be brutal. But hey, while it is no motorcycle, a bicycle is gold in the apocalypse. Honestly, right now, it might as well be a Lamborghini. He hops on his new ride and pedals out. 30 minutes later, night falls, and Jeong-gyeom has already taken out 12 orcs. He starts explaining a key trick he learned, but a wild beast suddenly ambushes him mid-sentence. He vanishes into his subspace, leaving the monster outside. Check this out, he uses shipment to instantly fire another high-speed axe from the portal, but this time, it only grazes the monster's shoulder. With a 30-second cooldown and a 10-meter range limit, Jeong-gyeom realizes this skill is awesome but still has major flaws. Upgrades require more stones, but Pax has another trick up its sleeve. The monster turns around just in time to see the thrown axe fly right back into the portal, instantly reverse direction, and slam directly into its face. That is the secondary function of the Pax shipment skill product retrieval, which automatically recalls any item he sends out. It is just as broken as the attack itself. Jeong-gyeom uses retrieval to yank the mana stone straight from the corpse, wondering why he can't just steal it while they are alive. He asks Pax directly and learns he can only retrieve items from dead targets, because only then does it count as his loot. Fair enough. Stepping back outside, Jeong-gyeom notes another harsh reality of this world. Orcs are not the only threats. There are flying beasts too, and hunting them down is going to be a nightmare. A sudden scream echoes nearby, but before he can investigate, the camera cuts to a guy named Choi running for his absolute life. He is exhausted, and a flying predator is breathing down his neck. The beast swoops down and strikes Choi from behind, slamming him into the dirt. Another survivor rushes to help, but the monster lands right in front of him, cutting him off completely. With drool dripping from its jaws, the creature oddly ignores the standing man. Instead, it glares at Choi, who is still writhing on the ground. The other guy is confused, then realizes the monster was locked onto Choi from the start, probably because Choi looks like the easier meal. The other guy freezes, holding a tiny pocket knife and seriously doubting it will do anything against a giant flying lizard. Suddenly, a cheerful bicycle bell rings out, and here comes Jeong-gyeom pedaling into the rescue, though these two terrified guys have absolutely no idea who this is. Before they can blink, the monster gets absolutely trucked by a flying projectile, skidding across the asphalt. A single axe drops the beast, leaving both men staring in pure shock. Jeong-gyeom casually asks if they are okay, but they are too stunned to speak. They are trying to process how a dude on a bicycle just one-shot a flying wyvern with an axe. They immediately ask if he is some special forces soldier, bowing in gratitude. Smiling, he points to his uniform, explaining that he just works for Pax. They look closer and finally spot the corporate logo. That blows their minds even more. They were convinced he was a elite soldier. But honestly, watching a delivery guy execute a wyvern from a bicycle with a single throw is something you have to see to believe. Jeong-gyeom is surprised they even know about awakened abilities. One guy admits he has a skill too, but it is just driving, which is pretty useless without a car. Choi chuckles and confesses his jealousy, having zero powers himself. Jeong-gyeom asks if there are other survivors around, and Choi nods. They are in Block C, but numbers are thin. There was a big group at the logistics hub, but monsters swarmed the place, killing and eating almost everyone. Now, only about 10 to 15 survivors are left, hiding in Block E's underground terminal. Choi explains they only ventured out to scavenge for supplies when that beast ambushed them. The other guy suggests they stop chatting in the open and head down to their shelter on floor B4. He promises monsters have never breached it, offering a safe rest and even some snacks. Jeong-gyeom is seriously tempted, mostly because he is dying to check out those sweet rides they mentioned. Since he desperately needs wheels, he plays along while keeping his guard up. He does not trust them yet. Right before heading out, Jeong-gyeom swipes the mana stone from the dead monster, quietly slipping it into his subspace. He is grinning inside, glad these guys have no clue about his cheat power. After all, if things get hairy, his pocket dimension is the perfect escape hatch. Soon, they run into a guy standing over a freshly beaten orc. Choi rushes up, panicking and asking if he is okay. The guy acts totally chill. Turns out, the dumb beast just wandered in by mistake. It never even noticed them, letting them jump it without taking a single scratch. Still, knowing monsters are literally dropping by makes this place feel super unsafe. A cold shiver runs down Jang Gyeom's spine, realizing how brutal this zone is. His brooding is cut short when the orc killer suddenly asks who he is. Choi immediately hypes him up, explaining how this former logistics worker saved their lives. He brags that Jang Gyeom is a total beast who sniped a flying wyvern with a single axe throw. Naturally, everyone loses their minds and begs to know his secret ability. Suddenly, a woman runs up, thrilled that he saved Young-soo and Byung-chol. She even does a goofy little victory dance. Soon, the entire crowd is surrounding him with non-stop praise. Our hero tries playing it cool, claiming he just did what had to be done. As the cringe levels rise, Choi steps in to rescue him, telling everyone to stop crowding the poor guy. That is when the orc-slaying leader speaks up. He explains they have been working together for over 10 years, making Young-soo and Byung-chol basically his family. Full of gratitude, the man introduces himself as Jin Mak, the manager of Daehyun Express Terminal, even bowing low to show his respect. Once the pleasantries are done, Jin Mak explains how their makeshift shelter actually works. He admits the place is not entirely bulletproof, but it beats sleeping with the monsters. Thanks to the nearby logistics center, they have plenty of food and water, so Jang Gyeom can eat and rest up. The manager proudly boasts that their horde will last a long time, but then Young-soo drops a massive bomb. He blurts out that the logistics center is completely gone. Cue the dramatic silence as everyone stares in pure shock. Jin Mak demands an explanation. Choi backs him up, confirming the entire building vanished, which is exactly why that angry wyvern chased them in the first place. The crowd refuses to believe it. How does a massive building just delete itself from reality? Even Jin Mak is visibly shaken, but he eventually accepts it. If monsters are real, then a vanishing warehouse is not even the weirdest part. Jang Gyeom keeps quiet, knowing his subspace skill caused this. The manager tries to calm everyone. They still have to cross the tunnel, no matter what. Sitting around waiting will only get them killed, so they need to stay strong. Their countdown just got fast-forwarded, meaning they must prepare to enter the tunnel immediately. The hyperactive lady chimes in, cheering that they can still do this. Even without their food supply, they will just have to punch their way through. Hearing this, our main character asks what she actually means by that. The manager explains that everyone has families to get back to, and they need rides, but every single exit is blocked. That instantly grabs Jang Gyeom's attention, and he asks about these supposed vehicles. Jin Mak says they have running cars, but every exit is a dead end. A massive golf course blocks the north, while shipping containers barricade the entire eastern road. The southern highway is completely destroyed. That leaves only the western tunnel, which is unfortunately infested with hungry wyverns. They used to survive by looting the warehouse. But with that gone, it is time for a suicidal breakthrough. The manager tells Jang Gyeom he does not have to risk the tunnel. Those roadblocks only stop cars, so a lone guy could easily escape on foot. But Jang Gyeom insists he needs a vehicle too, making the tunnel his only real path. The manager grins and welcomes him to the suicide squad. Still, Jang Gyeom decides to keep his overpowered subspace a secret. These survivors seem nice, but desperation makes people do crazy things. He knows they might be hiding their own secrets, so he plays it safe. To the manager, he proposes a quick solo scout of the western tunnel. He claims he is only checking out the enemy, but secretly, he wants to farm some juicy mana stones. He remembers hoarding 5 magic stones from earlier kills. Feeding those to his system successfully cut his shipping skill cooldown from 30 seconds down to a sweet 5. Even better, it unlocked 3 crazy upgrades: precise delivery which never misses, simultaneous delivery to launch 2 items at once, and automatic delivery which fires things on a preset timer. They sound incredibly broken, but they cost 10 stones each. Jang Gyeom wants them badly, even if he does not fully get how automatic delivery works. Right now, he is happily counting his current stash, excited to farm more during this little scouting trip. Or so he thinks. His hype instantly dies when Young-soo, the guy he just rescued, insists on tagging along. Jang Gyeom asks why he is tagging along. Young-soo claims going alone is suicide, but our hero dryly reminds him who was just running from a wyvern. He just shrugs. Remembering that Young-soo claimed to have awakened a legendary driver class, the protagonist asks him if he can actually see a system message window floating in front of him. Young-soo says no, but he is positive. Some power has awakened it, just has not fully booted up yet. This sketchy answer only makes Jang Gyeom feel more uneasy. By nightfall, they are blasting down the road on an electric bike. Jang Gyeom starts sweating as he watches Young-soo steer with one leg to keep balance. When asked what on earth he is doing, Young-soo claims the abandoned cars make it hard to see. Suddenly, he spots a wyvern. Jang Geom screams at him to stop because it is pitch black, but the flying lizard has already spotted them, leaving a panicked Young-soo crying out. A second later, a flying axe deletes the monster in one shot, leaving him utterly speechless. Jang Geom stays completely calm, telling him to lock in and keep driving. As they roll past, he smoothly scoops up the dropped mana stone, hiding it. Suddenly, Young-soo spots the tunnel and slams on the brakes. Before Jang Geom can complain about the whiplash, he sees the horror. The entire entrance of the tunnel is crawling with bloodthirsty monsters. Young-soo is absolutely terrified, and honestly, Jang Geom expects him to cry. When a beast locks eyes with them and moves, Young-soo screams they are dead meat. Even on an electric bike, they cannot outrun a whole pack. With his buddy frozen, Jang Geom knows it is subspace time. He pulls up his screen and burns his magic stones to drop his cooldown to 5 seconds. Young-soo stammers out a confused question, but gets ignored. The lead monster roars, alerting the entire pack, and they all charge. Right at the final second, Jang Geom yells, "Ship!" A flying projectile instantly crushes the beast, saving their lives. A bewildered Young-soo looks back, his eyes nearly popping out when he sees a massive portal. Jang Geom snatches the stones and commands him to stay close. That is the only way he can keep them both alive. Young-soo nods, completely clueless about why a massive warehouse portal is floating right behind them. More wyverns dive in, but Jang Geom quickly snipes them. As the rest attack, a panicked Young-soo trips backward and falls straight into his pocket dimension. A beast slams hard against the barrier while Young-soo hits the floor, dazed. The monster charges again, but Jang Geom dives into the pocket dimension, letting it crash before a flying axe puts it down. Young-soo just stares, unable to decide if the portal or the heat-seeking axes are crazier. But one thing is obvious to Jang Geom: these beasts are just annoying flies, and this tunnel is an easy farm. He realizes everyone back at the base is relying on this very guy and his mythical delivery trick to escape through this hellhole of a tunnel. Even if they escape the tunnel, monsters are still lurking outside. But Jang Geom is different. He only needs a ride because he can easily handle any threat himself. Young-soo feels a wave of jealousy. With crazy strength like that, he could reach his own family in no time. It makes him wonder why Jang Geom even needs a truck. Then they notice the monsters pulling back. Jang Geom is pretty surprised these beasts are smart enough to retreat instead of attacking. While grabbing the mana stones, Young-soo spots a strange blue stone floating and asks about it. Jang Geom is stunned and asks if he has seriously never seen a mana stone before. Young-soo admits he has not, so our hero explains that he uses them to level up his skills. Now Young-soo gets it, wondering if he will ever use one. He realizes why Jang Geom did not even bother grabbing the stone from that orc earlier. He points out that with this insane power, Jang Geom could clear the entire tunnel solo. But Jang Geom says that was never the plan. He only came to scout. If things looked easy, he wanted to slip through quietly without showing off his true power. Young-soo apologizes for dragging him into this, but Jang Geom says it is fine. He did not know the way here anyway, so without Young-soo, he would be completely lost. He suggests heading back now since the monsters retreated, though they could return any time. Then Young-soo asks just how far Jang Geom is traveling if he needs a vehicle this badly. Jang Geom explains he is heading to his family in Ujeongbu, near Gangnam. This shocks Young-soo because they are going the exact same way. Young-soo is heading toward Incheon and begs to tag along until they get there. Jang Geom hesitates, but Young-soo keeps pleading. He knows that even if he gets past this tunnel, surviving the journey home alone is practically impossible. His driving skill is useless in a fight. But since Jang Geom can easily crush monsters, sticking together is his only real shot at seeing his family. In return, he promises to drive like a pro, navigate faster than anyone, and handle all their meals. Jang Geom starts to realize this deal actually makes sense. Young-soo is an expert driver, and having a companion might help keep his own overpowered abilities a secret. It is a win-win. Jang Geom worries that if people discover his insane cheat powers, they will try to exploit him or take him out. Call it paranoid, but he would rather play it safe. So Jang Geom finally agrees to take him along. Young-soo immediately lights up with joy. Jang Geom promises to clear the tunnel, but warns Young-soo to keep his strength a secret and keep everyone else away. Young-soo eagerly agrees, promising to handle the crowd and keep everyone back. Too bad that plan immediately fails. Being way too excited, Young-soo loudly announces to the entire group that Jang Geom is going to clear the tunnel using his awakened powers. Jang Geom is left facepalming in absolute disbelief. Young-soo just completely blew his cover. The crowd is amazed and excited to watch Jang Geom perform, while Young-soo brags like a proud manager. Our hero can only curse his luck for being cornered like this. Left with no choice, Jang Geom steps up and promises to clear the tunnel by morning so everyone can leave safely. Helping them is the smartest move anyway, since they still have enough food to stay calm. Once that runs out, chaos begins. Clearing the tunnel is the only safe move. Just then, Manager Shin walks over. He promises not to pry into Jeong-gyeom's secrets or ask about his powers. Instead, he bows deeply in respect and thanks him for saving the group. He even offers some of their remaining food, catching our hero off guard. This much kindness is pretty overwhelming. The manager says Jeong-gyeom risked his life just to scout, so sharing food is the least they can do. Now that he is clearing the path, simple thanks feel empty. Even so, Jeong-gyeom tells them he has his own reasons and not to make a fuss. He urges them to save the food for their own families, but Sol cuts in. He says he should take it because he has a family waiting too. Looking around, Jeong-gyeom realizes how desperately everyone wants to see their loved ones again. Realization hits him deep and he decides he cannot let these people down. The next morning, at the tunnel entrance, Jeong-gyeom tells everyone to stay back. He hops on his bike and pedals into the darkness, determined to survive. As he rolls deeper into the dark, he spots the monsters waiting ahead. Just before the clash begins, his mind drifts back to his childhood. We see a young Jeong-gyeom nursing a black eye after a fight with his sister. He runs to complain to his father, which only triggers another bickering match until the two kids start scrapping again right there. Their dad just laughs, saying this means they are close. Growing up as an only child, he always envied siblings who had that kind of bond. He tells them that one day, they will realize just how precious family is. Then their mother storms in, and soon the parents are bickering too. Yet, young Jeong-gyeom still feels a deep warmth surrounding them all. Flashback to the night before. Jeong-gyeom saw how desperate everyone was to go home and started thinking about his own family. He knows they are all counting on him, spending the long night praying he can keep them safe. Well past midnight, while everyone is fast asleep, Sol wakes up to use the restroom. That is when he notices Jeong-gyeom is missing. He checks with the guards outside, who say he went out to get some air. Curious, Sol walks further out, searches the area, and finally spots our protagonist. He asks why he is not sleeping, and Jeong-gyeom admits he simply cannot rest in there. Then Sol looks ahead and freezes. A vehicle stands there, crammed with food and supplies. Stunned, he asks why Jeong-gyeom is giving away so much. Jeong-gyeom casually says he only loaded half so the truck would not get too heavy, which is still plenty. Sol is absolutely blown away when our hero adds that this was the last vehicle he needed to load, meaning the other 15 were packed the exact same way. Jeong-gyeom tells Sol to keep quiet. Still confused, Sol asks what they will have left for their own journey. Jeong-gyeom shrugs it off, saying they still have plenty. Sol is speechless. Jeong-gyeom just gave away more supplies than entire warehouses hold. He cannot even fathom how much loot this guy still has. Back in the present, Jeong-gyeom easily slices through monsters. He thinks how much simpler life would be if he could just shove everyone into his subspace and carry them to safety. But the system alerts him that is impossible at his current level. If he reaches subspace level 2, he can carry up to 20 people. He needs at least 100 mana stones to level up. Counting them up, Jeong-gyeom figures only about 40 monsters are left, with a few already fleeing. That is not enough to level up. He will need a better way to gain experience if he wants to save his family. Then, he spots something strange among the fleeing monsters. Looking closer, a massive, terrifying wyvern appears, clearly some kind of boss. Even Jeong-gyeom is not quite sure what it is. Outside the tunnel, the survivors are growing more nervous by the second. Finally, Jeong-gyeom rolls out on his bicycle, looking like he just went for a casual morning ride. His uniform is drenched in blood. Everyone watches in dead silence until he smiles, sparking wild cheers of relief. It is finally time to part ways and head home. They thank Manager Shin for leading them and wish him a safe trip. Jeong-gyeom advises them to open the cargo hold if they ever run into trouble. He left a little surprise in there that might help them out. Curious but eager to move, they climb into their trucks and start pushing through the traffic, waving a final goodbye as they head off. Sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, Jeong-gyeom is still pondering that weird monster from the tunnel. He is not even sure it was a wyvern, since it fled so fast. Maybe it was their leader, or just some grown-up version of the beasts. Suddenly, a sickening crunch under the truck cuts off his thoughts. Looking down at the tires, they realize they've just rolled over a pile of corpses. Yongsu's face pale as bones crunch under the heavy truck. Jian sees the sheer guilt eating at him. But there's no turning back now. The entire road ahead is just a graveyard of bodies and metal wreckage. Jian realizes that if his military discharge came 3 months later, he would be dead too. The reality is horrific, with beasts actively snacking on the human remains. Suddenly, Yongsu calls out and snaps Jian out of his head. Up ahead, the entire road is completely blocked. Yongsu points out the heavy barbed wire, guessing the army put it up to quarantine something nasty, meaning they'll need a detour. Yongsu suggests finding another bridge, but then Jian spots something bizarre at the very end of this one. Squinting through the glass, they spot a brand new type of monster they've never faced before, making it obvious what the army was trying to lock away. While Yong-soo starts panicking and wanting to retreat, Jian sees this as the absolute perfect opportunity to level up his subspace. He spots a narrow sidewalk blocked off on both sides, and immediately tells Yong-soo to steer right through it. Jian promises he can clear the way without running away, excitedly shouting for his friend to force the heavy truck onto the pedestrian path. Yong-soo is absolutely terrified by how crazy that sounds, especially when a massive orc suddenly stomps out, scattering the pack of mutant hounds. Turns out these monsters aren't exactly friendly with each other. The orc is huge and powerful, but the hounds have the numbers, tearing the giant apart without an ounce of mercy. As blood and flesh fly everywhere, the two guys just sit there watching. Yong-soo is shaking in his boots. Even though he knows Jian has crazy powers, this plan still sounds totally suicidal. He nervously asks if they're really going to cross, but Jian just sits there looking cool and collected. "Trust me," Jian says, "it's way easier than you think." While Yong-soo tries to stop shaking, Jian casually asks him if he's ever played a strategy game where 3 different races fight. He's talking about a classic space game called StarCraft, but Yong-soo is too old to know what that is, so Jian breaks it down. His absolute favorite maps were the ones where you choke off endless enemy waves using tight terrain and limited units. To him, this bridge is the exact same setup. Yong-soo still has absolutely no idea why his friend is bringing up video games, but whatever. He just needs to follow the plan. Step 1. Slam the truck in reverse right into the barbed wire, tear it all down, and make absolute chaos to lure those mutant hounds away from their feast. Once that's done, Jian will handle the rest. Opening his system, Jian unlocks a brand new skill he wasn't planning on buying yet, but it's perfect for this. Auto-shipping. He drops 10 mana stones to unlock it, then pumps the rest into maxing out the delivery speed. The system responds instantly, boosting his shipping speed to 100 kilometers per hour. Once everything is ready, Jian yells out to the mutant hounds, inviting them over for a chase. They charge, but they're not nearly fast enough. A massive double-door refrigerator rockets through the air, completely obliterating the pack, and he isn't stopping at one. More fridges keep flying in, and within seconds, Jian has collected 12 fresh mana stones. All that aiming practice back in the tunnel is paying off big time. He originally thought about using throwing axes, but with this upgraded delivery skill, launching full-sized refrigerators is way more effective. He already knows the precision delivery skill doesn't auto-lock onto targets. It only adjusts slightly as they move. Against lightning-fast mutant hounds, even an axe flying at 100 kilometers per hour can miss. But a whole refrigerator? That's a massive, heavy block of metal that can flatten an entire group at once. Even a slight graze will crush multiple hounds. And the auto-shipping skill makes it completely brain-dead easy. Jian doesn't even need to watch his back anymore. The system automatically launches at anything getting too close, letting him relax. The hounds try to swarm them, but a relentless barrage of flying appliances crushes every single attempt. Behind the wheel, Yong-soo glances back and nearly loses his goddamn mind. He thought Jian could only chuck axes, but this is on a whole different level of insanity. Huge refrigerators are literally flying out every 2 seconds. It doesn't even make physical sense. Yong-soo starts wondering how the heck a logistics center even had this many in stock. He begins to wonder if Jian's magical system is somehow regenerating them just like the axes. Still, trying to wrap his brain around infinite refrigerators makes his head hurt, so he just stares in stunned silence. He's so spaced out that he doesn't even notice Jian walk over and casually offer him a snack. Finally, snapping out of it, Yong-soo pieces everything together and asks the one burning question on his mind. Is your supply of items actually infinite? The question catches Jian totally off guard. He figured Yong-soo had connected the dots by now, but apparently not. Up until this point, Yong-soo assumed Jian was running around reclaiming his thrown axes and reloading them. He never even dreamed the supply was endless. In reality, Jian only picked up the axes so nobody would accidentally trip and hurt themselves on them. Even with that explanation, Yong-soo still struggles to grasp the concept of an infinite inventory. After a silent beat, Jian asks him again if he wants a bite to eat. After a stressful day like this, Yong-soo admits a cold Coke Zero and a donut would hit the spot. So, they sit back and snack, while the automated delivery system keeps obliterating mutant hounds. Yong-soo feels a bit embarrassed for doubting Jian and being so slow on the uptake, but he's incredibly grateful for the food anyway. Jian is happy to share, thanking Yong-soo for trusting him right from the start of this chaos. Jian tells him to just ask if he ever needs anything, since he basically has everything. But Yong-soo is too proud to keep taking advantage of his friend's kindness. Jian has already gone above and beyond by killing the monsters and speeding up their trip. Once they clear this bridge, Yong-soo points out it'll only take about an hour to reach his house. Jian is relieved, though he can feel the underlying dread radiating from his friend. Young-soo is silently praying his family is still alive, and Jian understands that gut-wrenching worry better than anyone. He's also terrified for his own parents and sisters. Wanting to help out, Jian looks at Young-soo's shredded clothes and decides his friend can't go home looking like a zombie survivor. Since the automated defense system is still handling the hounds, they've got plenty of time to solve the wardrobe crisis. Now, they just need to find a style that fits him. Even though Young-soo feels awkward accepting more gifts, he doesn't refuse. Jian pulls out exactly what he needs: slick aviator sunglasses and a badass jacket fitting for an apocalyptic pro driver. By then, the last few hounds are finally dealt with. The fresh outfit gives Young-soo a huge confidence boost, and with his newfound trust in the truck, he's ready to fly. He starts driving with precision that would make a Formula One racer jealous. Jian barely has time to brace himself before Young-soo floors the gas pedal. The remaining hounds don't stand a chance as the truck flies down the narrow road. Young-soo is driving like a maniac, turning an hour-long trip into 20 minutes, but Jian is hanging on for dear life. The truck is bouncing wildly over ruined roads, and no matter how much Jian begs him to slow down, it's completely useless. Jian feels like he is about to throw up his donuts. Fortunately, the terrifying ride finally ends. They pull up to Young-soo's home, but what they see is devastating. The house is reduced to complete rubble. Young-soo stands frozen, staring blankly at the destruction of his family home. He desperately tries to tell himself the buildings collapsed because they were just old, but his hands won't stop shaking. Standing right in front of the door, he's too terrified to see what's on the other side. A horrific thought repeats in his head. What if they aren't here? Or worse, what if he walks in and finds their bodies? He tries to convince himself they're safe and that everything will be fine once he opens the door, but his legs are locked. Paralyzed with fear, he just stands there while Jian watches silently, knowing exactly what he is going through. Young-soo had driven like an absolute lunatic, shortening a 1-hour drive into 20 minutes out of pure desperation. But now that he's actually here, the fear of what's waiting behind that door keeps him completely frozen. He knows whatever is waiting inside might completely shatter him. Seeing his friend struggle, Jian steps forward, places a comforting hand on Young-soo's shoulder, and offers to open the door for him instead. Young-soo stands there, holding back tears of sheer frustration and dread. He quietly begs Jian to open it. Understanding that deep terror, Jian nods and steps up to the door. Put yourself in Young-soo's shoes, you would want a shield too. Jae-won turns to give him one last nod, muttering that he is going in, but before his fingers even brush the brass handle, the door swings wide open from the inside. Both Jae-won and Young-soo freeze on the spot. Young-soo's eyes go wide at the sight of his wife and daughter standing there. His wife softly whispers his name, and his little girl cries out for her daddy. Young-soo's wife bursts into a sob, and his own composure completely shatters. She runs straight into his arms, and the three of them cling to each other like they will never let go. A few steps back, Jae-won stays silent to give them some room. Choking back tears, Young-soo asks how she knew to open up. She explains she heard muffled voices in the hallway, peeked through the peephole, saw his face, and threw the door wide open. Still weeping, his daughter mutters that she hates him for taking so long because she was so incredibly scared. After a moment, Young-soo's wife spots Jae-won hovering in the background and asks who he is. Only then does Young-soo remember his companion is even there. Before he can answer, Jae-won's vision blurs and he completely collapses. Young-soo yells his name in a panic, but Jae-won cannot hear a single thing. His body had hit its absolute limit. Going nearly 4 days without real sleep, the sheer exhaustion dragged him under. Darkness swallows him, and he slips into a bizarre dream. He gets smacked hard, not by some monster, but by a giant pillow. Sol stands over him with a mischievous grin, landing another hit that knocks him flat. Jae-won yells at her to stop hitting so hard because it actually hurts. Sol just rolls her eyes, calls him a weak crybaby, and laughs it off. Furious and ready to tattle, Jae-won storms off to find their dad, while Sol stands victorious like she just won a heavyweight championship. Suddenly, the dream shifts. Their father sits between Jae-won and his younger sister, trying to defuse yet another classic sibling squabble. He reminds them that family is everything, even when they drive each other crazy. One day, he says, Jae-won will realize how precious these silly arguments actually are. Just then, their mother barges in, playfully scolding his dad for skipping out on kitchen duty. After a quick cut, the dream moves to the dinner table. The entire family is gathered, sharing food, laughing, and swapping stories. Mid-meal, his mother shoots Sol a highly suspicious look, asking if there is a boy she likes since she is glued to her screen. Looking a bit flustered, Sol quickly claims she is just chatting with her girlfriends. Pretty standard stuff. To anyone watching, they are the picture-perfect, happy family. Then, Jae-won's father mentions Sol's sudden obsession with boxing, suggesting she check out the sports club at the local middle school. Sol just smirks, admitting that the boxing club was the exact reason she chose that school in the first place. Hearing the words middle school immediately makes Jae-won perk up. Flash forward a year, and he is attending the very same middle school as Sol. He is hyped to make friends and have a blast, but reality hits hard and fast. Instead of popularity, Jae-won finds himself targeted by older bullies every single day. They beat him, mock him, and because Jae-won is way too soft-hearted, he never swings back. He just takes it day after day. Then, everything changes. Sol arrives like a total storm. With a terrifying glare, she grabs the lead bully's arm and shatters it with a single, brutal punch. Jae-won is incredibly relieved to see his sister step up, but that relief evaporates in seconds. Disgusted by how weak her brother is, Sol announces his boot camp starts right now. And just like that, Jae-won's hellish training under his sadistic sister begins. It is absolute torture, but it gets results. Pretty soon, no bully dares to even look at him, and life finally gets peaceful. He finally makes real friends, has fun, and breezes through middle school. Then, his younger sister gets accepted into nursing school, completely shocking both Jae-won and Sol. One afternoon, Jae-won is just chilling on his BO bed, half-mindedly staring at his PS5 screen. That is when the hammer drops. His dad walks into the room, looking dead serious, and says the fateful time is. Jae-won is confused at first, but once the words sink in, reality hits like a truck. He has to enlist in the military. The entire household is incredibly worried. Even though Jae-won tries his absolute best to play it cool, he acted tough on the outside, but inside, he was trembling. He simply did not want to leave his family. Then, everything went dark. Slowly, Jae-won blinks his eyes open, feeling disoriented and slightly panicked in a completely unfamiliar bed. All he remembers is blacking out outside Young-soo's door after the emotional reunion, and nothing after. His mind instantly jumps to the absolute worst. Did Young-soo sell him out? On pure survival instinct, he tears open his inventory portal and summons a heavy battle axe, gripping it tight. Suddenly, a gentle, quiet voice shatters his paranoia. Jae-won turns to see Young-soo's wife and daughter sitting at the table, staring at him in utter confusion. That is when reality clicks. He is safe inside Young-soo's home. He glances over to the side and spots Young-soo dead to the world, snoring softly on a mattress. Jae-won sighs, realizing his body just shut down from pure exhaustion right there at the entrance. Young-soo's wife gently explains that he fainted cold and has been sleeping like a log. He was running on empty. Looking down at the massive axe still clutched in his hands, he feels pretty foolish for drawing a weapon in front of civilians. He quickly slips it back into his dimensional portal, praying they did not notice. When he asks how long he has been out, she smiles and says it has only been a few hours. Then, her expression softens. She offers a deep, heartfelt thank you for keeping her husband alive and bringing him back. The intense gratitude makes Jae-won pretty uncomfortable. Unused to this kind of gratitude, he tries to brush it off, muttering that Young-soo helped him plenty, too. It certainly was not a one-man show. Right on cue, Young-soo finally rubs his eyes and sits up, still completely groggy. He immediately backs up his wife, telling Jae-won that he did far more than he lets on. Driving him here was an absolute joke compared to being saved from certain death multiple times. He even points out that with or without his driving, Jae-won would have survived easily. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Young-soo's wife chimed in that they must all be starving. The tension melts away instantly as Jae-won's stomach lets out a massive growl. Food was long overdue. She mentions that Young-soo stubbornly refused to eat until Jae-won finally woke up, which makes Jae-won smile. Young-soo wanted a proper family meal, so they all gather around the table. A steaming bowl of kimchi stew is placed before him, its rich aroma instantly triggering memories of his mother cooking. The wife apologizes for the simple spread, but Jae-won could not care less. It is his absolute favorite. After everything he has endured, nothing on earth could be more comforting. Taking that first bite hits him deep. It feels like his entire body is suddenly coming back to life. The rich flavor and warmth feel almost surreal, transporting him back to those cozy family dinners from the peaceful days. But as the meal winds down, a sudden wave of deep melancholy washes over him. For the first time in 3 months, he has tasted home. The crushing pain of missing his family hits him all at once. The others notice, and the conversation gently shifts back to their upcoming journey. When Young-soo calmly announces that their next destination is Gangnam, Jae-won completely freezes. His brain cannot quite process the words. Young-soo explains that he discussed it with his wife, and they both agree that helping Jae-won find his own family is the only right thing to do. Jae-won is still completely puzzled. Even if Young-soo drives him there, how is he supposed to get back to his family safely? Stepping outside for some fresh air, Young-soo lays out the details. He will drive Jae-won to Gangnam in the truck. In exchange, Jae-won leaves the handy electric bike behind, which Young-soo can easily ride back home afterward. The plan sounds reasonable, but Jae-won is still incredibly uneasy. Why is Young-soo risking his neck like this? Granted, he is a phenomenal driver, and the nimble bike will help him weave through trouble. But if a massive monster shows up, he is completely defenseless. His family is safe, and his truck is packed with supplies, so why gamble with any of it? Still uneasy, Jae-won finally asks why Young-soo is risking his neck for a relative stranger. Young-soo just offers a warm smile, clearly expecting the question. He turns it right back on Jae-won, asking why he risked his own skin to help a random stranger in the tunnel without demanding a single thing in return. He simply wants to pay that kindness forward because they share the exact same pain. Jae-won might have crazy superpower abilities, but that does not make this nightmare any easier. Young-soo knows the desperate, agonizing hope of wondering if your family is still breathing. It is the reason he braved the terrifying tunnel in the first place, and he wants Jae-won to have that exact same shot at holding his loved ones again. Flashing a confident grin, Young-soo promises he has no intention of being reckless. That makes Jae-won look back to the day he first headed for the tunnel, remembering the car with the keys still in the ignition. Young-soo could have run off and saved his own skin, but he chose to stay. That is when Kim realized this guy was a keeper. He simply would not abandon people. Kim grinned and agreed on one condition. If Young-soo came along, his family had to tag along too. With his upgraded subspace, Kim could easily keep them safe in a pocket dimension. Young-soo did not hesitate. Throwing on his sunglasses with a smirk, he got ready to show off his driving. Kim spent 16 of his 116 mana stones to upgrade the subspace, boosting the capacity to 20 people. The system warned it would cost 6 mana stones a day to run, which was totally fine by Kim. When asked if he wanted to let outsiders enter, he instantly clicked yes. Soon after, Young-soo stepped inside with his wife and daughter. They stood frozen in utter shock. The Logitech Center was absolutely massive and filled to the brim with survival gear. After Kim introduced them to PAX, Young-soo assured his family the AI would help with whatever they needed. Everything was free to use, and his wife could barely process their luck. Telling them to make themselves at home, Kim stepped away to handle some business. Behind him, Young-soo jokingly asked his daughter to play princess. The wholesome sight brought a genuine smile to Kim's face. That is when a massive system alert popped up. Kim unlocked a laboratory feature to combine, organize, and transmute items inside his subspace. This opened up a whole new world of possibilities, made him question the true nature of his abilities. Originally, the subspace was just a simple inventory where an apple would sit forever, perfectly frozen in time. But after that bizarre accident where he swallowed the entire Logitech Center, his subspace evolved. Now only he could enter, and even crazier, PAX merged with his system, turning a cold machine into something almost human. Even better, the facility itself got upgraded. He could now launch stored items at a whopping 100 kilometers per hour. With PAX on his side, his powers were becoming seriously dangerous. Reaching level 2 changed the game entirely. Now he could store regular items again, and having a personal lab to craft new gear blew his mind. This was basically real-life Minecraft. He could only imagine what level 3 or 4 would bring, but staring into space would not get him those upgrades. Lacking the mana stones for now, he decided to test his current limits instead. Since stealing a warehouse worked so well, Kim casually ordered the system to pocket the entire planet Earth. Absolute chaos. Had it worked, humanity would be floating in a black void. Instead, a giant error flashed. Range exceeded. Kim sighed. It was worth a shot, right? Just then, Young-soo walked up to discuss their route to Gangnam. Kim listened carefully before teasing him about leaving his daughter so quickly. Young-soo smiled softly, explaining she was always terrified back in their old apartment. But here, she felt safe enough to finally sleep, and that was all thanks to Kim. He offered another heartfelt thank you, but Kim brushed it off. Without Young-soo's insane driving skills, they would still be stuck. In his eyes, they were completely even. Young-soo's expression turned serious as he promised to back Kim up no matter what. Soon, they were back on the road, the driver rocking his signature shades while Kim felt the tension rise. A strange vibe hung in the air, but Young-soo casually bragged that driving was his specialty, and nobody could beat him. He told Kim to buckle up because things were about to get wild, and Kim braced himself. Young-soo slammed the pedal to the metal. The massive truck roared forward, drifting through the ruined streets. While the driver kept his cool, Kim was holding onto his seat for dear life. So close. But their path was suddenly blocked by heavy military barricades and spike strips. Kim froze. This setup did not look right at all. A military jeep rolled up to meet them, but the armed men inside did not look like actual soldiers. Kim knew they were bad news. Bolting now would only get them shot. When Young-soo asked for a plan, Kim summoned his portal, telling his buddy to jump inside while he handled the heat. Young-soo trusted him completely. Now alone, Kim stepped out to face the 3 armed men, guns ready. They acted like they owned the wasteland. The biggest thug barked at Kim to step down. With an icy stare, Kim silently climbed out. The thugs popped the cargo door open and instantly froze at the sight of piles of food. Their eyes gleamed with pure greed. Swaggering closer, they demanded to know if the entire haul belonged to him. Kim simply nodded. Laughing, they told him it was their property now. These were definitely fake soldiers, just heavily armed bandits. The leader stepped up, trying to play tough guy, and demanded to know where he got all these groceries. Playing dumb, Kim claimed he was just a delivery driver from the Logitech center. Naturally, the thugs were not buying his story. When they kept pushing, Kim calmly explained they would never reach the place anyway. The roads were blocked, monsters were everywhere, and he barely made it out alive. The leader glared back, completely unconvinced. He growled, asking how much food was still sitting back at the warehouse. Kim played along, claiming this truck held only a fraction of the stash. Nearby, another thug checked his watch and muttered that it was time. No time to think. A heavy fist slammed right into his gut, knocking him down. Kim collapsed onto the dirt, gasping desperately for air. Before he could even gasp, a thick cloth was pressed over his face, sending him into darkness. When Kim finally opened his eyes, he was bound tightly to a chair in a dim room. Sitting opposite him on a makeshift throne was the massive thug. A dead soldier lay nearby in a pool of blood, making the situation instantly clear these bandits had hijacked the military base. The self-proclaimed leader bragged about wiping out the military to become the new kings of the castle. He explained that every day at 6 p.m., flying monsters called vibrants would attack. Since guns could not stop the beasts, the army brought in ruthless thugs like them. But once the defenses crumbled, the gang took over. Kim was only kept alive because they still had a use for him. He was expected to lead them straight to the Logitech center to loot the rest of the supplies. Play nice, and they might protect him. Honestly, Kim was sick of listening to this trash. As he sat there, a brilliant idea hit him. This military base would fit perfectly inside his subspace. Smiling internally, he ordered packs to store the entire Joint Commander Communication Headquarters. The thug had absolutely no idea what was happening. He sat frozen in utter confusion as the entire compound vanished into thin air, leaving him sitting in his chair in the middle of nowhere. Before the boss could even register what happened, Kim had already escaped through his portal. At least he let the guy keep his throne. Nearby, the rest of the crew froze in pure disbelief. They stared at the open sky, trying to comprehend how a massive concrete building had just evaporated. The leader panicked, his arrogant smirk replaced with raw terror as his safe haven completely vanished. Meanwhile, Kim spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. That gut punch did some serious damage, and swallowing a whole military headquarters had drained his mana reserves to a dangerously low level. Exhausted, he realized he should have jumped into his portal before executing the massive storage, but regrets would not save him now. He just had to survive whatever came next. Dragging his feet, he needed to reach safety and heal. But as he retreated, the air filled with bone-chilling screeches. The wyverns were back. Hundreds of them swarmed the sky with hungry snarls. The thugs scattered instantly, completely forgetting about their hostage. The self-proclaimed commander roared at his men to stand their ground, claiming their rifles could easily handle the smaller beasts while he took the boss. But nobody listened. Pure chaos. Then boom, boom. The earth violently trembled as a massive shadow landed right behind him. He turned slowly, absolute terror painted on his face, only to find a colossal wyvern looming overhead. This massive beast is easily 20 times larger than any monster he has ever faced before, and its yellow eyes are locked right on him. Amidst the screaming chaos, Kim quickly slips into his pocket dimension, dragging an injured soldier along. The system prompts him for permission to let a stranger enter, and Kim immediately approves the request. Instant exhaustion hits him like a truck. Barely holding onto consciousness, he realizes that pulling an entire military base into his subspace mid-battle is way too dangerous to ever attempt again. That black-scaled wyvern still has its eyes glued to him, and he has no clue why. Meanwhile, Pighead stands right in front of the giant monster, loudly bragging about his new power. He claims he can shatter giant boulders with a single punch before swinging wildly at the beast. The blow does absolutely nothing. The monster does not even blink, then comes a sickening crunch. Fearing the worst, Kim looks back just in time to watch the beast gulp Pighead down in one bite. Young-soo rushes over to help, but Kim insists he is fine despite barely staying awake. They lay the rescued soldier onto a nearby bed. While his external wounds are mostly minor, the poor guy looks incredibly rough and is clearly suffering from severe starvation. Remembering Pighead's rants about food shortages, Kim figures this guy has been starving for weeks. But before he can think more on it, Young-soo points out something bizarre inside the space. An incredibly massive structure has appeared, looking less like a simple military base and more like a whole city. Kim takes one look and freezes. He only meant to grab the outpost, but the system took his command completely literally. Since he did not specify a single building, the pocket dimension swallowed the entire surrounding city as well. Young-soo stands there speechless. Knowing they need to scavenge the base, Kim prepares to explore while Young-soo agrees to watch over the unconscious soldier. Driving his Mercedes through the empty streets, Kim dreams of the loot waiting to be found: weapons, gas masks, and armored tanks. It is a prepper paradise, except for one major catch. Unlike the main depot where packs can just teleport items, this area is so vast that Kim has to manually gather everything. Cruising around, the sheer scale of the place finally sinks in. Charting this massive zone will be a nightmare. Had he known, he would have just grabbed the crates directly. Still, he starts drawing up a plan. The plan is simple. Young-soo hauls the gear while Kim fires through portals. But then a reality check hits. Unlike their infinite main depot, this base has a limited stockpile. These supplies can actually run out. That means no more wasting ammo. But right on cue, Pax pops up to correct him. The base is not just sitting in storage, it has been completely integrated into the system. Pax explains that since the outpost is now part of the pocket dimension, Kim has absolute administrative control. Meaning, he now has an infinite supply of every single weapon and vehicle here. This changes absolutely everything. Stunned, Kim asks for confirmation: endless guns, grenades, and ammo. Pax gives a nod, leaving Kim grinning at his newfound, ridiculous jackpot. Eager for details, Kim asks about the synchronization time. Pax warns him the scale is massive, with only 0.81% completed. Fortunately, Kim can manually select priority items to fast-track first. Without wasting a beat, Kim queues up assault rifles, ammunition, explosives, and fuel. With these in hand, he will be ready to face literally anything. Pax estimates the priority sync will take just 10 minutes. Excited, Kim asks if there is a security lock to keep others from messing with his new base. He wants total control. Pax confirms there is. Kim orders a total lockdown immediately. It is not that he doubts Young-soo, but that newly rescued soldier is still an unknown wildcard. Standing near his portal with food, weapons, and cars secured, Kim hopes the situation outside isn't too terrible. Oh, who is he kidding? It is much worse. Outside, the hungry wyverns are tearing the camp apart, picking off Pighead's remaining crew one by one. Knowing the chaos won't end soon, Kim and Young-soo prepare to lock and load. Young-soo suits up in his old work uniform, while Kim preps his M416 rifle. Right in front of him rests a massive crate, loaded with endless ammo. Nostalgically, Young-soo admits it has been years since he held a weapon. Kim tells him to relax. He has already cloned thousands of rounds, packing 10,000 bullets per box, so they will not be running dry anytime soon. Kim playfully challenges his buddy, asking if he still knows how to aim. Smirking, Young-soo snatches his own M416, promising to show him exactly what a veteran can do. He takes a slow breath, aims, and pulls the trigger. Every single shot connects. Headshot after headshot, wyverns crash to the dirt. In minutes, he drops more than 50 of them. After 30 minutes of continuous firing, his rifle barrel is glowing hot. As the thick smoke clears, piles of dead monsters litter the entire ground. Hyped up, Young-soo admits he has not had this much fun in ages, assuming the coast is clear. Kim, however, has a terrible gut feeling and warns him that one beast is still lurking. Young-soo looks around, seeing only corpses. When Kim mentions the unique, black-scaled giant from earlier, Young-soo remains skeptical. But then, the dark truth crawls right into view. The black predator is crouching silently near Kim's portal. It does not move a muscle, patiently biding its time like a true hunter waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Young-soo spots nothing outside and wonders if Kim is just being paranoid. Kim theorizes that this monster might actually be intelligent enough to wait in ambush until they step out. That monster is definitely not normal. Agreeing that caution is survival, Young-soo suggests a clever trick. Why not use a remote-controlled toy car as bait? If the beast is waiting, a moving target should draw it out. Prepping 2 remote control cars rigged with dummy targets, they count to 3 and launch them forward. The dummies roll through the portal, mimicking survivors. Instantly, the massive wyvern strikes, shredding the bait with its razor claws. Young-soo freezes, horrified that Kim was actually right. Panic sets in as the beast tears the toy to pieces, revealing fangs almost as large as Young-soo himself. Suddenly, those glowing eyes shift, locking onto their portal. It lunges straight for the entrance, trying to squeeze inside. Heart-pounding, Kim screams to open fire, and both men unload everything they have directly into its face. They shoot nonstop for 15 minutes. The gunsmoke grows so dense they pray the monster is dead, but as the haze clears, those eerie glowing eyes are still staring back. The beast is completely unscathed. Drooling heavily, it forces its head deeper into the gateway, as if trying to swallow the portal whole. Kim and Young-soo stumble back, terrified. Massive teeth snap just inches away from them. Stunned, Young-soo cannot believe his eyes. How is this thing still breathing after taking that much lead? Kim recalls Pighead mentioning a beast that easily shrugged off heavy military artillery. This is definitely that same legendary monster. But it is not just tough, some magical armor seems to be shielding it. Its scales are reinforced with some kind of defensive energy. Without overthinking, Kim grabs a handful of grenades, chucks them straight down the monster's throat, and grins. Let us see you survive this. The explosion rocks the subspace, burying the doorway in thick smoke, while Kim and Young-soo keep hurling grenade after grenade. Every blast triggers an angry roar. After an hour of constant throwing, their shoulders are completely spent. Young-soo groans, never realizing that throwing explosives could be this exhausting. Kim is running on pure fumes, his shoulder screaming in pain. Meanwhile, that massive wyvern just stands there, keeping a heavy, unblinking glare locked on the portal. They are completely cornered. Suddenly bang! The beast slams its massive claws down, but the portal holds firm. It cannot breach it. Kim is just incredibly frustrated, because even their strongest attacks failed to leave a single scratch on those scales. Then, almost like it is completely bored of waiting, the massive beast turns and wings away. Young-soo stares after it, totally confused. Kim simply guesses the monster got tired of their little standoff. It probably decided to hunt down some easier prey instead of wasting more hours. They are safe for now. After holding their breath for another hour, they finally pack up and prepare to move out. Before long, they are back on the road. Young-soo is still shaking after that terrifying encounter, and Kim is just as stressed. After all, dozens of their grenades did absolutely nothing to that beast. If a monster that huge can just shrug off heavy explosives, what on earth can actually kill it? Kim realizes standard weapons are completely useless. Bombs are fine for humans, but not giant dragons. Sure, he could summon a rocket launcher, or even a literal military missile from his subspace, but that much raw explosive force would level the entire area, and he refuses to risk innocent lives. He desperately needs something with the crushing power of a bomb, but without the wide collateral damage. The more he schemes, the more his head throbs. Dropping a tank from the sky sounds nice, but it is just too slow. A fast monster would easily dodge a falling vehicle. He needs something compact, incredibly heavy, and lightning fast. For now, he is stuck using basic gear until he remembers to check his magic stones. One quick look at his inventory stops him dead. 314 stones. How did he get that many? Orcs and goblins barely dropped 50 altogether. Deciding not to question his luck, Kim starts upgrading. He dumps 100 stones into his subspace, stretching its operational range all the way to 50 meters. Now, he can manipulate 4 items every single second. This skill just became insanely lethal. With 189 stones left, he finally remembers his locked pocket dimension lab. It unlocked during his previous upgrade, but he never had a free moment to test it. Until now, he feeds 50 magic stones into the system, and the laboratory hums to life. The prompt says he can fuse or split any items inside. His eyes light up. This is the key to his new weapon. Kim tells Young-soo he needs to test something crucial, asking him to wait inside the subspace. Young-soo hesitates, pointing out they are almost in Gangnam, and the surrounding roads look totally clear of monsters. He prefers to keep driving while Kim does his magic inside. Kim asks if that is truly safe, and Young-soo offers a clever workaround. Kim can chill inside the open portal while Young-soo drives the Mercedes. Apparently, the portal moves perfectly with the vehicle as long as someone is behind the wheel. Intrigued, Kim steps in, and sure enough, the doorway glides smoothly right along with the car. Quite impressed, he agrees despite some lingering anxiety. He steps deep into the pocket dimension to look around. The space is massive, incredibly white, and completely empty as he begins his testing. Pax explains the rules. Kim can fuse different materials, or break items down into raw components. His mind starts racing. If he merges an entire rifle directly with its magazine, can he bypass reloading? Pax nods. Then Kim wonders if a stored grenade can have its pin pre-pulled, detonating the absolute second it spawns outside. Once again, the assistant confirms it is totally possible. Grinning, Kim spends 15 magic stones to forge this custom explosive. The result is beautiful, but a single modified grenade will not take down a giant wyvern. An evil smirk appears as he begins crafting something much bigger. Meanwhile, Young-soo hits a massive roadblock built entirely out of stacked cars. He wonders who would go through the effort of building this giant wall. Suddenly, Kim pops out and asks how close they are to Gangnam. Young-soo explains that vehicles are blocking the road, so they must take a long detour. Kim simply tells him to stop. No detours needed today. He announces he has the perfect tool for this. Before Young-soo can even ask, heavy metal plates weighing 20 kilograms each launch forward like sniper rounds, throwing the parked cars aside like cheap plastic toys. Young-soo stares in absolute disbelief. Talk about an absolute cheat code, a 500-kilogram stack of plates moving at 150 kilometers per second. Stunned, he asks what Kim even built. Nearby, a group on a rooftop scanning for monsters watches in shock. Armed with only cheap, makeshift gear, a middle-aged man nervously asks how that massive car wall got blown to pieces so fast. Another survivor notes the barricade survived several monster hordes, so it should not have collapsed so easily. Suddenly, through the rising dust, they spot a jeep racing forward and parking right outside their building. The men grip their weapons tightly, eyes wide. A military vehicle makes them pray that actual soldiers have finally arrived. Then, the tinted window slides down, and Kim looks out with a grin, asking for Nurse Kim Jui. Suddenly, we cut to a wild flashback. Kim's second sister, the chaotic middle child, lands a flying kick on him so brutal he almost completely blacks out on the spot. Meanwhile, Jui, the oldest sister, stays glued to her textbooks, muttering for them to keep it down. Kim and his second sister just stare at her in shock. The middle sister asks if she is feeling sick. Jui snaps back, dead serious, asking if it is really that weird for her to study. Kim quickly whispers to his other sister that Jui has definitely lost her mind. They need to call mom. See, Jui is 8 years older than Kim, and she only started studying when he was 7. Before this, she could not focus for even 30 minutes. Her sudden academic drive made the entire family incredibly nervous. Kim and his second sister even dragged their mother over, insisting that Jui had finally snapped. And honestly, their mother looked pretty terrified too. Jui is highly offended that her own flesh and blood thinks she is a hopeless slacker. Annoyed, she reveals her secret. Slamming down a massive medical textbook, she proudly declares she wants to become a doctor. She dramatically claims that even if the world ends tomorrow, she wants to save lives today. The entire family just stares in absolute silence. Kim and his sister lean in and whisper that Jui is getting worse. They suggest booking her a room in a mental clinic immediately. The living room erupts into pure, chaotic shouting. Everyone assumes this is just another temporary phase of hers, but to their surprise, she actually sticks with it. Her grades skyrocket, and before long, she secures a spot at a highly competitive nursing school. Her parents, Kim, and her sister are completely stunned by her sudden success. The girl who could not sit still for 30 minutes actually pulled it off. Now, back in the present, Jui completely freezes upon seeing Kim standing right in front of her. All the memories, their shattered world, and now this miraculous reunion crash down at once. Tears stream down her face as Kim starts tearing up too. Sobbing, she frantically asks if he is hurt, but he quickly reassures her he is fine. Watching from the sidelines, Young-soo smiles, genuinely relieved to see them reunited. The siblings share a tight, tearful embrace, blocking out the apocalypse. Once they calm down, Kim wipes his face and introduces his companion. Kim explains how Young-soo practically saved his life on this long journey. Young-soo bows politely, and Jui introduces herself as Kim's big sister, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Even in the middle of a literal apocalypse, she still cracks a playful, sisterly smile. Reaching into her pocket, she pulls out a small treat, assuming her little brother has been starving on the streets. She offers him a melted chocolate bar, but Kim gently declines, joking that his inventory is stuffed with treats. His playful expression quickly fades into deep concern as he mentions he brought someone with severe injuries. Jui immediately tells him to bring the patient over, but Kim explains the person is actually resting inside his subspace. Jui stares in absolute disbelief, realizing her little brother has awakened special powers as well. Kim nods, explaining how his subspace works like a portable safe haven for storing things and people. He laughs nervously, realizing that showing off a magical portal right out in the open might cause a massive panic. He suggests they head somewhere private, and Jui quickly agrees. Avoiding the curious stares of nearby survivors, they step inside the hospital only to be met with an absolutely devastating sight. Skeletal survivors are sprawled all over the floor, clutching cheap wooden sticks for protection. But once they reach Judy's private room, Young-soo quickly locks the door so the three of them are finally alone. Kim casually opens the portal to his pocket dimension, leaving Judy absolutely shell-shocked. She stares at the massive, futuristic city inside and asks if he literally materialized all these buildings with his mind. Kim promises to explain the crazy details later. He tells her to follow him, and they hurry over to the wounded soldier, whom Judy immediately starts examining. Kim nervously asks if the guy will make it. Judy looks up with a dead serious expression, asking how long he has been like this. Kim admits he has no clue, but he clearly got tortured. Judy quietly warns him that the soldier is right on death's door. Kim and Young-soo instantly freeze up, their hopes shattered. But just as Kim asks if it is really that hopeless, Judy's vibe completely flips. She beams and says he would be a goner normally, but then her hands start glowing a vibrant green. Smirking, she reveals she awakened as a healer, pressing her palms to his chest as magic light floods his body. She warns them her low-level skill won't do a full cure, but it'll keep him breathing. 5 minutes later, she finally wraps up. The soldier's gashes seal shut as his breathing evens out. Judy says the lethal damage is fixed, but he is still starved and needs some serious food and rest. Kim smiles, noting that even during the apocalypse, she is still keeping her promise to heal people. Flustered, Judy laughs and asks why he is bringing up her old, cheesy oath right now. Blushing, Judy snaps that she should have disciplined him like their second sister used to, and they instantly slide right back into bickering. Once the laughter dies down, Judy demands a full explanation. Kim starts from the very beginning, detailing how he got trapped in the warehouse, messaged his sisters, and lost connection when the grid collapsed. He explains how he accidentally unlocked his pocket dimension, hoarded an entire Logitech center, and somehow merged with a hyper-advanced PAX AI. He covers teaming up with Young-soo and their wild journey here. But while he talks, Judy is inhaling food like she hasn't eaten in years. Kim sighs, asking if she's even listening to him. With a stuffed mouth, she insists she is. Kim tests her on the spot, and Judy completely fumbles the recap, skipping almost everything. Kim just groans and laughs it off. It turns out the delicious meal was whipped up by Young-soo's wife. She introduces herself, and Judy warmly smiles, saying she already likes her. Everyone laughs, and Young-soo's wife offers seconds from the fridge. She also tells Kim that she prepared a fully stocked bed in the first-floor break room so he can finally get some rest. Kim tries to thank her, but she waves it off as the absolute least they could do. Still curious, Judy asks how Young-soo and his wife even got inside the pocket dimension. Kim facepalms, groaning that he literally just explained this. Judy shrugs, so Kim sighs and explains his main plan, bringing their entire family into his pocket dimension. Step 1 was finding Judy, and next is rescuing their second sister in Area 0. Hearing this, Judy gets serious, apologizing because she cannot leave this place with him. Kim is stunned, asking why she would stay in such a death trap alone. Judy admits it is highly dangerous, but reveals there's a much bigger reason. There are still critical patients here, and even though the other nurses try to manage, she is cut off as the camera pans outside. A shady figure is watching Judy's clinic from a nearby window. He notes that 2 strangers just rolled up in a military jeep, and his guards heard an absolute wreck when they crashed through the barricade. He wonders how a simple jeep shattered their defense, guessing they are elite forces, but a lackey suggests it is actually Judy's little brother. The ugly boss listens as his submissive helper says they might not be enemies. They probably just want food and shelter, and since they control the rations, they can easily squeeze Kim. But the ugly boss just sneers, asking if his goons honestly think these new runts are stronger than him. Right then, a hulking, muscular brute steps out of the dark. His skin bulges with thick veins, and his lifeless stare makes him look like a literal zombie. The Titan calmly assures his boss that nobody is out muscling him. The ugly boss tells him to go welcome Judy and her brother nicely, fake some hospitality, and fix their broken wall. The giant nods. The beast grunts that he already doubled the wall's height to prevent any more break-ins. Meanwhile, Judy begins warning Kim about their crooked department head, Jin Sung-ha. She reveals that Jin Sung-ha awakened a dark ability to control minds and poison people. Kim's face darkens. Judy adds that the villain has already brainwashed almost every single awakened survivor nearby. They guard all the food and magic stones, which is why her group is starving. Judy confesses she has been stealthily stealing stones to boost her healing power, hoping to break the mind control on the poisoned victims. She insists this is why she must stay behind to help, while Kim goes to rescue their parents. But Kim gives her an immediate, flat-out refusal. Frustrated, Judy argues that these poor people have absolutely zero food or water, but Kim cuts her off, arms crossed, asking if she even listened to a single word of his story. Kim notes that Jin Sung-ha's main weapon is food control. Judy nods, and with a smug grin, Kim tells her to watch what his power can actually do. Judy rolls her eyes, muttering that his embarrassing middle school cringe phase is back, but her jaw instantly hits the floor. Piles of fresh meat, veggies, water, and endless survival gear begin raining from his portal. Everyone is left completely speechless because Kim has basically unlocked infinite food. Jin Sung-ha receives a frantic report that Kim has brought in fresh food, but the arrogant boss is completely unfazed. The messenger stresses that the haul is massive, but Jin Sung-ha remains calm. He knows 2 people in one jeep couldn't possibly carry that much inventory. Figures once that small stash runs dry, they will come begging him for scraps like everyone else. He laughs at how foolish they are for not rationing and hiding their precious haul. But then the messenger drops a bomb. They brought in more food than the entire hospital stock combined, which finally shatters Jin Sung-ha's arrogant composure. Two people gathering that much supply makes zero sense. Their own stash required a massive scouting squad and a heavy truck. Jin Sung-ha realizes these newbies have some broken item duplicating or resizing ability. Either way, that power is the key to their endless supplies, and the hospital needs to recruit them immediately. Jin Sung-ha prepares his mind control drug, ordering Sung Hyun-gyu to get Kim hooked on it. If that fails, they will just eliminate him. But the driver is another problem. Late that night, Kim hands out fresh meals to the starving patients while secretly scouting the crowd. If he can locate his target, his job gets way easier. Earlier, Kim planned how to dismantle Jin Sung-ha's leverage, dump the toxic food, swap in clean supplies, disable the drugged-up superhumans, and capture the boss. Kim also squeezed Young-soo for every bit of intel. Most of the brainwashed metahumans have completely useless combat powers. One can only reseal open cans, while another does laundry automatically. Basically, zero real threats. The lone exception is Sung Hyun-gyu, a terrifying giant. When the apocalypse hit, Sung Hyun-gyu traveled all the way from Ilgiero to protect his hospitalized mother. Ilgiero only knew one detail about his awakened gift: he is freakishly strong. His massive frame towers over everyone, and he built the hospital's defensive wall with his bare hands. Now that the giant was finally meeting Jeong-gyeom alone, our main character felt a bit nervous. Still, he had some serious scores to settle with the big guy, so the timing was actually perfect. Hyun-gu had no idea what this kid wanted, but it didn't matter now. They walked outside to the wall where everything started. There, Hyun-gu cornered Jeong-gyeom with two simple choices: drink the medicine quietly or prepare for a painful death. The giant warned him that running was totally useless. That explained why Hyun-gu chose this lonely, isolated spot. But Jeong-gyeom never even planned on running away. Knowing he would get caught, he chose a sneaky third option instead. He trapped Hyun-gu right where he stood. Furious at his defiance, the giant lunged forward to crush him, but his massive fingers slammed into something solid. Hyun-gu instantly vanished, leaving only a strange portal to the subspace behind. At first, Hyun-gu couldn't even comprehend what he was looking at. Then, he noticed a drone hovering in front of him just a second too late. A heavy, professional bowling ball slammed straight into his stomach, knocking all the wind out of him. Jeong-gyeom briefly wondered if launching a 90-kilometer-per-hour bowling ball was a bit too cruel, but mercy was out of the question. He sent a second ball flying, aiming it right at Hyun-gu's leg. That brutal hit made Hyun-gu groan in pain and completely ruined his balance. When the giant angrily demanded to know what kind of sorcery this was, Jeong-gyeom answered by dropping a massive stack of barbell plates on him. Down, Hyun-gu was warned to stay still. Even with reduced speed, those heavy weights could easily break bones or kill a man, but the stubborn giant refused to give up, grabbing the stack and catching Jeong-gyeom completely off guard. The brute actually started lifting the heavy plates, completely ruining the initial plan. But while he was focused on lifting, he stepped right into a metal trap. Jeong-gyeom apologized for the cramped makeshift cage, promising to release him once everything was finished. For now, Hyun-gu had no choice but to endure this incredibly heavy prison. Jeong-gyeom actually worried he might have overdone it with the giant, but thankfully, Hyun-gu was built like an absolute brick wall and survived. Back inside the building, Gyeol quickly let her brother in. She had heard the loud crash outside and was terrified that he had run into that dangerous giant. He casually confirmed her fears like it was no big deal, pointing outside so she could see where he locked up their biggest threat. Gyeol looked through the window and froze at the sight of the bizarre metal cage. Jeong-gyeom calmly explained that Hyun-gu was now his personal prisoner. With their biggest threat safely locked away, they just needed to wait for Sol to get back. Right on cue, the legendary driver finally rolled up. But the moment Sol came into view, the siblings completely froze. Sol was limping badly, clutching his head, and sweating profusely while groaning from a brutal headache. The symptoms pointed to one terrifying thing: poisoning. Somehow, the enemy had managed to infect him. Sol could only remember distributing food to the survivors and hearing them thank him. That was when Jeong-gyeom spotted a tiny puncture wound on his finger, realizing how the poison entered. An assassin must have pricked him while pretending to be grateful. Sol desperately needed rest and isolation inside the safe subspace. Jeong-gyeom never saw this coming, and he deeply blamed himself for not protecting his loyal friend. Without knowing how this mysterious toxin worked, things could spiral out of control. Finding the evil Sung-guk quickly became their top priority, so they could squeeze a cure out of him. They quickly set up the break room in Sector 1 for quarantine, tightly sealing all doors and windows. But right before Sol could step through the portal, the system blocked an unknown, suspicious energy. Since the subspace acted as its own isolated domain, external energy links were completely blocked from entering. Confused, Sol looked at Jeong-gyeom for guidance, and that is when something miraculous happened. The agonizing pain in Sol's head completely vanished the instant his finger brushed against the portal. To test this theory, they decided to try it on the hospital's most heavily poisoned victim, Hyun-gu. Jeong-gyeom opened a portal directly beneath the giant's feet and dragged him into the subspace by force. Once inside, the toxic energy evaporated. When Jeong-gyeom brought him back out, Hyun-gu looked instantly healthier, his face completely clear as if he just woke up from a great nap. The poison was totally eradicated. Jeong-gyeom realized his pocket dimension did not just block physical strikes, it could completely filter out toxic chemical and mental attacks, too. The very first thing Hyun-gu did after waking up was rush to his sick mother's side. He hugged her tight, apologizing for neglecting her, and told her to rest peacefully while he went to handle some unfinished business. When Jeong-gyeom asked if he would be fine going alone, Hyun-gu confidently nodded. With his massive strength, ordinary attacks could barely scratch him. Still, the memory of being brainwashed by the wicked Sungguk filled him with intense shame. He resolved to settle the score with the mastermind before doing anything else, swearing to wipe out the true cancer of this hospital. Meanwhile, the wicked Sungguk got word that his top pawn had gone completely silent, and it deeply rattled him. As he feared the absolute worst, the last person he ever wanted to see slowly stepped into his private office, Hyun-gu himself. His muscles were tense as he barely held himself back from tearing the evil Sungguk limb from limb. The villain had no idea how the brainwash was broken, but he quickly slapped on a smug smile and begged for mercy. Hyun-gu answered by driving his massive fist straight into the villain's head, putting an end to him. While he finished cleaning up upstairs, Jeong-gyeom and the group discussed how to cure the remaining survivors of their addiction and poisoning. Since they could not tell who was infected, the safest strategy was to have every single person touch the portal. Even those who could barely move just needed a single finger. It would be exhausting, but it was their only guaranteed shot. But just as they braced themselves for a long, grueling night, something totally unexpected happened. Throughout the entire hospital, survivors suddenly felt an immense, dark weight lift from their shoulders. One by one, the brainwashed survivors were instantly cured, snapping out of their haze and regaining their sanity. The group was utterly baffled until Hyun-gu walked back into the room and silently made the situation very clear. The fresh blood splattered across his clothes and hands made it obvious how he had handled that final piece of business. He bowed deeply, thanking Jeong-gyeom for saving everyone in the building. Jeong-gyeom thanked him right back for cutting off the snake's head once and for all. He also apologized for going a bit too hard with those high-speed bowling balls. But luckily, Hyun-gu was so ridiculously tough he only had a few minor bruises. Giant admitted that since the apocalypse started, he had seen monsters and weird anomalies, but heavy iron plates falling from thin air to trap him was on another level entirely. To him, even the worst monsters did not compare to how absolutely terrifying Jeong-gyeom's power felt. When Hyun-gu asked if he planned on settling down at the hospital, our main character looked genuinely surprised. The giant admitted it was pretty selfish to ask after all the heroics, but having him around would make the sanctuary incredibly safe. Jeong-gyeom gently explained that he still had to track down his missing family, so staying was impossible. Hyun-gu understood completely, letting the matter drop while wishing him the best of luck. This led to a conversation about their origins, and since the giant had recently come from Iljero, they asked what the city was like. He was shocked they wanted to go, warning them that the city was completely unreachable. A few hours later, as dawn finally broke, the survivors in the hospital woke up to a genuine sense of hope. Jeong-gyeom did not just leave them with enough food to survive for months, but also provided clothes and essential tools. Former enemies now parted ways as true allies, with Hyun-gu shaking his hand and promising to repay the massive debt someday. With that settled, the group departed the hospital and headed straight toward Iljero. Sol, now completely recovered, was driving like an absolute legend. He brought up the strange wall around the city, guessing it might be some crazy awakened ability. If that was true, Jeong-gyeom hoped they could talk to its creator. Otherwise, they might have to forcefully smash their way through. The night before, Hyun-gu had described what he witnessed while escaping the city. He explained that the massive barrier shot up from the ground like a giant tooth, growing skyscraper tall and making land travel practically impossible. Hyun-gu also shared a creepy detail about the monsters there. Unlike the beasts in Gangnam, this city was crawling with skeletal undead that kept rising even after being smashed to pieces. Walking corpses were everywhere, but even with that nightmare, Jeong-gyeom was not too worried about his sister who was still trapped inside the city. He fully trusted her to survive, even without any awakened powers. Suddenly, while resting inside his safe subspace, Jeong-gyeom received an unexpected call from Ju-kyan, who finally agreed to join their journey now that the hospital's deadly poison crisis was over. When he answers in his typical lazy tone, Hyun-young snaps at him to sit up straight, then mentions their rescued soldier is finally awake. Gi-hyun heads right into his subspace. The soldier immediately thanks him, introducing himself as Colonel Han Yang-ho of the 50th Intelligence Communications Battalion. Hyun-young's top-notch care had him fully healed, but looking around, the man is completely dazed. Sure, the military command center outside looks familiar, but a random logistics center packed with skyscrapers? That makes zero sense. Hyun explains they are relaxing in the PAX logistics staff lounge inside his pocket dimension, while the real car drives through Gangnam. When the colonel struggles to process this, the driver explains it simply they are inside Gi-hyun's overpowered superpower. Getting the picture, Colonel Han politely asks to be dropped off nearby. Gi-hyun assures him they are friendly and just want to help. Colonel Han admits they saved his life, but his military mission is strictly confidential. He absolutely must reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now. Realizing the fate of the country might be on the line, Ji-hyun decides to help. But before letting him go, he hands the colonel banana milk and a sandwich, telling him to eat up and explain later. The starving officer tries to decline, but then Ji-hyun summons hot pizza, fresh waffles, and crispy chicken. Facing an entire buffet, the colonel breaks. He starts talking between bites, explaining how otherworldly monsters suddenly invaded every corner of the earth at once. These were not just beasts, they were giant bugs, killer plants, and even rogue mountains attacking humans, animals, and literally everything else. Absolute chaos. The government quickly gathered awakened humans into special forces, and luckily, their abilities proved highly effective against the invaders. Colonel Han's unit held the line near Gwacheon, keeping things stable until a nightmare appeared. He watched his entire squad get torn apart and eaten by a giant wyvern. Their firearms, explosives, and heavy artillery did absolutely nothing. They begged neighboring squads for backup, but everyone else was fighting for their own survival. Strangely, their communications with headquarters remained open, but command simply ignored their pleas. To save his remaining men from slaughter, Colonel Han ordered a retreat. Fleeing toward the communications center, they were relentlessly hunted by beasts. Desperate for numbers, they tried recruiting newly awakened civilians in the ruins. After days of grueling travel, they reached base camp only to find it completely empty. Searching the dark command rooms, they uncovered documents plotting a coup. A full-scale military rebellion was happening. Trapped by the wyvern, Colonel Han tried desperately to warn the capital. Then, things got even worse. Their new awakened recruits betrayed them, executing the loyal troops. Karma was fast though, since the wyverns quickly ate those traitors. Colonel Han suspected the First Corps had joined the rebels, sabotaging the military. Honestly, executing a military coup during a literal monster apocalypse is peak human nature. Since they are headed toward Yeoljuro anyway, Ji-hyun promises to drop Colonel Han off after crossing the Han River. While the officer happily dines, Ji-hyun tells Mr. Jungsu to step on the gas, just a little. Putting the pieces together, the colonel realizes this mysterious young man must have crossed paths with that deadly wyvern too. He starts wondering how on earth Gi-hyun survived such a beast when he suddenly freezes. A massive ogre is brutally bashing their portal barrier, but Gi-hyun and Mr. Jungsu do not even flinch. The colonel shivers in terror, the crew remains totally relaxed. Suddenly, a massive stack of heavy iron barbells flies out, smashing the ogre like a ragdoll. Talk about a messy cleanup. The colonel watches in disbelief as the monster explodes across the highway, while Ji-hyun and Mr. Jungsu do not even blink, totally used to this casual violence. When Gi-hyun casually summons an entire military jeep out of thin air, the colonel almost chokes on his sandwich. The duo then steps outside, telling their guest to relax. Ji-hyun leaves the portal window open so the officer can watch. Firing heavy iron discs at rapid speeds while summoning armored trucks instantly proves his class is absolutely broken. Ogres used to be catastrophic threats, but Gi-hyun's strategy is hilariously simple: drop a high-speed stack of massive iron plates and flatten them instantly. Fascinated by the absolute carnage, Colonel Han leans forward. He watches the ogre's glowing mana stones get sucked directly into the pocket dimension. He thinks he is hallucinating, but it is real. The portals are launchpad machine guns, dropping heavy plates to kill 4 beasts every single second. The homing discs curve in midair, automatically vacuuming up the dropped mana stones. Seeing this makes it obvious that Gi-hyun's subspace is utterly broken. Eventually, they arrive at Banpo Bridge, only to find the massive concrete structure completely collapsed. Ji-hyun apologizes for the delay while they search for another way across. Sincerely grateful, the colonel decides to take a quick nap inside the safe lounge. Traveling from Gangnam to this bridge in just 1 hour amidst endless monsters is a miracle. Gi-hyun's skills helped, but the real MVP is Mr. Jongsu's driving. He might look like a goofy guy, but his wheel skills are legendary. Watching him drift through the ruins is enough to make anyone dizzy. The first time Colonel Han rode shotgun, he almost puked. He realized staying inside the pocket dimension was the only way to avoid extreme car sickness. By this point, Colonel Han respects Gi Hyun and Mr. Jung-soo immensely. Both are highly capable survivors. After running over more monsters, they spot a shaky, ancient-looking bridge still standing. Mr. Jung-soo thinks they can make the crossing, but Ji Hyun hesitates. He spots some very suspicious figures moving on the opposite side. Squinting, he sees the colossal wall surrounding Yojuro that rumors warned about. It is incredibly massive, definitely blocking any vehicles. But since they cannot tell if it can be broken from here, they need to get closer. Since this bridge leads directly through Yongsan, they can easily drop Colonel Han off. A few quiet, monster-free minutes later, they arrive at his destination. He thanks them profusely for the safe escort. Gi-hyun wishes him the best of luck with his critical mission, and they part ways. Now Gi-hyun refocuses on breaking into Yeoljuro, where his little sister is hopefully waiting. Up close, this massive wall is way taller and tougher than advertised. He wonders if he could just level up enough to swallow the entire wall into his subspace. Right now, that is impossible. He needs about 2 hours of intense grinding, gathering 400 mana stones hourly. Before parting, Colonel Han strongly suggests Gi-hyun and Mr. Jung-soo join the government. They are handing out free mana stones and elite supplies to help early awakened grow. But Gi-hyun politely declines. Family comes first, and besides, he can easily hunt his own stones. Colonel Han is bummed but understands. He adds that if they ever visit headquarters, Gi-hyun might change his mind. They have actual operational helicopters there. And the colonel is right. Too bad headquarters is in absolute chaos, with news that Gwacheon and Anyang have fallen along with the 56th Division. It seemed only the 1st Corps had any actual fighting power left. In all this chaos, nobody knew if the government was even functioning. The surviving soldiers were completely in the dark. The director was lost in gloomy thoughts when a messenger announced a visitor. Colonel Han, commander of the 50th Battalion of the National Communications Agency, had just arrived. He insisted on delivering the message directly to the director, explaining how his entire unit was wiped out and how he barely escaped back to headquarters. Han gave a sharp salute, reporting every painful detail without leaving a single thing out. He ended by handing over documents proving the 1st Corps was planning a massive rebellion, making the director's stomach drop. He had no clue that a betrayal was brewing right under his nose during this chaos. Looking out the window, he saw the guys who helped Han deliver the files. He and the colonel rushed out to thank Jung-gyeom and Jung-soo for serving their country. The director then mentioned his crazy power and his request to trade supplies for a military helicopter. Helicopters were incredibly rare. So, the director agreed, but only if Jang-gyeom officially joined the military. The state desperately needed control, and Jang-gyeom's power was a game changer. Even so, he politely declined, repeating that saving his family was his only priority. With no way to force him, the military had to hold onto the helicopter. Jang-gyeom accepted the decision, wished them luck getting a grip on things, and walked right back to his car. The director stood there annoyed and utterly confused, realizing he had played his cards completely wrong. He assumed the kid would cave eventually, but he had seriously misread Jang-gyeom. Jang-gyeom was not about to give up. If the helicopter deal failed, he would just find another route. Besides, he still needed to check out that fortress wall. Seeing his plan fail, the director swallowed his pride and tapped on Jang-gyeom's car window. He offered a new deal, complete one single mission, and the helicopter was his. Jang-gyeom immediately accepted. Soon after, an entire battalion rolled out in a massive convoy. Right at the front, Jang-gyeom sat calmly sipping juice, talk about ultimate main character energy while heading into battle. The director laid out the details. Months ago, Seoul Station became a shelter for reserve-awakened humans, and they still had contact with survivors trapped inside. The issue was the road. It was completely packed with skeletons. They were not super deadly, but they were incredibly annoying. You had to strike the tiny core right at the bottom right rib to kill them. Miss that? They stand right back up. Jang-gyeom's task was simple: clear a path and save the survivors. Flinging his heavy barbell discs around, he cleared the entire path in seconds. It was basically a joke to him, leaving the watching soldiers completely speechless. An impossible mission they had feared for weeks was solved by one teenager throwing gym equipment. Reaching Seoul Station, the survivors cheered in pure relief as the military loaded them into armored trucks. With everyone safely inside, the director ordered Jang-gyeom and Jung-soo to retreat. Thanks to Jang-gyeom, the skeleton horde could not even touch them. Normal troops got exhausted trying to snipe those tiny rib cores, but Jang-gyeom mowed them down easily. Still, there was one threat he had not run into, yet a rare monster: the legendary Skeleton Knight. The military's absolute rule was to avoid it, believing the beast was completely immortal. Jang-gyeom casually opened a portal to lob a weight plate, but this was no ordinary bonehead. The towering skeleton knight stood firmly in the road, glaring down the entire convoy. To everyone's absolute shock, the monster suddenly started speaking a completely foreign language. Nobody understood the words, but he was clearly trying to deliver a message. He shoved his giant sword into the dirt, crushed a glowing magic stone in his fist, and blew the dust away. Suddenly, he was speaking fluent human tongue, introducing himself as Sir Gawain, one of the Night King's 12 knights. Classic Jang Geum. He did not care about the fancy title, he just wanted that glowing magic stone. Gawain grumbled that getting pelted with random metal was a weird greeting, asking if Jang Geum was supposed to be some kind of mage. He demanded to know why they invaded his territory, lecturing them about manners. Our hero answered by chucking another weight. Gawain sliced it in half instantly, warning that basic tricks would never work. Jang Geum completely ignored the warning and launched a barrage, forcing Gawain to dodge with insane precision. Planting his sword for leverage, the knight charged right in. Annoyed, the knight muttered that humans always chose violence. But Jang Geum did not care at all, summoning 4 massive barbell stacks to end this on his own terms. Gawain batted the first stack away, dodged the second, and chopped the rest out of the air. This flawless defense brought the terrifying monster dangerously close to the trucks. Jungsu began to panic as the monster charged. Jang Geum was just fascinated seeing 500 kilograms of steel sliced like warm butter, though he noticed the knight avoided direct hits. That gave him a brilliant idea. If he could land just one solid hit, it was game over. So he spent 50 magic stones to unlock the tracking delivery skill. To test it, he fired a stack straight at the knight. The steel flew like a rocket, but Gawain laughed at his repetition. He mocked that any mage with only one move was a total fool, then got utterly blindsided. Instead of going straight, the heavy disc curved midair, homing right onto his ribs. The blow connected, but the knight used his heavy armor to tank the impact. Gawain growled that the kid was getting way too cocky, swearing it would not happen again. But before he could even finish his threat, a random bowling ball flew out of nowhere, smashing his face. As he stood up dazed, another heavy ball cracked him in the skull. For the first time in ages, the knight felt genuine terror. That split-second hesitation was all Jang Geum needed, barking out commands from the passenger seat like he was using cheat codes. Left side, back skull, forehead, crown, temple, repeat. Each command summoned another heavy ball, turning the assault into a continuous, hilarious bowling barrage. Though his jaw ached from shouting commands, Jang Geum kept going. Trapped under a literal rain of bowling balls, the proud knight's bones began to splinter. Seeing fractures spiderwebbing across Gawain's chest, Jang Geum ordered the convoy to back up. Meanwhile, the knight's arrogant curses quickly turned into desperate begging as the heavy strikes kept raining down on his head. Jang Geum then ordered a massive multi-directional strike from every side. The combined impact finally shattered the legendary skeleton knight into tiny pieces. Even in defeat, Gawain kept his pride, praising Jang Geum's magic but warning that his kind eternally served the Night King. As his bones crumbled, 3 valuable items dropped: 2 massive blue mana stones and 1 glowing red shard. Jang Geum immediately sucked the loot into his portal, leaving the soldiers completely dumbfounded. They had just watched a kid demolish a legendary monster that could survive tank shells, using only gym weights and bowling gear. In the back, the rescued survivors went wild, chanting Jang Geum's name. The immortal knight was dead, and all their terror instantly vanished. Back at headquarters, the director heard the news in absolute disbelief, since he had explicitly ordered Jang Geum to avoid that monster. Instead of playing it safe, Jang Geum completely ignored the warning and pulled off a spectacular win. The military director wasn't thrilled, but he finally realized just how desperately they needed both Jang Geum and Yong-su. Swallowing his pride, the director practically begged them to sign up. But our protagonist politely refused. His family still came first, even in the middle of an apocalypse. The military brass was left scratching their heads, but the director knew when to back off. He left the invite open, hoping Jang Geum would change his mind once he secured his family. At this point, the army already viewed him as a vital ally they couldn't afford to lose. So, the director focused on keeping his promise and handing over the helicopter Jang Geum had rightfully earned. Jang Geum wasn't thrilled about all these high expectations being dumped on him, but he totally got it. After all, he just soloed a skeleton knight everyone else thought was unkillable. Even so, he knew it was a hair-thin victory. If there had been just one more boss monster on Gawain's level, the whole rescue mission would have failed. To be honest, the rescue almost ended in complete disaster. Worse, Gawain claimed to be one of 12 knights, meaning there were at least 11 more of those overpowered boss monsters roaming around. That parting warning really stuck with Jang Geum. Skeleton knights don't actually die. If the underlings were already this ridiculously dangerous, then the Night King had to be an absolute nightmare. It was time to upgrade his arsenal. His iron pillars barely made a dent. Somehow, Only his heavy bowling ball's cracked armor meant to be indestructible. None of this made sense anymore. Walking up to the helipad, the director asked if Jung-gyeom was truly heading to Yojiro. Even from headquarters roof, those massive, towering walls surrounding the area were impossible to miss. The military had actually sent a team to investigate those bizarre walls, but they went completely silent. Since then, they had flown as many recon missions as possible, confirming there was still active movement deep inside the perimeter. The director hoped his soldiers and maybe Jung-gyeom's family, too, were still holding out safely inside. Jung-gyeom appreciated the positive vibe, though he couldn't help but feel a tiny bit guilty. Honestly, he wasn't worried about his sister. She was way more terrifying than any monster out here anyway. Then, the director shared another weird detail. The top of the wall was actually growing inward, slowly turning the whole place into a giant dome. No one knew when it would seal completely, so he was glad they could hand Jung-gyeom a helicopter before that happened. After a tedious climb, they stepped onto the helipad. Jung-gyeom stared at a completely trashed helicopter, a frown plastered on his face. Was this pile of scraps seriously his grand prize? Well, beggars can't be choosers if it got them over the wall. That was all that mattered. But then, the director gestured toward the other side of the roof. Get ready for this. Sitting right there was a gorgeous, pristine, high-end chopper. Jung-gyeom and Young-soo both froze in absolute shock, making the director smirk with pride. Young-soo immediately burst out laughing from pure hype. Rocking his cool sunglasses and flight jacket, he looked like a total badass. Our main character was completely dumbfounded while the director tried to explain. But Young-soo just cut him off, laughing his head off while thanking him for lending them a literal Black Hawk during a global crisis. He was already itching to take it for a spin. The director jokingly asked if Young-soo had actual pilot training, since they'd been short on pilots anyway. Young-soo quickly set him straight. He had never touched a Black Hawk. In fact, he'd never flown any helicopter, yet he felt entirely confident he could tame this beast. A system alert popped up, offering to register the chopper for just 50 magic stones. Doing so would instantly upload complete piloting mastery straight into his brain, and he eagerly shared the news with everyone. He explained that his best driver skill let him master any vehicle easily, but until this very moment, he assumed it only applied to rides he had already driven before. Now, he'd unlocked a major shortcut. Rather than leveling up the old-fashioned way, his skill evolved with every new vehicle registered. The revelation had him ecstatic, and Jung-gyeom finally realized how his buddy's cheat code actually worked. It made perfect sense. Young-soo's power wasn't growing through traditional training. He was literally collecting rides like Pokemon. Just then, the director pulled a metallic briefcase out of the Black Hawk, popped it open to reveal a massive stack of magic stones, and placed it right before Jung-gyeom. Inside were exactly 200 stones. He had planned to gift them as a parting surprise, but now offered them immediately so Young-soo could register the Black Hawk right on the spot. Both guys thanked him sincerely. Wasting zero time, Young-soo snatched 50 stones and initiated the registration. Instantly, a massive tidal wave of flight knowledge flooded into his brain. His face warped into an absolute maniac grin, giving even Jung-gyeom a sudden wave of chills. Smiling wildly, Young-soo declared he had this giant bird totally figured out and barked at Jung-gyeom to hop in. Incredibly uneasy, our protagonist asked if they could fly a little slower. Young-soo just cackled. Slow was never an option. A tearful Jung-gyeom buckled up, preparing for a terrifying ride. Like a complete madman, Young-soo started hitting switches while muttering to himself, casually telling Jung-gyeom to brace for impact. Realizing he had no choice, our main character decided to focus on his next moves instead. With more of those deadly skeleton knights waiting in the city, he checked his dimensional inventory to count his magic stones. He wanted to upgrade his subspace level, hoping it would unlock a brand new skill. Opening his inventory, he processed 2 massive mana stones and kept 1 enhancement stone. The system converted the giants into 200 regular mana stones, pushing his total to 1,393. Even he was jaw-dropped by that insane wealth. Jung-gyeom instantly dropped 1,000 mana stones to upgrade his subspace to level 3, and the system notified him it would take a few minutes. While waiting, he inspected the glowing enhancement stone. The system noted that these rare items carried highly unique traits. Unlike basic stones, these could trigger an awakening process to grant a selected item a major power boost. His stone carried a fire attribute, giving Jung-gyeom a brilliant idea. The only real headache was choosing the perfect gear, especially since he couldn't predict how wild the upgrade would turn out. He compared his 2 main options, his trusty bowling ball and his metal pillars. Since those skeleton grunts sliced through pillars like butter, and his heavy bowling ball was his only solid weapon, the choice was obvious. Once enhanced, it became a blazing fire bowling ball boasting 2 deadly traits, penetration and ignite. Right on cue, Pax asked if he wished to register this new weapon. Jung-gyeom confirmed. and immediately after, Pax announced their departure time. He tried to calm his racing heart, but before he could take a breath, Young-soo fired up the engines. As the Black Hawk lifted off, his anxiety hit the roof. From the pad below, the director gave a crisp salute, shouting his wishes for Jung-gyeom to find his family safely and return in one piece. Our main character responded with a silent, confident thumbs up. Just then, a chime rang out. His subspace level 3 upgrade was complete. This unlocked fresh item catalogs, major upgrades, and even a temporary bypass to lift single-item shipping weight limits by consuming magic stones. But wait till you see what his newest skill is. His jaw literally hit the floor as if he'd seen a ghost, leaving the director watching from below in complete confusion. After all, he'd just gifted Jung-gyeom 200 mana stones and a literal military helicopter. He had been insanely generous, fully planning to hold that favor over his head later. Seeing that horrified face made him panic. Meanwhile, Jung-gyeom was completely spellbound by the description. The skill was called Subspace Laboratory. It featured an advanced transport function, along with a passive healing effect, allowing him to rest and recover inside his own pocket dimension. More importantly, it let him register external objects directly into his subspace, with costs calculated by size, weight, and value. For Jung-gyeom, this literally changed the entire playing field. Previously, his storage only accepted pre-registered cargo from designated spots like the Logitech Center or the military base. Now, he could snatch up external objects on the fly. Of course, there was a catch. Any new item still had to fit into those two categories, either Logitech Center or military base. Jung-gyeom glanced down at the Black Hawk humming around them and wondered if this counted as military base property. To test his theory, he initiated a registration lock. The system quoted him a price of 107 magic stones. He immediately confirmed the payment. Back on the ground, the director was turning to leave when he suddenly heard the helicopter's engine vanish and reappear. He spins around only to see Jung-gyeom and Jung-soo flying right back. His stomach drops. Did something happen to the Black Hawk? But before he can even panic, a massive portal tears open right in front of him. Out drops a whole Black Hawk helicopter. Then another portal pops open, spitting out a second one. Both land right in front of the utterly shocked director, while Jung-gyeom flashes a smug grin and flies off. The director is completely speechless. He lent the guy one beat-up copter and gets two brand new ones back. Talk about an upgrade. Honestly, the more he tries to understand it, the more terrified he gets. Meanwhile, our main character makes his way into the city. Right ahead of him, a massive fortress is starting to seal itself off like a closing roof. Suddenly, we shift over to a dark, gloomy castle. Inside, a creepy, oppressive aura fills the air. The Skeleton King sits on his massive throne, rattling his jaw as he mutters that there is just one thing he cannot understand. Earth's entry permit is supposed to cap power at Tier 8. Any stronger entity has to nerf themselves to get in, just like he did. So, why would a proud wizard willingly take that massive power cut? Even weirder, that wizard invaded his territory and took down Gwyn. And yes, he is talking about Jung-hyun. Turns out this bony king came from another dimension, and Earth is rated as an A-tier world. He literally nerfed himself just to conquer this place, so he assumes this new guy has the same plan. In his mind, Kim is just another interdimensional wizard who lowered his tier to take over Earth. Right next to him, a purple flame shapes itself into a skull and chimes in. It reveals that Gwyn actually tried talking to the wizard, but got blasted to dust before he could say a word. This guy is clearly way too dangerous, so the floating flame suggests executing him on sight next time. The Skeleton King quietly ponders this advice. He figures they both want the same thing, and this world is not big enough for two kings. Since his harvest is almost complete, he will wrap things up and put an end to this wizard. The flame introduces himself as Lancelot, a knight's spirit operating from afar. Suddenly, Lancelot cuts in with a warning. An intruder is heading straight toward their castle right now. The Skeleton King just shrugs it off as another annoying pest that will die soon anyway. Meanwhile, we cut back to Jung-hyun and Young-soo entering the city when a massive bat monster suddenly ambushes them. But Kim instantly vaporizes the thing with a single throw of his flaming bowling ball. He is genuinely shocked by how much harder it hits compared to his old iron pillars, but Young-soo quickly snaps him out of his thoughts. He warns that landing is going to be pretty rough. Down below, a skeleton knight is locked in battle. Kim looks closer and spots another bony knight, but this one is wielding a massive lance instead of a sword. The skeleton knight channels heavy magic into his weapon, unleashing a devastating strike. That is when his target finally comes into view, a human woman. The instant Kim spots her face, he looks completely dumbfounded. He charges magic right into her fist and unleashes one absolute unit of a punch. That single blow sends the armored skeleton flying backward as she stands tall, completely unbothered. Young-soo nervously points out they might have to fight both of them if they land, but Kim casually drops a bomb. That girl down there is actually his older sister. Dumbstruck, Young-soo asks, which one? And Kim points to the chick who just sent a knight into orbit. Talk about a wild family reunion. As the dust clears, Sol stands there looking incredibly buff. Sol looks pretty annoyed, complaining that her punch felt completely solid, yet the bonehead just won't stay down. Cue Kim explaining his family history, introducing her as his crazy second sister. Back when she was a kid, she caught a martial arts match on television and immediately fell in love. And, lucky for her, she had a built-in sparring partner, her little brother. Every single time she watched a match, poor Kim became her personal punching bag. But stomping her weak brother got boring fast, so Sol took her talents to the playground, thrashing boys, girls, and older kids alike. Realizing she was a tiny prodigy, their dad signed her up for an actual combat gym. That kicked off her martial arts journey, which also led to her very first taste of defeat against her coach. But instead of crying about it, Sol absolutely loved the feeling. She finally had a wall to climb, and her new goal became incredibly simple: defeat her coach. Along the way, she swept multiple jiu-jitsu tournaments, completely dominating the junior division by 7th grade. Her obsession with physical perfection drove her forward, but that passion slowly spiraled into something toxic. Eventually, Sol tore the ligaments in both of her knees. Too stubborn to rest, she rushed her recovery, re-injured herself, and got trapped in a vicious cycle of pain and pride. She finally turned pro at age 24. Honestly, she had the talent years ago, but her own stubbornness kept resetting her progress. Still, once she got in the ring, Sol easily cracked the national top 10. Young-soo is left trembling, but Kim tells him to relax and just bring the chopper down slowly. Still, the poor pilot mutters that even from up here, his sister looks way more like a monster than a human. Down below, the skeleton knight gets back up, pointing his weapon at Sol. He demands to know how she keeps dodging his strikes, and she just shrugs simple, "You are way too slow." The knight snaps back that they are moving at the exact same speed, accusing her of using cheap tricks. Sol just laughs, telling him it is pure martial arts. She is so relaxed about it that the monster is genuinely baffled. He actually praises her talent, saying she could be the ultimate knight if her rank was higher, but Sol could not care less. She complains that all this talk of ranks and skeleton kings is just gibberish to her. Amused, the knight admits he respects her and offers to ask his king to spare her life. Before he can even finish his offer, a blazing bowling ball flies out of nowhere and completely shatters him. Demolished bones rain down around Sol, and the smoking ball gently rolls right to her feet. Sol stares at the ball, utterly confused how this random sports equipment did what her fists could not. Before she can process it, 2 large mana stones and an upgrade stone drop from the pile of bones. The loot gets vacuumed right into a portal controlled by a weird, corn-shaped device. Right on cue, a giant military helicopter slowly descends from the sky. Kim steps out with a massive grin, teasing his sister that she is still out here starting fights. Hearing him call her sister number 2, Sol completely freezes, her jaw dropping in absolute shock. A bit later, they set up a massive feast of pizza, burgers, and fried rice. Ju-young and Kim just sit there in stunned silence, watching Sol absolutely inhale the entire spread. Ju-young finally asks if she is using some cheat ability to get this strong. Sol just mumbles through a mouthful of food that her crazy physical strength is actually completely natural. The barrier apparently only shields her from outside damage. Ju-young watches her stuff, her face, and finally snaps, yelling at her to slow down before she completely chokes. Kim just chuckles, saying it is useless because she has eaten like that since they were kids. The banter softens, and Kim smiles, relieved that all 3 sisters awakened abilities that kept them alive. Now he has only one task left: finding their big brother. Chewing her food, Sol glares at Kim and mutters that his cheat-like powers are honestly just unfair. How can he even do this? Kim just chuckles, promising to explain the long story later. For now, she should just eat and rest. He teaches her how to order supplies using the packs, adding that Young-soo's family is safe in his subspace. He suggests Sol go greet them, but she asks if they are leaving the city. Kim stands up and confirms they must go immediately. The sky is closing fast, and he is not sure if the fortress can shield the entire city. It is extremely dangerous, and they need to collect every mana stone possible before they are locked in. But as he looks up, his stomach drops. The ceiling has already sealed shut, plunging the entire city into pitch blackness. Kim leaps onto his Blackhawk and immediately takes off. Kim hurls 5 roaring fireballs straight at the fortress wall with absolute maximum effort, but nothing happens. No damage, not even a tiny scratch. A cold sweat breaks out on his neck. Since that failed, maybe he could shove this entire city inside his subspace pocket? It is pretty tempting, but way too risky. Stowing something that massive could trigger a total disaster. He already blew his remaining mana stones just to stretch the portal to 19.76 meters, which barely fit the Black Hawk. Now his pockets are empty. Sure, he could go grind skeletons for more loot, but he still has no clue what dragging a whole population into his personal void would do to them. Right then, Sol pipes up from behind, muttering that this is starting to sound like a colossal disaster. She remembers how that skeleton knight claimed he would spare her life. Before kicking the bucket, the bony guy warned her that staying here only buys a bit of time. Kim eagerly asks for more details, but Sol just shrugs. She could not get any real answers since Kim completely shattered the poor guy to pieces. She still has zero clues about how she was supposed to survive. Honestly, the only other thing the knight mentioned was trying to put in a good word with the Skeleton King. Now Kim realizes the only actual path forward is a face-to-face meeting with the Skeleton King. But locating one boss in a sprawling city is a massive headache. Before he can even make a plan, the inner demon lord inside Young-soo suddenly wakes up. With a wide grin, Young-soo boasts that he only needs a quick 5 minutes to pinpoint the king's castle. Sensing immediate danger, Kim screams at him to hold on, but it is too late. The guy is already turning into a demon and cackling like a total maniac. Then he does something totally insane. Brace yourselves. He whips the chopper in a full circle, screaming that he will scan every single inch of this town. The chopper dips, rolls, and cuts wildly through the sky at breakneck speed. Kim clings to his seat for dear life, green and nauseous, while Sol just watches the show with total chill. Meanwhile, we cut over to the Skeleton King's dark castle. Lancelot informs the Skeleton King that Lionel got absolutely vaporized by Kim's fireball. He explains that the knight went down in just one shot, proving their target is stupidly strong. The Skeleton King unleashes a furious roar. His grand harvest was so close to finishing, and now this random pest is messing up his schedule. He swears to tear the intruder apart himself, demanding to know where the guy is hiding. Lancelot simply replies that there is no need to search. The intruder is already heading straight toward them. Hearing this, the boss chuckles darkly. From his window, he watches Kim's chaotic helicopter wobbling closer. At first, he assumes it is some weird spellcaster trick, but squinting closer, he grunts that Kim does not actually look like a wizard. Frankly, the guy looks undead. It is pretty rough when a literal skeleton thinks your vibe is too corpse-like. Either way, the Skeleton King does not care. Mage or zombie, it makes no difference. Anyone disrupting his operations is getting put down. Behind a massive set of doors lies his main chamber, where a swarm of vicious bats cling to the ceiling, waiting to drop on any guests. The giant doors slowly creak open. Kim staggers inside, looking completely pale and exhausted. In a barely audible rasp, he mutters that he is officially done with helicopters forever. That crazy ride left him utterly miserable. Right then, Sol notices a shadow moving behind his back. She bolts forward, screaming his name, but before he can react, a giant fanged bat dives directly at his throat. Sol gets there first and delivers a devastating punch. The bat literally bursts into paste, which finally wakes Kim up from his nauseous fog. He stammers out a thank you, but Sol just tells him to stop being so incredibly formal. Then, her expression changes. Something feels off. Sol scans the dark cavernous hall, her face turning dead serious. She warns him that there are more coming. Kim blinks, looking around, seeing nothing but empty space. But then, countless pairs of crimson eyes begin to spark in the shadows. Kim instantly realizes they are in deep trouble. He quickly commands Jurion to retreat back into the subspace, knowing he cannot protect everyone here. Of course, he forgot that Sol is a total battle maniac who lives for this stuff. A wild smile spreads across her face as the horde swoops down. Now, this is what I am talking about, she says, because one target is just boring. Before Kim can grab her, Sol launches herself right into the dark corridor. She leaps into the air and stomps down, instantly crushing a beast's skull flat. Every single strike is beautifully brutal. Her strikes are unbelievably fast, precise, and heavy. One by one, Sol completely shreds through the pack. She slices, punches, and pulverizes them like she is playing some sort of game. Even when a stray bat sneaks behind her and sinks its teeth into her neck, she does not even flinch. She simply snatches it by the wings, then slams it down so hard it shatters. Soon, the floor is drenched in dark blood, echoed by her maniacal laughter. The remaining bats begin to shudder, completely losing their nerve. Kim watches in total awe, but he is pretty anxious. Sure, Sol is having fun, but she keeps taking some really nasty hits. He steps back into his portal with a clever idea. Safe inside his pocket dimension, Kim starts putting together a bizarre contraption. It is basically a high-voltage bug zapper designed to lure and fry these flying pests. The moment he turns it on, the electrical current lures them in and zaps them to a crisp. Sol spots the machine and glares at Kim. "Is this honestly how you fight?" she asks. "Because it is incredibly lame." Kim points out he is just trying to help, but Sol snaps back for him to stay out of her way since she has this under control. The two keep bickering while the slaughter continues. Kim sighs, telling her fine, but to stop taking dumb risks and stay safe. Outside the hall, Lancelot tells the Skeleton King that the wizard is having a tough time, but he brought backup. He warns that this companion is easily on par with Lancelot himself. He also mentions that the mage employs bizarre gadgets and apparently possesses an infinite supply of gear. That news only irritates the Skeleton King further. This simple cleanup is turning into a total headache. Taking down one wizard was already annoying. Handling another peak-level warrior on top of that is just unfair. After weighing his options, the Skeleton King decides he has to pull out the big guns. Lancelot warns that drawing on additional power might attract unwanted attention from the Chamber of Commerce, but the king brushes it off. Kim is at least an 8th-tier fighter, meaning he matches the king's own rank. Fighting the mage alone was one thing, but dealing with 2 8th-tier combatants is suicide. Realizing he cannot win solo, he decides to initiate a grand summon, lifting his hands to cast an ancient spell. The projection of Lancelot's skull fades away, replaced by 3 reinforced stones hovering in the air. As they spin around the floating symbol, a massive surge of mana gathers for the spell. Meanwhile, inside the pocket subspace, electrical parts and thick copper coils are scattered everywhere. The team is busy constructing a brand new weapon by wrapping wire around a long aluminum rod. They end up with the electric repellent bat, a semi-rare weapon tailor-made for Sol. The second she grips it, her face lights up. The weapon is packed with high voltage, dealing double damage, and after a few test swings, she is totally in love. Stepping back into reality, she thanks Kim and chuckles that his crafting ability is basically a cheat code since he pumps out epic gear in seconds. She declares the bat is ideal for pest control, warning him to keep his hands off this fight because she wants every single kill. As she heads out, she rubs her collarbone. Kim asks if she is injured, but she claims the bite did not hurt earlier, though it is getting pretty itchy now. She also mentions a weird system pop-up saying all corrupt energy was cleansed from her body. That immediately makes Kim sweat. What if she is slowly turning into a vampire? Catching his expression, Sol laughs that if she goes full vampire, he needs to take her out. She has zero desire to play the role of some goth bloodsucker, and they share a brief laugh. Suddenly, we cut back to the Skeleton King, who addresses Kim with heavy sarcasm. He mocks that the famous name Arcane must be embarrassed by Kim's sloppy behavior, accusing him of ruining the harvest and making a mess of his lands. No matter who sent Kim, he has zero right to disrupt this operation. Roaring in absolute fury, the Skeleton King promises to crush him. Kim and Sol swap blank stares, and Kim whispers that this bonehead is talking complete gibberish. That comment completely triggers the Skeleton King. He commands Lancelot to step up and slay both of them immediately. Lancelot finally emerges from the dark, radiating a terrifying pressure. 4 blazing red eyes peer from heavy silver plate armor, and he wields a massive blade designed to cleave through steel. Sol catches sight of him and smiles. She was getting tired of easy targets anyway. She gives Kim a final warning to stay back unless he wants to get hurt. With that, she dashes forward. But before she can swing, Lancelot leaps and hurls his massive blade with pinpoint accuracy to slice her right in two. Sol barely ducks, swinging her electric bat right back. The blast wave rattles the whole room, making Kim feel the shockwave from miles away. But as they clash, she notices something pretty bad. His blade is chipping her bat. Realizing she is outmatched, she leaps back just as Lancelot unleashes a massive slash, snapping her weapon clean in half. Sol looks over at Kim, casually joking that her bat was fine. This tin can knight is just a hacker. Even weaponless, she refuses to back down. Now fully visible, Lancelot looks like an unbeatable final boss. Up high, the Skeleton King brags. He claims this is his strongest knight. Kim starts sweating. Sol almost never praises anyone, so hearing her admit this guy is tough means they are in deep trouble. Keeping his cool, Kim decides to offer her a quick deal. If he helps her take Lancelot down, does he get to keep the magic stone? After all, he is going to waste so many of his own resources crafting her a new weapon. Taking the knight's core is only fair business. Sol shuts him down instantly. No deals, whoever lands the final blow claims the prize. With a smirk, she charges back in. Trying to be a supportive teammate, Kim summons his ignite bowling balls and launches 5 burning shots right at the knight. Lancelot does not even flinch. He draws his blade, slicing through all 5 blazing spheres in one casual swing. Molten magma spills everywhere, but the heavy armor guy does not even slow down. Kim keeps spamming fireballs from every angle, but Lancelot just chops them down like cheap firewood. Our boy Kim is absolutely stunned by this defense. How are these fast, high-damage attacks getting deflected like simple flies? Seizing the distraction, Sol rushes in and throws a massive punch right to his helmet. 0 damage. None. Lancelot retaliates with a deadly slash, and Sol barely ducks before getting decapitated. She follows up with rapid-fire punches to his chest, but it is like hitting solid steel. Kim jumps back in, launching another fire attack. Aiming for the head, this shot sends Lancelot flying backward. But when he stands up, he is completely fine, those glowing eyes locking onto Kim. A cold sweat drops. This feels horribly familiar, just like the nightmare with the black wyvern. Trusting his gut, Kim pulls up his subspace portal and drags Sol inside to safety. Sol is furious, asking why on earth he interrupted her. Kim explains that the vibe out there is way too dangerous. His best attack did absolutely nothing, and that move would have split the Skeleton King himself right in half. Sol finally swallows her pride and admits she cannot take him solo. Outside, Lancelot vanishes in a blink, reappearing right in front of the barrier and slamming his giant sword against the glass. Kim shivers at how fast and strong the guy is, and Sol completely agrees. This over-armored knight is an absolute monster. If they keep playing hero, they are both going to end up dead. Luckily, the barrier absorbs the relentless strikes. Suddenly, Kim notices the knight is standing inches away. Since he is right there is no way he can dodge a point-blank blast. Kim fires 5 fireball shots right at his face, but Lancelot somehow slices through every single one with total ease. This is getting utterly ridiculous. It is not just strength anymore, this knight feels completely unstoppable, and Kim is totally lost. Literally nothing is working. Lancelot slices solid metal bowling balls like they are hot butter. Back on his throne, the Skeleton King is watching this entire struggle, looking completely bored out of his mind. Smirking, he laughs at them for cowering behind the shield, boasting that Lancelot is a 7th-tier warrior. That means he is totally immune to all of Kim's magic tricks. Leaning back, the boss brags about how much bank he spent to summon this guy. He threw his entire fortune just to get Lancelot to Earth, believing it was his only chance to survive these two. But now that he sees how weak they actually are, he is just annoyed. If he knew they were this pathetic, he would not have wasted his budget. Suddenly, he spots something weird. Kim has completely stopped casting magic. Instead, he is just pulling random items out of his portal. The Skeleton King squint stares, and his eyes suddenly light up with greedy excitement. Now, how about a quick shift in plans? While the villain plots, Kim desperately scrolls through his useless skills. Subspace, laboratory, replication, extra-large space, life support, none of these help against an invincible knight. Having no other choice, Kim keeps chucking explosive bowling balls just to buy time, which Lancelot casually chops. Kim is completely cornered, but suddenly, the Skeleton King bursts out laughing and tells Lancelot to stand down. He realizes these two are not actual mages, meaning they might be highly useful later. Lancelot immediately retreats. Leaving his throne, the king strolls over to the portal. He originally assumed they were powerful wizards, but up close, he sees they are just ordinary, squishy humans. What actually catches his eye is Kim's bizarre item duplication trick. Kim plays dumb, prompting the smug villain to start explaining his evil math. He notes that Kim killed 2 of his knights and took their upgraded cores. He reveals those precious stones can only be forged inside Camelot Castle by sacrificing living souls. His original plan was to liquidate the nearby city to harvest enough souls for an endless army. But seeing Kim's magic, he proposes a brand new business partnership instead. With Kim's broken copying ability, they can duplicate these stones and conquer the entire universe together. Kim stays quiet, letting the villain monologue his grand dreams with a classic evil laugh. Suddenly, Kim bursts into a wild mix of tears and laughter, completely throwing the king off guard. Kim wipes his eyes, thanking him for basically solving all of their problems. Before the boss can react, Kim issues a simple command. Pax, put Camelot in the subspace. Boom, it is gone. His majestic fortress is sucked directly into Kim's dimensional storage, leaving the Skeleton King and his army standing in an empty field, completely dumbfounded. The villain looks around, his brain completely short-circuiting. Meanwhile, the giant castle is sitting in Kim's palm like a plastic toy. Sol comments that it looks kind of cute when it is tiny. The boss loses his absolute mind, screaming at them for ruining his life's work. He promises to torture these low-tier humans to death for stealing his real estate. Charging up a dark purple orb of souls, he fires a massive horde of angry green ghosts to shatter the portal. But once the dust clears, our duo is perfectly fine. Safe and cozy, Kim starts scheming. Remembering the name of the overpowered knight, Kim takes a massive gamble and yells Lancelot. In a flash of light, the ultimate bodyguard spawns directly in front of him. But his vibe has changed. The spooky dark aura is replaced by a shiny golden glow. Bowing down, Lancelot pledges loyalty to his new master, and Kim immediately tells him to delete his former boss. The knight complies instantly, delivering one beautiful slash that cuts the Skeleton King right down the middle. No time to react, no defensive stance, just a clean, one-shot kill. With that single strike, the purple core inside the boss shatters into tiny pieces. To seal the deal, Lancelot drives his massive sword through the fallen king's back, finishing him off for good. The tyrant collapses in pieces at his former knight's feet. As his remains crumble into dust, a brilliant golden mana crystal drops onto the floor, shining bright. The system chimes in, confirming the kill. And since Lancelot just handed over the king's dimensional account, everything now belongs to Kim. Opening up this fancy new bank feature, he finds a whopping 3,086 mana stones sitting inside. He is completely stunned. That is an absolute jackpot for one boss fight. Honestly, he has no idea how he is even going to spend all this currency. As he sits there rich, Sol walks up and gently taps his shoulder. She demands 1,000 mana stones if he has any shred of conscience left. After all, she practically saved his life back at the Skeleton King's castle. Did he seriously forget that already? Kim sighs, muttering that 1,000 is highway robbery. He calls her out for acting like a gangster who did all the work, completely forgetting he gave her the weapon to fight Lancelot in the first place. So shouldn't she be paying him back instead? Sol counters that since they saved each other, 500 stones is a fair compromise. Kim smirks if she wants to play that game. Maybe she should start paying rent for living in his subspace for free. Sol blinks in disbelief and calls him cheap. Is he seriously too stingy to hand over 500? Tired of arguing, Kim finally caves and hands his sister the 500 mana stones. Sol grins, pockets the stones, and happily drops the subject. But then her tone turns serious, asking what their next move is. Both freeze as the towering knight, Lancelot, steps right out of Kim's subspace. The massive knight walks toward them, prompting Sol to wonder what on earth Kim plans to do with him. Reaching Kim, Lancelot drops to one knee and addresses him as his lord. He reports that his order has been executed and the Skeleton King is dead. Waiting for his next command, Lancelot stands perfectly still while Kim wonders what to do with him. But honestly, nobody could have predicted what happens next. The terrifying knight is acting like a jungle gym, with Young-Su's little daughter perched on his helmet, playing with his feathers. Lancelot gently sways to keep her happy while Kim, Hu-hee, and Su watch in sheer disbelief. Kim cannot believe one of the scariest legendary knights ended up like a babysitter. In front of Lancelot, Young-Su and his wife can only watch in silence. His wife is absolutely thrilled watching their daughter play, though she apologizes, explaining that the little girl is usually incredibly shy around strangers. Since she is warming up so fast, she laughs and says her daughter must really like Lancelot. Young-Su, on the other hand, looks absolutely devastated, like his entire world has just crumbled. Lancelot gently plays with the girl, calmly stating that serving his lord's close companions is the exact same as serving his master. The mother continues to apologize, worried her daughter is being a nuisance, but Lancelot insists it is no trouble. He tells her he deeply adores children and treats her like his very own. Watching from a short distance away, Kim, Ju-hee, and Young-Su take in the sight. Smiling warmly, Ju-hee says it is hard not to admire someone so incredibly thoughtful. She notes that Lancelot is not just powerful, but amazingly gentle, a truly respectable figure. Kim does not quite agree, letting out a heavy sigh and murmuring that calling Lancelot a person still feels a bit weird. He is an undead skeleton knight, and nobody even knows what lies beneath that thick armor. Still, looking back, Kim admits Lancelot was never truly evil. He was merely bound to the Skeleton King's commands. That king was the real monster here. Now that Lancelot serves Kim and is free from that dark, corrupting influence, Kim can see his genuine loyalty and decides to trust him, at least for the moment. Ju-hee studies Kim closely, asking in a serious tone if he is heading straight to D-Bank City right now. Kim nods, planning to leave immediately because their older brother's new home is located there. Ju-hee's face fills with worry. She points out that she has been watching him closely, and he has been pushing his body non-stop for days without any real rest. Deeply concerned, she warns him that even though she understands his rush, he might collapse from sheer exhaustion. If he falls sick, who will even look after him? Ju-hee insists it is far too late to leave tonight, telling him to sleep now and rescue their brother at sunrise. Kim listens and agrees. He looks over to see Young-Su's daughter still sitting happily on Lancelot's head, while Young-Su desperately tries everything to coax her down, offering to carry her on his own shoulders instead. He proudly offers to be her brave protector, but the little girl just pats Lancelot's helmet and calls her dad totally boring. She wants to play with a real knight, not a fake one. That critical blow clearly stings Young-Su's pride, but he masks it with an awkward, pained smile. His wife joins in on the teasing, joking that she wouldn't choose a fake knight like him either. She would definitely choose the real deal, Lancelot. As everyone bursts out laughing, Kim gets sidetracked by a hilariously intrusive thought. Why on earth is he imagining Lancelot playing with Young-Su's wife? He quickly shakes it off. Watching the heartwarming scene unfold, Kim smiles and decides they will rest tonight, enjoy this short-lived peace, and set off at dawn to rescue their brother. Young-soo ends up carrying his fast-asleep daughter on his shoulders after her long play session with Lancelot. He looks utterly at peace, as if this simple moment is all he needs. Kim gently tells him to take his family to bed. Young-soo nods, heading off with them. Once the room empties out, Sol shoots Kim a mischievous grin. Kim slowly pulls off his shirt, walking over to joke that since everyone is asleep, they can finally get to their real business. Kim just grins back, then asks Lancelot if he needs a place to sleep. Summoning the item, Kim calls out Camelot Castle, and a miniature fortress materializes in his palm. The system announces it is a unique, powerful item named the Palace of the Cursed Knight. It notes that the fortress expands based on how many mana stones he invests, listing 3 core abilities, starting with Blood Sacrifice. This turns livestock into reinforcement stones. Next is Summon a Ghost, utilizing mana crystals to pull spirits from the castle. And finally, Knight Investment. This merges ghosts and reinforcement stones to craft knights as powerful as Lancelot himself. Kim is blown away by how incredibly broken this item is, though he notices its physical size relies on investment. For instance, 500 mana stones build a 500 square foot castle. After calculating, Kim decides on a size to house 12 knights, requiring 300 square feet. He pours in 300 mana stones, and the castle expands. A significantly larger Camelot castle now towers right in front of him. Kim inspects it, feeling a bit unnerved by its dark, eerie atmosphere. He asks Lancelot if this size is enough to hold 12 knights like him. Lancelot calmly shrugs and says he can sleep anywhere. He then jokes that this fortress is as tiny as the Skeleton King's little pee-pee, especially compared to Kim's massive, endless subspace. He adds that once Kim recruits more skeleton knights, they can just chill inside the subspace, leaving Camelot Castle primarily for summoning. Sol can only stare in complete, utter shock. He begins imagining the scale of the Skeleton King's fortress at least 30 times larger than Kim's and wonders about the cost. Lancelot admits he lacks exact numbers, but recalls the Skeleton King burning through tens of thousands of mana stones to construct it. Meanwhile, Kim gets lost in thought. Even after housing something this incredibly massive inside his subspace, nothing weird has happened. Perhaps it is because the castle scales up from a miniature size, but the concept still makes him uneasy. Still, a whole fortress fits inside his mind without a hitch. Shaking it off, he asks Sol why she is still awake instead of sleeping. Sol admits she stayed up intentionally to ask Lancelot a personal question. And right now, with everyone else asleep, is the perfect opportunity. Placing her hands on her hips, Sol confronts Lancelot and gets right to the point. She wants him to teach her his elite swordsmanship. Kim is genuinely surprised if she trains under him, she will become a massive asset to the team. On the flip side, Lancelot seems surprisingly eager. He agrees to train her, but only on one condition. When Sol hit him with her martial arts earlier, he found the style highly intriguing. If she wants his blade techniques, she must teach him her hand-to-hand combat in return. Sol smirks, absolutely loving his attitude. In a teasing tone, she says he is sharper than he looks and boasts that her skills really are top tier. She jokingly calls him a kid, asking if he can even handle her brutal regimen. Observing them, Kim smiles, knowing Sol gets intensely passionate the moment martial arts enter the conversation. She is not just interested in combat, she is fully obsessed. Grinning wide, Sol continues to poke at Lancelot, proposing a quick sparring match to test each other before the real training begins. Exhausted, Kim retires to his room inside Camelot Castle to sleep. Meanwhile, Sol and Lancelot begin their duel, and she has an absolute blast pushing the massive knight to his limits. Later on, the scene shifts to Kim and Young-soo observing from the subspace. Both are taken aback to spot a faction of armed military officers nearby, communicating over radios and actively scouting the territory. Young-soo looks totally lost, asking if everyone else is planning a morning exit. But Kim? His main character senses are tingling. Right on cue, a helicopter roars overhead, heading straight for Kim's subspace. Young-soo points out it looks super familiar, and then it hits Kim why. It is the exact helicopter he gifted to the general. The bird lands, and the general hops out looking absolutely thrilled to see his favorite overpowered ally. Kim just asks if he is doing okay. The general nods, explaining he has been searching for him everywhere. Once the wall around Yuldarok City went down, he knew his favorite cheat code user was responsible. Annoyed, Kim cuts him off. Is this another recruiting pitch? Because the answer is a hard no, family comes first. But the general frantically waves his hands, saying he got it all wrong. He came with a warning. Flying is a terrible idea right now. A bunch of military traitors took over a nearby base and now they control the entire air defense system. If Kim and Young-soo try flying out in a military chopper, they will get blasted right out of the sky. Our boys are completely stunned. The general explains how the rebels hijacked the air defenses. In fact, he sent a scouting team in the first helicopter Kim gave him, and it got completely vaporized mid-air, leaving him with zero clues about their fate. Looking pretty worried, the general reminds Kim of his family rescue mission. If he had actually taken a chopper, he would have been a goner. Kim realizes he dodged a massive bullet and thanks him. The general then points out the missing city wall, guessing Kim beat the Skeleton Knight. But Kim is playing chess here. The next city is under rebel military control, and if they hold that area, they will definitely expand to the others soon. Saving his family is not enough if this threat keeps looming. Plus, with black wyverns wrecking helicopters, things are bad. To keep his brother safe, Kim must head straight to rebel-controlled Donggu City, which means he has to completely wipe out their camp. No hesitation, Kim makes his move and summons the Lord as dark shadows pool from his subspace. The general looks pretty uneasy. Calmly, Kim confirms he did indeed defeat the Skeleton Knight, and he even captured him. Cue the epic entry. The massive knight towers behind Kim with glowing red eyes, a giant sword, and a heavy shield. The general freezes, sensing this monster is 10 times stronger than the last, and now, this terrifying beast obeys Kim. As the general struggles to process this, Kim explains his brother is in Donggu City, right where the enemy camp is. With a smug grin, Kim asks if they should just crush those military forces together. The general is so relieved he is practically tearing up. We cut to a ruined base where goblin soldiers in full military gear are patrolling with rifles. Behind them, caged human hands show they are keeping hostages. A goblin squints at something weird in the distance. Turns out, it is just Lancelot's floating ghost head pulling off a stealth mission. As the guard approaches, Lancelot slips away to keep his cover. While snooping around for intel, he overhears two goblins chatting, though he has no idea what they are saying. Still, he notices their strict military hierarchy. In this army, ranks mean absolute power over subordinates. Having seen enough, the floating ghost head slips away to report. The system reveals this stealthy trick is called Phantom Summon, allowing Kim to summon Camelot ghosts with varying magic costs. In this form, they are completely intangible. They can fly, pass through solid walls, and physical attacks cannot touch them. It costs 1 enhancement stone and 500 magic stones to summon, but once active, they can swap between ghost and knight forms for free. Talk about a handy loophole that makes phantom form perfect for scouting behind enemy lines. A few hours back, the general was going over the map. Lancelot's job is to scout their numbers, anti-air guns, and key defense points so they can craft a solid battle plan, but the skill has a limited range, so they had to sneak closer to the enemy camp first. 2.5 hours later, Lancelot returns to base with his full report. As Lancelot drops the details, Kim is floored. The soldiers became goblins, and over 200 humans are caged as sacrifices. Plus, he overheard 3 critical details. First, they have 9 anti-air guns. Second, reinforcements are coming from Bangkok Dong. Third, the commander is in the East Wing. Lastly, they are waiting for some mysterious person to change the entire world, and Lancelot guarantees this intel is accurate. Everyone is left speechless. The commander knew something was brewing due to high security, but he never imagined they were holding innocent civilians. Kim admits he heard of people joining the rebels willingly, but he cannot fathom why they would cage up innocent civilians like this. He also wonders who this world-changing person is. Lancelot has no clue, but suspects the prisoners are being used to farm something called repulsive force. Apparently, dimensional beings are sorted by hierarchy. Repulsive force comes from this system, basically shielding a higher-ranked being from any lower-ranked attacks. The lower the number, the stronger the force. So, a 9th-rank attack cannot touch an 8th-rank being. It is a crazy cheat code, though not entirely absolute. Kim flashes back to the Skeleton Knight's strikes. The sister asks if they are sacrificing people to boost their rank, and Lancelot confirms she is right. He explains dumb monsters use this shortcut all the time, but since they are in a lower dimension, they must have cut a shady deal with some high-ranking cosmic entity. When asked what kind of deal that is, Lancelot just shakes his head. Absolutely furious, Sol demands they storm the base and wipe these evil bastards out. Kim sighs if only it were that easy. The colonel agrees, though he praises Lancelot's amazing recon work. They know the commander's location and the anti-air coordinates now. Still, the colonel warns that the enemy defenses are insanely tough. If they strike, the enemy will call in the First Legion, starting an all-out war. Since nobody knows their true strength, they must wrap this up before backup arrives. That means waiting for nearby units to send heavy firepower. But as Kim thinks it over, he realizes they do not have that kind of time. Bangkok Dong is his brother's home, and if the enemy moves there next, it is game over. Lancelot is 7th rank, meaning he could theoretically solo the entire base. But the base is massive, and trying to solo it would give the enemy First Legion too much time to back up their allies. Lancelot suggests a simple fix: just summon another knight to handle the guns. Too bad they are completely broke on enhancement stones. Sure, Kim could unsummon Lancelot to call someone else, but that is a lateral move. Besides, swapping Lancelot out just feels wrong. He is his bro now. Kim grumbles about how great it would be to just copy upgrade stones inside his subspace. Hearing this, Lancelot suddenly remembers they actually snatched another enhancement stone after beating the Skeleton King. Our hero gasps, admitting it totally slipped his mind. But after racking his brain, he remembers Lancelot really did grab one. With everyone judging him, Kim quickly apologizes, claiming anyone can forget stuff sometimes. He then asks which hero they should summon next. Lancelot proudly explains that all 12 Knights of Camelot are legendary, skilled, and fiercely loyal, so any pick is a win. Still, one perfect fit stands out: Bedivere. He is a flat-out sniper genius with unmatched aim who specializes in long-range strikes. Kim gets instantly hyped and demands to summon him this second. Meanwhile, the prisoners at the Goblin base are in rough shape. A goblin points at a terrified girl in an orange sweater. She asks if he means her, and he says everyone else looks way too weak except her. He asks if she wants to escape. She hesitates, completely confused, but he quickly whispers it is a test: if she gives him something valuable, he will let her walk free. Just looking at his creepy face, she knows what he wants. Before he can speak, his head is sliced off in a flash. The girl freezes, realizing Lancelot did it right in front of her. Lancelot pops the cage open and immediately moves on. The girl steps out, still trying to process the madness. Suddenly, a massive, flaming bowling ball appears high up in the sky. From a distance, the goblins spot the flying object but cannot tell what it is. One finally realizes it is a bowling ball, which makes absolutely no sense. Before he can move, it rockets down, catching him completely off guard and smashing right into an anti-air cannon. Farther away, another goblin hears the blast with absolutely no clue what just went boom. As fire spreads in the distance, another hand grips a flaming bowling ball. Yes, their newly summoned knight is already chucking bowling balls at the enemy while casually picking his next target. See, Lancelot forgot to mention one tiny detail earlier. Bedivere only has one arm. Kim is totally thrown off. How is a one-armed guy supposed to be a legendary archer? Lancelot explains that Bedivere was indeed an archer, but that was ages ago. While serving the Duke, he lost his arm because a jealous commander could not stand his talent. Bedivere adapted, mastering how to hurl weapons using a leather strap, earning his spot among Camelot's 12 knights. Kim still doubts it, asking if he can really destroy anti-air cannons from that far. Lancelot promises he knows Bedivere's skills inside out from years of fighting together. After checking the base, he is confident this mission only needs the two of them. Cut back to the present, where Bedivere keeps launching flaming bowling balls from afar. Another shot tears through the sky, obliterating yet another anti-air cannon. Since the base is massive, a goblin elsewhere spots the explosion and wonders what is happening. But then he turns around, watching another soldier get slammed and launched into the air by someone. Panicked, he yells to his officer, but is cut off by the sharp slice of a blade. Looking up, he sees Lancelot calmly walking right toward him. Shaking in fear, the goblin stammers that this area is restricted to outsiders. Lancelot stays dead silent, walking forward with terrifying composure while Kim suddenly gets flooded with system alerts. The first alert shows 4 magic stones gained, bringing his total to 2686. Then another 12 pop up, raising it to 2698. Kim stares at the screen, utterly shocked. Thanks to his dimensional account, he does not even have to loot them manually. Everything collects automatically, but this speed is so unreal he doubts his own eyes. Suddenly, 3 more alerts flash 5 stones, then 8, then 5 more, pushing the total to 2788. As Sol and Kim wait for their signal, Kim is left completely baffled. Sol gestures for him to look up, pointing out the likely source of all his notifications. High above, 2 of Bedivere's flaming bowling balls collide midair, creating a spectacular explosion. Blown away by that godlike aim, Kim remembers they promised a signal once the big guns were cleared out. Sol nods, finally understanding Lancelot's immense pride. While they stare in awe, the colonel praises this deadly combo of Lancelot's brilliant tactics and Bedivere's absurd skill. If every single knight is this overpowered, the colonel notes, then special forces are completely obsolete. Sol simply nods along. Still amazed, Kim declares it is time to head out and execute their plan. He cannot help but imagine how unstoppable he will become once all 12 knights assemble, especially since he has barely met any of them. Overhead, the smoke slowly drifts away. Meanwhile, our explosive sniper Bedivere is scratching his head over a map. He blew up all the targets and even sent the flare, but now he cannot make heads or tails of the directions. The map clearly shows the destroyed anti-air guns, a goblin circled in bright red, and an arrow pointing somewhere else entirely. But Bedivere cannot remember where Lancelot told him to go next. Retracing the path does not help, and he still has no clue. Grumbling about the lack of written instructions, he just decides to wing it. Over with Lancelot, he clocks a goblin right in the face, making it shriek, before punching it even harder and sending it flying. Showing zero mercy, Lancelot stomps on the screaming creature. Keeping his boot pressed down, he sighs that holding back is exhausting, so it better talk before he accidentally kills it. He demands to know who told them about this ritual shortcut to rank up using human sacrifices, along with the First Legion's exact strength. The goblin laughs, stunned by how much Lancelot already knows. Finally cracking, the monster whispers the name of the man meant to reshape everything, Tone Giroux. He warns that Giroux is an 8th-class monster, way out of their league. Lancelot stays deadpan, admitting he has never heard of him, then asks what this Tone Giroux wants with the goblins. The goblin tries to talk, but Lancelot shuts him up with a swift kick that sends him spinning away. Landing hard, the creature immediately scrambles to run with whatever strength he has left. Panicking, the commander leaps out a nearby window to escape. He crashes down near some patrolling soldiers, twisting his ankle badly, prompting his men to rush over and check on him. Fighting through the pain, the commander demands they bring his bicycle. As he limps away, he suddenly hears a chilling sound directly behind him. Looking back, he sees Lancelot dropping down, calmly stating there is nowhere to run. Clueless to the danger, the soldiers crowd around their boss, bravely swearing to protect him with their lives. A guard aims his rifle, shouting that they will take care of Lancelot, while another helps their boss limp away. Lancelot notes how effortlessly they throw their lives away, saying it is typical goblin behavior. But one guard barks back, claiming that being a goblin beats being an empty-headed fool like him. Keeping his gun raised, the guard tells Lancelot to drop the attitude. He brags that their main army has 8th-rank powerhouses too, claiming he would have hit that rank if he ate just 10 more. Appalled by their nerve, Lancelot asks if all transformed humans are doing this. Smirking, the guard boasts that he is simply one of the smart ones adapting to this brutal new world. Before he can finish, Lancelot lunges forward and impales the talkative guard through the neck, coldly noting that this makes filtering out the trash much easier. Glancing back, the fleeing boss watches Bloodgeyser into the air. Lancelot flicks his bloodied blade clean, locking eyes with his next target. With doom closing in, the commander keeps running, but looking up, he freezes. There is a chopper hovering right overhead, completely clueless that the anti-air defense is wiped out. Inside are Kim and Young. Young wants to land, but a motion-sick Kim warns him it is way too risky, suggesting they use the subspace instead. Meanwhile, the commander realizes the government forces are attacking. In a fit of dark aura, he straight up deletes one of his own guys. Observing from afar, Lancelot is totally disgusted by how vile this goblin is. Kim leaps out of the chopper and books it. Straight to Lancelot, but as he glances back, he is absolutely horrified. The commander grabs his dead ally's magic stones and literally eats them. Lancelot curses him out, calling him a bastard who forced his way to 8th rank using cheap tricks. The commander mutates into a massive, long-haired monster. He turns around with blazing red eyes of pure fury. Kim can only watch, wondering if this guy really threw away his humanity for rank 8th. Lancelot scoffs, calling it a rushed, cheap shortcut. Blinded by rage, the giant mutated goblin roars and charges at them, but Kim is chilling, calmly asking Lancelot what rank he actually is. Our knight replies he is 7th rank and tells Kim not to worry. Bedivere has got this covered. Up on the roof, Bedivere readies his weapon and prepares another signature flaming bowling ball. He is glad he trusted his gut to find this spot. Boom! The mutated goblin explodes into blood, and Kim gains 322 magic stones, raising his total to 3,542. Shortly after, government troops roll in. The chief of operations admits that, thanks to these knights, clearing out enemies and rescuing civilians is going way faster. Hearing, the goblin leader's lifeless body lies there, leaving the operations chief speechless. Kim asks Lancelot if he extracted any other intel. Lancelot apologizes, admitting the only useful thing he learned was the name of some high-ranking entity named Tornify. He has never heard that name before. Kim agrees, everything is still a mystery. Luckily, the operations chief suggests digging through the building's records for clues. Lancelot points to the shattered 4th-floor windows, noting the commander stayed there. That place is loaded with paperwork. The chief offers his thanks, but Kim cuts him off to ask if the PX system can just scan and store everything. The system says yes, instantly tallying the files and calculating the fee. The verdict? 5,086 documents for 120 magic stones. Kim says, "Do it." Our operations chief thinks that is overkill, but Kim explains the PX is faster, and he must find his family immediately. Suddenly, the system warns that one military file is incompatible and marks it as compatible instead. Highly confused, Kim wonders what the system means by that. He picks up the weird document to read it. Turns out, it is a registration form for dimensional beings. Lancelot explains this document can actually boost a person's rank. Comparing the two papers, Kim spots a heavily damaged one. Lancelot notes the clean sheet is the official registration, while the ruined one is a sketchy shortcut. He adds those soldiers likely turned into goblins because they botched the registration. To register properly, you apparently need a mountain of magic stones and an official dimensional account. Since Earth is just starting this whole cosmic process, nobody else even qualifies except Kim. He's the only one who beat an 8th rank monster and has a dimensional account. Kim and the Colonel can barely keep up with this lore dump, but Lancelot urges him on, saying that even if this document feels sketchy, Kim must sign up, since he meets the criteria. This totally catches Kim off guard, but Lancelot promises that the official form won't turn him into a green monster. Plus, dimensional registration automatically translates itself to fit any local world. That is why Kim can read the clean text perfectly. He scans the fine print and notices the fee is just 1,000 magic stones. Without wasting a single second, he signs his name. The system dings, confirming his registration is complete and leaving him with 2,422 magic stones. Instantly, the paper glows and crumbles into stardust. Kim jokes, "Where was he even supposed to mail this thing?" Outside, someone rolls up on a motorcycle, shouting for the commander and apologizing for being so late. He complains that carrying a heavy load delayed him, but looking around, he is absolutely stunned by the slaughtered goblins. Up on the rooftop, Bedivere watches with keen interest, wondering if that motorcycle counts as a mechanical horse. Back inside, the scan recovers the contract plus a whopping 40,728 pages of classified military documents. Kim tells the Colonel he is too worried about his family to sit around reading files. He is leaving to search for them now. The chief can handle the review, and Kim promises to return and assist the government once his family is safe. The Colonel thanks him and wishes them luck. Stepping out, Kim tells Lancelot they must slip into the city carefully, so the rebels do not mistake them for government troops. But word on the street is that Dabongo is totally under rebel control, making it too dangerous for young Su to drive. Kim decides to take the wheel instead. He figures the smartest move is using regular civilian vehicles to blend in. But then a hilarious reality check hits. They look inside the subspace inventory and find nothing but heavy military rides, completely ruining their stealth plan. Kim wonders how they will get around this, insisting there must be a normal car parked somewhere. He decides they should scour the area until they spot something usable. Heading downstairs, "Phew!" Right there is Bedivere, sitting on the dead goblin's bike like a natural-born biker. Kim just stares, asking why on earth he is on a motorcycle. Bedivere proudly replies he assumed it was a mechanical horse. Pointing to the corpse, he explains that Monster was riding this fine modern steed. It looked fun, so he figured out how to drive it in seconds. Shaking off his shock, Kim realizes this is the commander's bike and gets a brilliant idea. Checking the system, he finds storing the bike as a military item costs a measly 22 magic stones. With over 2,400 stones left, he hits approve immediately. Somewhere down the road, a group of armed goblins spots a strange silhouette approaching. One of them, casually puffing on a cigarette, squints and asks what the hell that is. As it draws closer, they realize it is just a motorcycle and lower their guard. One asks if someone was scheduled to visit, but the leader says he heard nothing and orders them to raise their weapons anyway. They scream at the rider to stop and identify himself. Another barks that unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden. But before they can even aim, a flaming bowling ball slams straight into one of their faces. He drops dead instantly, leaving behind nothing but a floating, lit cigarette. Talk about a bad day to pick up smoking if you are a goblin. The surviving goblin stares at his partner's corpse, whipping around in absolute panic. While riding passenger, Lancelot draws his blade, making these next few seconds the goblin's absolute last. Moving with zero hesitation, he slices the creature's neck with a beautifully clean strike. With that settled, the trio cruises off on 2 motorcycles. Kim and Lancelot share one, while Bedivere speed demons on the other. A random goblin watching from afar mutters that he has never seen humans ride bikes like absolute maniacs before. Before long, they arrive at their destination and park. This apartment complex should be exactly where Kim's older brother lives. Up on the 14th floor, Kim knocks frantically on door 1405. He calls out for his brother, asking if anyone is home. He keeps knocking, but only heavy silence answers back. Panic setting in, Kim tries the handle and finds it unlocked. The apartment is totally trashed, though wedding photos of his brother and new sister-in-law still hang on the wall. There are even bullet holes in the TV. Kim pauses at the door, calling for his family once more, but gets no response. Sensing his master's distress, Lancelot asks to lead the way, staying true to his duty as Kim's loyal protector. They head inside. Instantly, Kim gets a weird vibe. There are no signs of a struggle or an attack here. It looks like everyone just packed up in a massive hurry and booked. While hunting for clues, he spots a letter left on the bed and starts reading. Turns out, his brother wrote it for Kim or their sisters. Apparently, his phone completely died, so he left this note just in case family came looking. The brother writes that they are heading to Uijeongbu, though he has no idea if it is actually safe. Luckily, the family of his wife lives right around there. He doesn't know when they will find Pages taking them away. Pages dictate play. Pages tabermated. Pages to send vermoutovering. Pages them taking them out of the Waside. Rogue soldier. As Kim reads, Bedivere and Lancelot finish sweep searching the place and report nothing else is out of order. The letter warns that these abductions are completely random. Men, women, and even little kids. It is an absolute nightmare out there, but he hopes they will all get through this alive, telling Kim to survive. Reading those words finally gives Kim a bit of peace. He figures the family of his brother likely escaped right before the First Legion took over the neighborhood. Kim calls Bedivere over, hands him the note, and tells him to show his sisters inside the subspace. Still, he has no clue. No date, nothing. If the Legion already locked down this area, the next hiding spot of his brother might be next. He turns to Lancelot and says they need to roll out immediately, adding that he is driving. Lancelot nods but asks if he is sure. He is worried Kim has some driving phobia and offers to take the wheel instead. Before they can even step out, a helicopter hovers outside the window with a massive turret locked on them. A goblin pilot radios in that he spotted an intruder and a skeleton, and is ready to blast them. The turret absolutely unloads on them until it completely runs out of ammo. Total chaos. For a hot second, it honestly looks like Kim and Lancelot got vaporized, but when the smoke clears, Kim is standing there completely fine, though he admits that hurt way more than expected. Joking that his driving phobia is officially confirmed, he orders Pax to stash the Black Hawk in the warehouse, noting its weapons are basically just for show. The system pings that it will cost 141 mana stones. Meanwhile, the goblin pilot is losing his mind, screaming to know who they are because surviving that barrage is literally impossible. He even asks if they are rank 8. Suddenly, the entire helicopter just vanishes into the subspace of Kim. The pilot starts screaming as he realizes he is falling from the sky. Kim yells to Lancelot that they have to move now. Cue the goblin screaming all the way down until he goes splat. Game over. Kim never expected these green guys to be flying a whole Black Hawk. All he can do now is pray his brother is safe. Meanwhile, nearby, a group of goblins are chatting about the promised rewards of the High Priest. Apparently, the payout depends on how many human offerings they gather, and time is ticking. One goblin grumbles that there is only one building left standing in the area, wondering if they seriously need to keep working themselves to death over it. He notes another squad already grabbed 300 offerings. His buddy scratches his head, admitting that unless you are rank 8, taking down that specific building is going to be tough. The goblin lieutenant snaps at them, yelling that they should have called for backup or found another way. He scolds them for risking their skins while still falling way behind, declaring he is taking charge himself and ordering them to double their efforts. The minion obeys, and the lieutenant turns to another goblin, asking if he heard the order before telling him to go smash the building. The giant goblin just growls in response. No words. The mutant charges toward the building but suddenly screeches to a halt when he notices something very weird, speeding right at them. The mutant and every nearby goblin freeze, staring at the incoming figures. The lieutenant hears some distant yelling but cannot make out the words, totally baffled by what is approaching. As they get close, Kim roars at the filthy monsters to clear out because this is his home. Right behind him, Lancelot draws his blade, ready to do what he does best. In a flash, he slices through the goblins before they can even blink. At the exact same time, Bedivere chucks a flaming bowling ball right at the mutant goblin, crushing its skull with one massive hit. With the pests cleared out, the building is safe. Finally, its sign reads Jungyan Tool Shop, meaning this is the family place of Kim. Inside, a few terrified people peek through a hole in the wall, nervously watching. Someone asks if things are really as bad as they look. Another calls out to Father, asking why he is hesitating. Sitting in his chair and watching, Father calmly tells them not to worry. He explains that Kim just rode in on a motorcycle flanked by skeletons. Absolute madness. This triggers a quick flashback as Father thinks back to his younger years. His mother always told him that both good and bad things originate from people, an idea that stuck with him forever. After everything he lived through, he realized she was absolutely right. Even when his business went under, he got back up because of the loving people who supported him. That is why he raised his kids to value kindness. Watching them grow into strong adults felt like a beautiful dream. We even see Kim getting totally destroyed by his sister in a video game, while father talks about his ultimate dream of building a massive house for the entire family. To make that happen, he started studying civil construction, despite it being incredibly hard and foreign to him. The financial side made the dream feel nearly impossible, but his kids grew up wonderfully, with his oldest son getting married. His oldest daughter became a nurse, his youngest was an athlete, and his youngest son just finished his military service. Their future was bright, until monsters suddenly ruined everything. Luckily, running a tool shop helped him survive that first wave of attacks. He fought back using hammers and random tools, but survival was brutal, especially with food and water running dry. He often pretended he was full just so his wife could eat their tiny rations. To make matters worse, neighbors raided for food, monsters prowled outside, and they had to hide in absolute silence. In the middle of that madness, the first people to reach their safe house were the in-laws of his eldest son, followed quickly by his son and daughter-in-law. Seeing the face of his son covered in blood and tears, he instantly knew how much they had suffered. All he could do was hold him tight and weep silently. Then, his daughter-in-law awakened a power to summon water, solving their biggest crisis. But soon after, he watched human soldiers mutate into goblins and begin roaming the streets. Those mutated monsters started kidnapping civilians of all ages, completely isolating the family. It was pure madness. The very protectors they trusted were now dragging people away. Through all the chaos, he just kept praying his kids would stay safe. Eventually, a system screen popped up in front of him, and he awakened a power of his own. The system dubbed him an architect, granting him master-tier building skills to construct whatever he wanted. He still has no idea how his long-lost dream of building suddenly became reality. None at all. Using his fresh power, he immediately started reinforcing the tool shop. Between the water of his daughter-in-law and his legendary building skills, they managed to stay alive. Even armed goblins found it nearly impossible to breach their heavily fortified fortress. Peeking through the wall, he saw that the enemy had been camped outside since yesterday, bringing a massive mutant beast with them. This time, they clearly planned on leveling the safe house, but he had already prepared for the worst. Resting in his chair, he called his eldest son over, ordering him to gather everyone and escape through the hidden tunnel. His son hesitates, asking what will happen to his dad. Father explains the tunnel is for exactly this kind of emergency, and while the other side is not guaranteed to be safe, it is far better than staying here to die. His worried wife asks if he plans on staying behind alone. He just gives her a reassuring smile and promises to follow as soon as everyone is out safe. An eerie sound outside makes him freeze and listen before taking a peek. He frantically orders everyone to speed up, because the goblins are closing in and time is running out. But as he peers through a crack, he goes totally quiet. Everyone whispers in fear, asking if the situation is really that bad. Still in utter shock, he slowly turns around and tells them that it is actually not what they think. It is just Kim, standing right outside. He explains that Kim rode in on a motorcycle with a straight-up skeleton beside him. Outside, Kim, Lancelot, and Bedivere walk toward the heavily barricaded tool shop. Kim points at the building and notes that this is his home. He sighs and quietly admits that none of this shelter matters if his family did not survive. But a split second later, the handle of the door begins to turn right in front of him, catching him off guard. When he sees who is on the other side, he freezes. His father steps forward in pure disbelief, asking if it is really Kim. Just like that, Kim realizes the family he spent forever searching for is right here. He immediately breaks down crying and runs forward like a little kid, finally wrapping his arms around his dad. But the sweet moment is instantly cut short as his father and brothers stare past him in absolute terror. Kim glances back and tells them not to worry, because those spooky guys are actually allies. Then he drops a major surprise, using his dimensional power to summon a massive subspace portal right in front of them. Inside, his two sisters are safe and sound, happily eating a massive feast. Just seeing them alive makes everyone burst into tears of pure relief, and the girls start sobbing right along with them. Inside the subspace, the reunited family sits down to enjoy a proper meal together for the first time in forever. For the parents, this is incredibly emotional. But the second mom tastes the food, she is utterly stunned. She always took pride in her culinary skills, but this grilled mackerel is out of this world. She looks at Julian's wife and asks if she is a professional chef. With a gentle smile, the wife thanks her for the kind words. The mother jokingly declares that she cannot let herself be outdone after such an amazing meal. Determined to make an equally incredible dessert, she carefully layers thin slices of green grapes over whipped cream on top of a delicious cheesecake. Once it is finished, she proudly presents it as Mom's signature green grape tiramisu with whipped cream. Julian's wife takes a single bite and is absolutely blown away by the incredible flavor. She eagerly asks how the mother created such a masterpiece, and everyone else enthusiastically agrees after taking a bite. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the subspace, Jinwoo's father-in-law is busy hammering away at Lancelot's heavy armor. The old man asks the knight his name, and Lancelot introduces himself. But before he can even finish, the old man abruptly cuts in, asking if he knows how to play Yengi. Lancelot just blinks in complete confusion. Confused, Lancelot repeats the word, totally misunderstanding what it means. He starts explaining how folks in his homeland dissected monsters, so he has plenty of experience dealing with various organs. The old man cuts him off again, wondering what kind of nonsense the knight is talking about. Holding up a shiny reinforcement stone, he grumbles that Lancelot obviously does not know the game, so he should grab a chair and learn. The reinforcement stone that Jinwoo was holding is handed over to Kim. Curious, Kim asks where his brother even found something like this. The system quickly scans it as a D-rank stone with penetration and explosive traits. His brother explains that he found it after watching a rhino-like monster duel a griffin. The griffin tore off a massive chunk of its prey and flew off, leaving this precious stone behind in the messy remains. Handing it over, he says Kim will likely need it much more. Kim gratefully accepts the gift, promising to put it to good use. He then offers to repay them by reminding everyone that if they ever need any furniture or gear, they just have to ask. He also tells his sister-in-law's family to make themselves completely at home. Jinwoo is deeply touched that Kim is looking out for his in-laws, marveling at how much he has grown since his army days. Laughing, Jinwoo recalls how Kim used to sob whenever Suho hit him as a kid, and Kim chuckles, admitting he would still cry today. Jinwoo jokes that the single best perk of being older than Suho is not getting beat up by her. After thanking Kim sincerely, Jinwoo says he is going to head over and check on his in-laws. When Kim spots a prominent scar on his brother's face, Jinwoo explains they survived this apocalypse solely because of their father's power and his wife's ability. Kim realizes how brutal it must have been, just as someone quietly approaches him from behind. Turning around, he finds his father smiling. His dad explains he is not only thrilled they all survived, but also deeply grateful for Kim's unique powers, which finally gave them a safe place to rest and eat. His father adds that life's ups and downs only truly matter when you have people to share them with. Kim nods, fully agreeing. He knows that no matter how incredibly overpowered his abilities are, he never could have survived this brutal world completely on his own. That reality really sank in when he guided survivors through a terrifying tunnel packed with wyverns. Suho had wisely reminded him that even awakened individuals have to struggle through the exact same harsh reality as normal folks. That was the moment Kim truly understood why people lean on one another. Everyone desperately wants their loved ones to survive, hoping some kind stranger would do the same for them, especially in a dark world where compassion is everything. Smiling, Kim notes that they are all just human. Everyone hurts, and everyone is terrified of dying. That is why people have to look out for each other, because otherwise, this broken world would be far too cruel. Kim looks up at his father, asking if he agrees. His dad smiles warmly and says he could not possibly be more proud to call him his son. Kim smiles right back, deeply grateful to have such an amazing father, gently tells his dad to get some well-deserved rest because he has to set out again very soon. His father bids him to stay safe, and Kim jokingly boasts that he could not get hurt now even if he tried. Back at headquarters, the commander struggles through a massive pile of paperwork, feeling a bit of relief after finally finishing about half of it. He thanks the hard-working soldiers assisting him and tells them to take a quick break. One soldier jokes that all this heavy reading is making his eyeballs melt, but right then, an officer bursts in with urgent news. Apparently, a literal skeletal knight riding a motorcycle and calling himself Bedivere just dropped off a message. Kim is already heading straight for Payu. The colonel frowns, deeply confused, but the commander freezes as the terrifying reality hits him. He remembers the First Corps is stationed right there. Panic sets in as he realizes Kim intends to face that monster alone. Talk about an absolute death wish. As the sun sets, Kim and his crew ride out toward the battlefield. Cruising on his motorcycle, Kim casually remarks on how nice the weather is, while inside the subspace, Sol is wearing boxing gloves and counting out loud to 19. She is laser-focused as she trains non-stop, fiercely hammering a heavy punching bag as if it were a mortal enemy. Twisting her body smoothly, she channels all her strength into a brutal high kick that slams into the bag. Without pausing, she unleashes a final, devastating punch that completely shreds the bag, sending leather pieces flying everywhere. It turns out 19 is the total number of punching bags she has already destroyed. Highly annoyed, she yells at Pax to hurry up and bring another one, complaining that he is way too slow. Watching nearby with a controller in hand, Ju-young smiles while Pax grumbles that Kim locked the supply speed. The boys keep playing their game, with one asking why Sol is so incredibly angry. She snaps that Kim refuses to let her leave the safety of the subspace to fight. Even though he knows she has fully awakened, Kim still insists that weapons, combat vehicles, and the outside world are far too dangerous. In protest, Sol demanded punching bags to train with. and she has been smashing them non-stop ever since. While playing Overcooked, Ju-young brings up her newly awakened abilities. He agrees the outside world is dangerous and wonders why she is so eager to run into danger, before shrugging because, well, that is classic Seoul. Gwen chimes in, mentioning that she heard Kim bring up a nasty scar on Ju-young's face. He touches his cheek and laughs it off as nothing, but as he hears a faint buzzing and traces the area with his fingers, something feels off. Startled, he realizes the deep scar has completely vanished as if it never existed. Gwen teases him that the injury was barely noticeable, even if the bruise originally looked pretty dramatic. Still completely stunned, Ju-young insists the injury was major and that the scar was definitely there yesterday. Smirking, Gwen tells him to stop playing the victim, recalling how absolutely terrified she was back at the hospital. He vividly remembers a sinister chief of medicine named Jin Song-hak, who used his mental powers to brainwash the entire staff. The memory still makes her blood boil, and she admits she had to watch her every step out of fear he would control her mind, too. Right then, Jin Seong-hak's wife calls out that dinner is ready. Gwen instantly drops his controller like it is radioactive and bolts for the food, leaving his gaming buddy completely in the dust. As the mom calls everyone over, she catches some hilarious roleplay nearby. One voice claims to be the Supreme Devil, while another proudly declares she is Kim Yeong-gyeom, the magical girl who will defeat him. Turns out it is just the dad, Ju-won, messing around with his little daughter. They finally pause their epic battle and head over when mom announces that delicious kimchi stew and black rice are already on the table. She tells them to start eating and says she will join shortly. But when she asks where grandpa is, the dad admits the old man probably is not ready to eat. Spotting the grandpa sitting with his back turned, she wonders why he is ignoring dinner. Turns out, the old guy is completely hooked on a board game. He has never seen anything like it, and Lancelot's skills have him deeply impressed. For someone with zero experience, Lancelot is ridiculously good at this. No matter how hard Grandpa tries, he cannot find a single flaw in Lancelot's strategy, making him resolve to ask for some pointers the moment the knight returns. He is just blown away by how genius every single move is. Meanwhile, back on the actual battlefield, a column of enemy tanks rolls toward their target before suddenly halting to fire a massive volley ahead. A second round slams down, triggering a massive explosion. But out of the smoke, a brilliant blue glow lights up the area. That is Junggu's personal subspace, which just absorbed the entire impact. He immediately fires back, unleashing a barrage of rare-grade missiles. The system highlights their insane armor penetration and devastating explosive power. The rockets slam directly into the tanks, wiping them out in seconds. As the enemy armor vaporizes, Junggu notes he is glad he avoided heavy explosives earlier, ensuring no innocent civilians got caught in the crossfire. Lancelot had already reported that the enemy split their forces between hostages and their main base. Following that plan, the knight is handling the rescue mission completely on his own. That leaves Junggu to obliterate the main rebel stronghold. Since there are 0 hostages there, he does not have to hold back. Luckily, he has an upgraded Black Hawk helicopter armed to the teeth. Utilizing his subspace lab and the enhancement stone from his older brother, our main character upgraded every single component of the chopper. He also finally upgrades the PAX deployment system he has been neglecting. The range jumps to 100 meters, and speed hits 300 kilometers per hour. It was already lethal, but now it is downright terrifying. Inside his pocket dimension, Junggu checks the stats. These missiles are already beastly, but they can still be upgraded further. With this firepower, farming magic stones is going to be incredibly easy. But then he notices that reaching level 4 requires 10,000 magic stones. By his calculations, he should have around 2,000 by now, but the screen displays only 1890. Something is definitely off. The system helpfully explains that 45% goes to Tonitia of the Mexico dimension as a platform fee. To make matters worse, another 25% is automatically skimmed off for Priest Bongsu. That catches our main character off guard. Both names sound incredibly familiar. Then, it clicks. He remembers Lancelot mentioning that the goblins had contacted a powerful high-ranking entity named Fukuoka. As the pieces of the puzzle fall into place, Lancelot suddenly appears right in front of him. Addressing Junggu as his lord, the knight reports that he and Bedivere have successfully destroyed all the enemy fields. Bedivere stayed behind to help the captives escape. When Lancelot asks if he is hurt, Junggu thanks him and says he is perfectly fine. Junggu then brings up Lancelot's mention of Tanjiro contacting the rebels. When Lancelot confirms it, our main character explains that Tanjiro and Priest Bongsu are actively stealing his hard-earned magic stones. He also asks about the mysterious Mexico dimension. Lancelot explains it is likely the name of Tanjiro's world or civilization, just like their own home is known as the Earth dimension. He adds that Priest Bongsu has been sacrificing humans to other dimensions, proving that a traitor is always worse than a common enemy. Meanwhile, a mutant goblin stares at a system screen displaying a very familiar alert message. Fiddling with his screen, the goblin mutters that this is completely insane. He cannot wrap his mind around how magic stones are being deposited into their dimensional account at such a ridiculous speed. Recalling those massive explosions from earlier, he stands beside a creepy sacrificial altar, desperately wondering where on earth that kind of terrifying firepower could have possibly come from. He heard no helicopters, jets, or gunshots. As a bright light streaks toward him, he grumbles that not a single soldier has reported back. That light is Jang Geum's missile, blasting straight through the goblin before he can even react. As the monster crashes backward, our hero arrives and addresses him by name, Priest Bongsu. Coming up to the altar with Lancelot, our out-of-breath protagonist jokingly remarks that those stairs almost finished him off. But then he stood up, wondering who this Bongsu guy was, and asking if he led the entire legion. Meanwhile, the goblin just lay there with a smoking hole through his body. As the monster writhes in pain, the surrounding smoke weirdly starts to help him instead of hurting. His wounds seal right up. Yeong-gyeom stares in absolute shock. What is going on? Lancelot warns him that the goblin is regenerating. The goblin stands back up. Lancelot mentions that creepy dark red smoke swirling all over the camp. Our main character stands stunned. Is this actually possible? Fully healed now, the smug goblin grins and flexes his razor-sharp claws. He screams out, "This is way more fun than expected." A weak human standing before him, backed by a loyal skeletal knight who actually obeys him. Yeong-gyeom is just as surprised. He didn't know these pests could speak. The mutant goblin chuckles. "You must have met my soldiers. They forced magic stones down their own throats to turn themselves into absolute monsters. Talk about side effects from grabbing power before their bodies are ready. I gave them basic rules," the goblin sighs, but greed made them ignore everything. He figures, since Yeong-gyeom has a dimensional account, he must be an 8th level hierarchy user. He wonders who is backing the kid, then lays out a simple deal: pack up, stop wrecking my place, and leave. If you do, I won't crush you. Incredibly full of himself, the goblin boasts that they already know they can't kill him. In fact, he claims he could slaughter both Yeong-gyeom and Lancelot whenever he pleases. The only reason he hasn't is because it might scratch his paint. To him, this fight is just a waste of time. But Lancelot snaps right back, "You couldn't kill us, even if you tried. You can't even scratch us, so go ahead and try." Meanwhile, Yeong-gyeom is quietly analyzing this sudden peace offer. Is this ugly goblin actually immortal? If there's a trick to it, it has to be that bizarre smoke. Yeong-gyeom studies the crimson mist, realizing it might be fueled by the poor souls sacrificed here. He remembers Lancelot warning him about this earlier, though he'd never actually seen it himself. If he had, maybe he would have cracked the secret by now. Suddenly, a low hum vibrates through the air as dark red smoke swirls overhead. He looks up, thoroughly confused about why the clouds are gathering like this. The entire sky is dyed a deep, ominous red, looking straight out of an apocalypse. As Yeong-gyeom stares up, his eyes suddenly go wide, and his whole body starts to shudder. A massive sphere materializes in the heavens, a glowing, terrifying red eye. The thick smoke gathers heavily around this gigantic gaze. Yeong-gyeom freezes in place, completely overwhelmed. He can only stare up in absolute disbelief at what is happening. A cold chill runs down his spine. Is this a high-ranking entity? Priest Bongsu just smirks, absolutely loving every second of the kid's sheer terror. He mocks, "Him must be your first time seeing such a god, right? Normally, beings like this can't bypass system limits to appear here. But Lord Tonitia is built different. Unlike other high beings, Tonitia can descend in person, and Bongsu boasts that only he can summon him." Still laughing, the goblin calls Yeong-gyeom a fool, yet offers him one final chance because his rare skills are too good to waste. "Kneel, beg for mercy, and ask to live. If you do, you'll earn the honor of becoming Bongsu's right-hand man." But before he can even finish, Lancelot rushes in and cleanly slices right through his neck. The knight is absolutely furious that a mere goblin dares act superior to his master. As the severed head flies off and the body drops, the goblin just bursts out laughing, totally confident his cheat code healing will save him. Sure enough, a few seconds later, that head starts floating right back to his shoulders. With a smug grin, he tells them to stop wasting their breath. They should know by now this is totally useless. With Tonitia watching from above, Bongsu heals in seconds. No matter how many times they kill him, he'll just pop right back up. His face turns cold as he sneers at Lancelot, asking if that metal head is too empty to understand basic logic. He chuckles, adding that Lancelot has no clue how useful he could be. But our skeletal knight responds like a true warrior. He admits he doesn't understand actually. Scratch that. he simply doesn't care. All that matters is his master, Yeong-gyeom. Anyone threatening his master's safety gets chopped to pieces, no matter how many times it takes. The goblin sharpens his claws with a sneer, calling the knight a brainless metal bucket. Charging forward without hesitation, he tells Lancelot to hit him with everything he's got. Spotting that reckless charge, Lancelot completely switches tactics. Putting his sword aside, he clenches his massive fists. If slicing won't work, he'll just beat this trash into dust. In a flash, he drives a brutal punch straight into Bongsu's face. Bongsu cannot react at all. His nose instantly caves in, teeth shatter, and blood sprays everywhere. Yet the goblin quickly recovers, grinning that those punches are cute, but entirely useless against his immortality. But while he is busy bragging, he misses Lancelot's next move. The knight grabs him by the hair with an iron grip, channeling all his power into his left fist. Lancelot says if one way fails, he'll just make another way work. Fear instantly replaces the goblin's smug face as he stammers to wait. Lancelot does not care. That first punch explodes more teeth and sprays blood everywhere. Then he just keeps hammering Bongsu with one savage fist after another. It gets so incredibly violent that the webtoon basically has to censor it. Hey, we have to keep things safe for the YouTube algorithm, right? While Lancelot keeps absolutely mushing the goblin's face, Yeong-gyeom watches in total silence. He knows Lancelot is doing his best, but unless they stop Tonitia, Bongsu will just keep regenerating forever. Looking up at the massive glowing eye, our protagonist realizes that is the real core problem, but popping that giant eyeball won't be easy. He continues brainstorming, racking his brain to find any trick to stop this endless healing. Then, a light bulb goes off. He remembers breaking that mind-controlled musclehead by trapping him in subspace. While Lancelot keeps pounding the mutant goblin into a bloody pulp, Yeong-gyeom finally calls out to him. Lancelot pauses mid-swing. Even dangling helplessly in that grip, Bongsu still gasps that this is all useless. Ignoring the trash talk, Yeong-gyeom activates his power and orders Lancelot to toss the pest into subspace. Lancelot immediately yeets Bongsu straight at the opening portal. Instantly, the system screen flashes, asking if he wants to allow Bongsu into subspace. He clicks yes, and entry is confirmed. Meanwhile, inside, Ju-young is carrying supplies when she notices the glowing rift opening up. At first, she thinks her brother is just back early, but the system suddenly screams out a massive red alert, warning that unknown energy trying to enter from outside has been successfully blocked. She watches in horror as a skinny, utterly wrecked goblin comes flying straight at her face. A loud scream slips out, but right before the monster can slam into her, someone catches it mid-air. It is Sol. Already annoyed from being cooped up inside subspace, she glares at the green trash, asking what this is, since it definitely is not number 3. Holding him by the head, she spots something outside. She spots Yeong-gyeom through the rift, and while dangling the miserable Bongsu, asks if this ugly thing is his new best friend. With a terrifying grin, she charges forward, dragging the goblin along. Our main character's eyes pop out as he screams at her to stop. Sweating bullets, he frantically orders the system to shut down the subspace portal immediately. Only then does he desperately cancel Bongsu's subspace registration, which the system promptly deletes. A split second later, the goblin is spat back out of the portal so hard he loses another tooth on the floor. In the background, Sol watches with an expression that is half amused and half murderous. Right before the rift fully seals, she asks Yeong-gyeom if he is watching, because that exact beating is his future. Bongsu lies face down on the dirt, completely unresponsive. Yeong-gyeom is still visibly shaking, but not because of the goblin. Shuddering, he mutters that for a second, Sol was way more terrifying than Tonitia ever was. Suddenly, the system chimes with a new notification: dimensional account ownership successfully transferred. Since his guild already owns one, the captured mana stones will merge automatically. New total 14,823 mana stones. He is completely jaw-dropped. Staring at the massive number, he realizes Bongsu must have been extorting a mountain of taxes from his minions. Then our boy notices something else. The Tundio tax warning has vanished. The oppressive gloom is completely gone, leaving a clear sky under the soft moonlight. Kim Yeong-gyeom looks over and tells Lancelot that Tundio is history. Lancelot recalls that Goblin Bongsu boasting that only he could summon Tundio. Since our guy severed that link, Lancelot guesses Tundio won't ever dare to try again. Hearing those words, he finally exhales and collapses onto the grass. Sitting there, he admits he honestly thought his heart was going to explode. He barely even fought, but he feels completely drained. Before he can even close his eyes, a voice calls out. He looks up to see soldiers rushing up the steps, shouting to check if he's alive. The colonel arrives, panting, saying he brought every spare awakened unit he could gather. The officer nervously asks if they arrived too late, but the True Dragon Guild reassure him that they made it just in time. Still, climbing all those flights of stairs must have been absolute hell. Walking closer, the colonel asks about the enemy commander's location, only to spot Bongsu's corpse lying on the floor. Staring at the battered remains, he wonders what kind of monster could do this to a goblin boss. Seeing the fight is over, the colonel holsters his rifle. Kim Yeong-gyeom watches him, noting how rare it is to see someone carry their gear on their back. Right on cue, the colonel's radio buzzes. Captain Deok-young from Company 2 reports that all the rebels in the first sector have been found, but they look like creepy, mummified corpses. A swift check confirms they are indeed all dead. Area 1 is officially secured. The colonel acknowledges the dispatch, instructing his forces to stay sharp, prioritize rescue missions, and begin a clean sweep. Turning back with a sigh, the commander admits he has no idea how Kim Yeong-gyeom did it, but once again, he solved everything. Kim Yeong-gyeom notes that while the crisis is averted, the mystery of those mummified rebels is still highly suspicious. The colonel suddenly bows, offering his deepest gratitude and declaring that our hero's aid has been priceless since day one. Staring in surprise, Kim Yeong-gyeom awkwardly objects to the extreme formality, but the colonel insists he should have shown this level of respect much sooner. He confesses that trying to draft Kim Yeong-gyeom into the military was a ridiculously foolish mistake. Back then, they genuinely believed they were offering him some grand, irresistible privilege. But obviously, those petty perks meant absolutely nothing to a powerhouse like him. They stupidly underestimated his real reach, treating him like some rookie private. As Kim Yeong-gyeom stands up, the colonel laments how hopelessly useless the military turned out to be. Humbled and deeply ashamed, the officer keeps bowing, desperately asking if Kim Yeong-gyeom would still protect the citizens, even if asking for help like this is incredibly embarrassing. Countless people are still suffering out there. Families are torn apart, people are broken, and the unawakened majority are completely paralyzed with sheer terror. The colonel admits that government incompetence made everything 10 times worse, which is why he is begging for aid. Calmly, Kim Yeong-gyeom draws a line. This is not a deal he will help from the front lines by choice, with zero plans to enlist. Whether he saves people or steps back is entirely up to him, and he wanted that made clear. The colonel just smiles, still offering his hand, deeply touched by how incredibly generous our hero actually is. With that sorted out, they finally shake on it. The colonel tells him to rest easy, then reaches for his radio, asking Kim Yeong-gyeom to wait just a moment. He promises the military will always back him up, then immediately broadcasts an official announcement. For outstanding bravery and for single-handedly crushing the rebel faction, Kim Yeong-gyeom is officially granted the rank of honorary colonel. Hearing this broadcast, our guy looks completely dumbfounded. The colonel commands all personnel to show maximum respect to honorary Colonel Kim Yeong-gyeom and offer full cooperation without question. No acknowledgement is needed, but everyone listening must spread the word immediately. Stunned, Kim Yeong-gyeom mutters that this is completely unnecessary. The colonel salutes cheerfully, assuring him that the soldiers will handle the boring cleanup duty. He tells our hero to go rest since the night is late. Blushing, Kim Yeong-gyeom stammers that he's not even a real soldier, so the fancy salute is way too awkward. The colonel shrugs, telling him to ignore it, but repeats that he did a spectacular job. As the colonel heads out, Kim Yeong-gyeom, still slightly red, grumbles about how exhausting this is. He tells Lancelot to go ahead and rest, since he worked so hard. Lancelot praises him in return, then asks if there is any word on Bedivere. Kim Yeong-gyeom blinks, realizing he was too tired to even think about him. But then he grins, remembering that subspace can retrieve lost items. He immediately orders the system to fetch him. However, the system warns him that recovery only works if the target is close by. If they are too far away, he has to close the distance first. Slightly disappointed, Kim Yeong-gyeom realizes his cheat skill actually has limits. He recalls that when it worked with Sol before, she was standing right next to him. Since they can't warp him from here, it's time to move. Kim Yeong-gyeom tells Lancelot they should travel together. On the way, they can level up the storage pack. The system confirms 10,000 mana stones have been spent to upgrade the subspace. Skills stay active during the upgrade process, leaving him with 4,823 stones. Meanwhile, soldiers assist survivors, telling them to stay calm and line up slowly for rations. While they walk, Kim Yeong-gyeom realizes something else. Since the army is busy taking care of all the civilian rescue, he can't help but wonder what on earth Bedivere is up to right now. We cut to Bedivere examining a document. He mutters that he found it. Glad he decided to take a detour. Who would have guessed that wandering into a random building out of pure boredom would yield files like this? Crouching down to read, Bedivere whispers that Kim Yeong-gyeom will love this, but wonders why this place is so packed with secret papers. That is the third file. Meanwhile, the system shows the subspace upgrade at 45%. The forms Bedivere found are actually dimensional being registration requests. Now holding them, Kim Yeong-gyeom asks if he really found all of these. Bedivere nods, and Kim Yeong-gyeom thanks him, realizing these papers are incredibly useful. He takes a second to strategize how to put them to use. Then, opening a portal to the subspace, he steps inside to find Sol waiting, looking as intimidating as ever. He mutters that she has been waiting for him, asking if he is ready to get wrecked. Joyus instantly reads the room, telling Sol to punch Kim Yeong-gyeom for making everyone worry, and Sol gleefully agrees. Kim Yeong-gyeom desperately tries to defuse the situation by flashing the dimensional registration form, though she just tilts her head. He explains he only locked her away to keep her safe from harm, but with this paper, she can battle by his side with zero risk of dying. He insists he actually wants to see her crush monsters, and was not locking her up just to tease her. As Sol reads, Kim Yeong-gyeom sighs in relief, thinking his quick talking just saved his life. But after finishing, Sol points out a fatal flaw: she needs a dimensional account first, which he totally forgot about. Before he can even finish, a massive fist slams directly into his jaw. Sol punches him with absolute maximum force, launching him spinning into the sky. Without letting him land, she immediately zooms after him. Kim Yeong-gyeom catches his balance with one hand, ready to run for his life as Sol charges him like an angry demon. Strangely enough, he is actually relieved. The punch looked heavy, but it did not hurt at all. Right on cue, the system announces the subspace upgrade is complete. New items and upgrade options are officially unlocked, including the subspace life support system, which grants a mild passive healing effect while inside. As Sol chases Kim Yeong-gyeom in the background, Lancelot, Bedivere, and Joyus just watch. Joyus laughs, teasing that he totally deserved that beating. She warns the knights not to intervene, explaining this is how sisters express their absolute love. Joyus points out Kim Yeong-gyeom is level 8 now, so no matter how hard she hits, it won't do actual damage. Lancelot nods in agreement, but Joyus spots something pretty off. Looking closely at both knights, she notices they are literally trembling, and she immediately asks if they are okay. While Sol keeps Kim locked in a tight chokehold, Kim is just thinking about how heavy she feels. But suddenly, Joyus screams that something is terribly wrong with the knights and begs for help. Kim quickly shouts at Sol to let him go, and rushes over to check on them. These mighty knights are suddenly so weak they can barely stand. Lancelot drops to his knees, and both of them get hit by absolute agony. As they collapse, Kim and Sol dash over to ask what went wrong. Lancelot can barely squeeze out an answer, saying his entire body suddenly started burning and itching like crazy. Joyus immediately asks what kind of itch it is. Clutching his head, Lancelot admits he has felt it for a while, but now it is 10 times worse. She warns that this intense stinging is definitely not normal. She is worried they might be poisoned. Sol then remembers getting the exact same itching after the Skull King bit her neck, though her wound has completely healed by now. While she describes that awful pain, Kim starts putting the pieces together. He searches his memory and suddenly recalls the system notifications. One of them mentioned that the subspace provides a minor healing effect. It also stated that any fitting outside objects can be registered here, though the cost depends heavily on their actual size, weight, or value. Another message said new unknown items and upgrade options were unlocked, along with a support skill to slightly boost healing inside the subspace. That last detail makes Kim freeze. He realizes this healing effect might actually be restoring the knights to their true state. Staring at them on the floor, he wonders if their current forms are incomplete, making it a huge mistake to leave them outside. But mid-thought, Lancelot suddenly gasps out the word Camelot. Kim is completely confused, but Lancelot gasps that he feels a bit better whenever he's inside Camelot. Right then, the system displays a skill called Blood Ritual. This skill creates random enhancement stones by aging items or draining their inner vitality. Suddenly, Camelot's red ceiling glows brightly. A heavy stone drops right onto Lancelot's head with a comical bonk before hitting the floor. Both knights quickly kneel before Master Kim. Crouching down, Kim picks up the fallen white stone. Holding both items, he notices the white one looks fresh, while the blue one on the floor seems much older. Checking their details, the white stone grants resistance, while the blue one provides shock and electric penetration. The knights guess that blue stone must have been sitting here quietly for quite a while. Holding both stones, Kim realizes Camelot's blood ritual does not just trigger when he activates it on purpose. It also runs passively on its own. He thinks to himself that it was a genius move to keep sister number 1 and sister number 2 away from here. Plus, since he feels no itching at all, it seems the blood ritual does not target the owner. Still on his knees, Lancelot apologizes to Master Kim, admitting he is deeply ashamed to show such weakness. Kim stands up and tells them to relax, noting they must have been suffering terribly. He adds that he should be apologizing for not noticing their pain sooner, then asks if Camelot truly helps them. Lancelot gives a very firm yes. Smiling, Kim says that from now on, They should always rest in Camelot whenever they are in the subspace. Lancelot is relieved that just resting here can help, and Bedivere offers his heartfelt thanks as well. Seeing them still kneeling, Kim tells them to cut out the stiff formality, since he should be the grateful one. But looking down at the stones, Kim suddenly realizes something absolutely crazy. The life support system heals, but Camelot drains vitality, meaning these two polar opposites are actually working together in perfect harmony. Squeezing the stones, a wild thought strikes him. He can literally farm these enhancement stones endlessly to boost his powers. This means he can keep ranking up his skills and finding incredibly broken ways to use them. But then he remembers Tenebrae hovering in the sky with that giant red eye. Knowing he is still too weak to face it, he must grind harder to crush these high-level threats. He also needs to master his current abilities and utilize them properly. With that in mind, he heads off, eager to see what cool new features came with this recent subspace level up. Meanwhile, back in the real world, two military officers are discussing some grim news. The colonel asks if the rebels really posed as the national army, using the country's flag to lure innocent people as sacrifices. The other officer confirms it is all completely true. He adds that they even established a reward system, handing out magic stones to anyone bringing in more victims. The colonel mutters that it is a relief. Colonel Kim put an end to it, since it almost became a full coup, admitting he only now fully realizes the gravity of the situation. He decides to notify Kim about the extra supplies, select the essential troops to remain, and dismiss the rest. The officer salutes and departs, but then something strange catches the colonel's eye. Looking up, he spots a brilliant light descending from the clouds. Only then does he realize that dawn has already broken, with so much work still ahead. Suddenly, a bright system screen pops up in front of him. It is an official alert from the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce, stating that Earth recently concluded its free exploration phase, with activities both inside and outside this dimension. Additionally, Earth produced 13,117 new internal projection blessings. As Seoul gets the same prompt, it explains that despite 17 cases of forced negative growth targeting free merchants, Earth has shown enough growth to finally matter to the wider world. Seoul is left wondering what multidimensional even means, while the system continues, announcing that the Chamber of Commerce has officially graded Earth's rapid growth at BB level. Due to this high rating, a second exploration proposal is receiving massive attention, and the Chamber has already established a complete grand opening schedule. In 7 days, every single territory on Earth will enter an official bidding war. Seoul turns to Jowon to ask what this is all about, but the notifications just keep flooding in. They explain that participants from Earth and other dimensions will select a single representative for each region, who will then battle for ultimate profits under the strict bidding rules. This message is blasted to literally everyone, even a mother busy preparing food in her kitchen. The system warns that if an outside dimension wins, they will establish permanent portals there, but if humanity wins, Earth gets special rewards. The system notes that the exact details for each region's trial will be unlocked exactly 24 hours before the event officially begins. Finally, the Chamber politely asks for Earth's full cooperation. After reading the message, Jeong-gyeom sighs, saying this is basically just a fancy invitation for a full-scale alien invasion. Sisters ask if this is just some massive internet prank, but he shakes his head, noting the same chamber issued the direct document that promoted him to an 8th-level being. Annoyed, their mother wonders if this shady chamber has been behind all these monster waves, getting furious and demanding to know who these arrogant beings think they are. They dump monsters on us, talk about exploration rights, and bid over our planet like they own it. Jeong-gyeom and Jeong-gyeom can only smile, admitting they know very little, but one thing is clear. The Chamber of Commerce treats literally everything as a business transaction, turning this entire bidding war into a twisted game played with our planet. Then, a new screen flashes solely for Kim. It states that he generated the absolute highest profit in the Seoul region. If he accepts the representative title, he will receive highly classified details regarding the upcoming trial. Otherwise, the prestigious role passes straight to the runner-up. This completely shocks both Kim and Jeong-gyeom, who quickly points out she did not receive any notification like that. His older brother explains that by accepting, Kim will officially represent Seoul in this high-stakes bidding war. Their mother asks what the game actually entails, and his brother admits he has no clue. According to the system alerts, they are about to fight literal aliens from other dimensions. The entire room goes dead silent as the gravity of the situation sinks in. The holographic system pops up before Jeong-gyeom again. If he accepts the role, he can draft up to 100 fighters to join him. Will he take the position? Flanked by his sisters, he stares at the screen, weighing the heavy burden of saving humanity. Finally, his face hardens. He accepts. Sometime later, the colonel asks if this is actually true. Jeong-gyeom confirms the grim reality. He accepted the representative title, meaning he must now recruit up to 100 elite fighters to face the alien invasion force headed straight for Seoul. He explains that he already secured his family inside his private pocket dimension and prepped the first battle zones in Seoul. Even so, they are still short about 80 fighters. The colonel eagerly grabs his hand, calling this a massive stroke of luck. He admits he was terrified of who might get picked, but knowing Colonel Jeong-gyeom is leading them makes him feel safe. The colonel pulls a notebook from his uniform pocket and hands it over. A bit surprised, Jeong-gyeom asks what it is. It is a roster compiled by the military, detailing every awakened individual and their specific powers. Since he needs 80 more combatants, this list should be a goldmine. Jeong-gyeom appreciates the gesture, but mentions that expert snipers might actually be a much better fit. The colonel pauses, asking if he heard that correctly. Jeong-gyeom confirms it. Awakened abilities or not, elite marksmen are exactly what he needs. The colonel hesitates, pointing out they know nothing about the enemy. But Jeong-gyeom disagrees, pulling up the detailed match data he unlocked the moment he accepted the representative role. He explains that their opponents worship the goddess Eames, specializing in construction and forging divine weapons. But instead of just talking about it, he decides to show him. The system displays a recorded warning from the Eames dimension. These fanatical invaders worship their goddess so intensely that they literally forge her holy image onto their helmets for protection. In their absolute zealotry, they claim their goddess shines with pure mercy. Next, Jeong-gyeom pulls up the enemy roster. The Eames side features 4 8th rank holy knights, meaning their vanguard is definitely not to be taken lightly. Jeong-gyeom warns they are facing legendary holy paladins in shining armor. When the colonel asks how they can possibly counter that, Jeong-gyeom lays out the strategic intel he analyzed with his sisters. 1 hour before the matches kick off, both teams enter a mandatory preparation phase. A defensive barrier shields them, making early combat completely impossible. The Eames team will deploy a massive gate core that hatches after 12 hours. If Earth can destroy that core before the timer runs out, they win the match. But if Eames successfully defends the core until it hatches, Earth is done for. Jeong-gyeom notes their victory condition is straightforward, but the enemy won't just stand around guarding it. Since rosters are public, the invaders already know Earth's roster is filled with low 9th rank fighters. They will assume Earth's only strategy is a desperate, high-speed offensive blitz. The colonel nods in understanding. To counter this, they need a relentless simultaneous offensive. Jeong-gyeom has that covered, with Seoul in his guild, Lancelot, spearheading the attack. But the real headache is defense. They must stop 8th rank powerhouses from breaching their lines. The colonel suggests heavy long-range suppression, finally realizing why Jeong-gyeom specifically requested the army's best snipers. Still, he cautions that standard military rifles will not pierce 8th rank armor. Jeong-gyeom just offers a knowing smirk and tells him not to worry. He spent the previous night upgrading his abilities. Flashback to his workshop, where he realized that to survive this, he had to truly master his warehouse system. Opening the system menu, he browsed the new upgrade options, like bulk shipping up to 8 items, running advanced simulations, and unlocking 2 new logistics warehouse categories. Scanning the options, Jeong-gyeom realizes there are no brand new skills. Instead, they are quality-of-life enhancements, including subspace lab features that let him simulate and preview an item's final upgraded state before wasting resources to craft it. Grabbing a mug, he starts sketching, brainstorming the ultimate anti-knight firearm to build with this new lab function. Throwing in electric enhancement and durability stones, he designs a weapon that ordinary soldiers can easily use, yet packs enough punch to pierce 8th rank monsters. After intense trial and error, he invents an upgraded anti-material rifle. Initially, he only buffs the bullets, but the massive kinetic force instantly shatters the gun. He has to reinforce the rifle's frame to handle the enhanced shots. Ultimately, he optimizes the rifle to survive exactly 3 high-powered shots. Presenting the new weapon, Jeong-gyeom explains his plan to mass-produce these 3-shot rifles, pinning down the enemy vanguard while his team blows the core. Deeply impressed, the colonel promises to immediately dispatch their absolute best marksmen. With that, a tense 1-week countdown begins. The snipers spend every waking hour training, mastering weapon swaps, and learning tactical combat movements for the coming slaughter. Meanwhile, Jeong-gyeom's dad starts rambling about complex construction terms, completely losing his son. Still, utilizing his unique architect class, he begins erecting a massive defensive fortress. Seoul and the strike team grind down monster mana stones to level up. To Jeong-gyeom's absolute shock, Seoul learns to project her barrier away from her own body. Her healing magic has reached level 2, now applying a powerful area of effect heal. Seeing how incredibly hard everyone is pushing themselves puts his anxious mind at ease. His squad is strong, and their coordination is flawless. Before they know it, the 1-hour warning rings, and a massive spatial portal tears open right above the National Assembly building. Legions of fanatical IM's warriors begin pouring through, clad in the blinding holy armor Jeong-gyeom warned about. Right in the center of their ranks, a soldier clutches the glowing gate core that decides Earth's fate. Peering through his binoculars from a distance, Jeong-gyeom spots the glowing orb and confirms that is indeed the core. His dad asks what is happening, and Jeong-gyeom replies that everything matches the intel, save for one weird detail. The IM's troops are rapidly building defensive structures around the National Assembly to fortify their core. His father jokingly wonders if their engineering class outranks his own, but Jeong-gyeom's focus is locked elsewhere. With only an hour left, building massive structures makes zero sense. Lowering his binoculars, Jeong-gyeom spots something highly unusual. 5 IM's paladins stand completely motionless before the protective barrier. Their leader steps forward, arrogantly noting he has analyzed Earth's weak fighters, where almost everyone sits at low rank 9. Watching from above, Jeong-gyeom wonders if they are plotting an immediate blitz. Down below, the Holy Knight grandstands, declaring that their merciful goddess IMS has promised salvation, which they will graciously bring to Earth. Suddenly, his expression twists into pure, sadistic malice. He yells that their mercy means ripping out human tongues, while their version of salvation is eternal, forced labor to pay for Earth's sins. Jeong-gyeom finds the speech pretty dramatic for supposed holy knights, but after checking his glowing system screen, he realizes something. Kim muttered that these guys were seriously looking down on Earth just because most of them were rank 9. Suddenly, a system notice popped up. The bidding war was about to start. Right below them, the IM Knight leader gave the order to move. Charging forward, the knights screamed the name of their goddess, IM. The colonel saw them coming and instantly ordered everyone to fire. Soldiers armed with Jun Eon's rifles took their positions and opened fire. An absolute storm of electrified bullets rained down on the charging IM Knights. The custom rounds punched right through their heavy armor, leaving them completely shocked and utterly confused. One enemy soldier couldn't fathom how rank 9s were doing this much damage, while another screamed for everyone to raise shields and advance. A knight popped a barrier skill to block the shots, ordering the others to activate their IM barriers immediately. Their leader barked out that he had no clue what kind of crazy weapons these were, but their shields had to hold. He ordered them to stay put and maintain a solid defense. Acting like some absolute tactical genius, another knight claimed the enemy was just using long-range weapons, meaning they'd run out of ammo eventually. If they simply outlasted them, IM would win. High above them, rows of rifles stood ready. Soldiers quickly swapped out guns in perfect sync, especially since each one broke after only 3 shots. The pile of broken rifles just kept growing. Hearing the update, Kim put away his radio and smiled. Things were going even better than expected. He ordered them to keep pressing, since the assault team was ready to move. The assault squad, Lancelot, Sol, and Kim, revved up 2 motorcycles and zoomed out. The bikes kicked into insane speeds, letting them slip right past the knights before anyone could even react. One knight spotted 3 intruders heading straight for the gate core, but another brushed it off. He argued that the core was indestructible anyway, yelling to keep holding the line while blocking with his shield. Sure, the humans had a lot more firepower than anticipated, but once reinforcements arrived, they could slowly push back. To keep morale high, he urged his men to hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, completely ignoring the enemy knights, Bedivere started chucking his legendary flaming bowling balls across the battlefield. His absurd accuracy allowed the flaming balls to curve through the air and strike with pinpoint precision. He targeted the IM reinforcements in the middle. One knight saw a strange object coming but couldn't quite identify it. Then, the flaming bowling ball hit and detonated, sending IM knights flying in every single direction. Hearing the massive explosion, Kim slammed on the brakes of his motorcycle. He knew instantly it was Bedivere, nailing his job of shutting down the enemy midfield. With that settled, Kim turned back to the main attack route. Only one final target remained. There, right before the colossal statue of the goddess IM, stood Lancelot, Sol, and Kim, waiting for the perfect moment to shatter the core. Staring up at the monument, Kim recalled seeing them construct something earlier but dismissing it as irrelevant. Now, he couldn't believe they had erected something this massive so quickly. Still trying to make sense of it, he launched several heavy missiles directly at the statue. The missiles struck with a deafening blast, but as the smoke cleared, the statue stood untouched, without a single scratch. Kim was stunned. His enhanced missiles did absolutely nothing except make the thing glow. Then, he chuckled as a brilliant idea struck him. In a situation like this, he wondered why not just stash the entire statue inside his subspace. The system immediately chimed in, asking if he wanted to store the unfinished statue of the goddess IM in subspace. Just then, An IM soldier barked that Earth was destined to become their pasture, and humans were nothing but two-legged cattle. An elder with a raspy voice sneered that they should feel honored to bow at IM's holy feet. He mocked them for testing missiles on the statue, while his worried soldiers frantically begged him to get back inside where it was safe. The stubborn elder refused, declaring he had to spread IM's holy word and cleanse Earth's corrupt dimension of evil. But while the old man kept rambling, Kim noticed something else entirely. A knight told the old man that if he wanted to keep preaching, he should do it from indoors. Offended, the elder demanded to know what sin he had committed to be treated so poorly, and why he couldn't speak outside. But Kim had already tuned them out. Off in the distance, he spotted something incredibly useful. While the old elder bickered with his guards, Kim locked his eyes on a warehouse packed with premium construction materials. A wicked grin spread across his face as a brilliant plan took shape. Practically drooling with pure excitement, he commanded Pax to store the entire warehouse. The system responded instantly, storing the IM Dimension's temporary construction materials warehouse in subspace. Suddenly, the elder sensed something was off. He and his guards spun around, only to find the massive warehouse completely gone. Realization finally hit them. Meanwhile, Kim entered his subspace and casually strolled over to Jang, who was busy relaxing. Kim asked if he wanted to fly a helicopter again after all this time. Jang asked why the sudden request, but grinned and said he would love to take the controls. Kim reassured him it wouldn't be anything too crazy. He just needed to fly as high as possible. Hyped up, Jang said he was ready to roll. At the very same moment, Lancelot and Sol sensed something coming and immediately went on guard. A second later, a rain of spears began plummeting from the sky, hurtling straight toward them. Sol deployed her newly upgraded barrier to block the onslaught, but the material of those spears was just too tough. The barrier shattered under the brutal impact as the spears tore right through it. They were lined up perfectly to impale Sol, who froze in shock. Lancelot reacted in a split second, stepping in to deflect the deadly spear. Sol looked at him, wondering if these spears were special. She noted that her defense was now strong enough to stop even Kim's enhanced rounds. Yet these things bypassed it completely. Lancelot agreed they weren't normal, but it wasn't due to typical enhancement. Confused, Sol asked what the catch was. Lancelot explained that he'd heard of a technique from another dimension that functioned like item enhancement. By now, the enemy knights realized Kim's squad had somehow stolen their warehouse. Absolutely livid, they ordered a relentless assault and kept hurling spears. As Lancelot braced to defend, he explained that this technique was called a blessing. These stolen construction materials were likely blessed, explaining how they easily resisted ordinary attacks. He deflected yet another incoming spear with his sword. The deflected spear flew toward Sol, who casually caught it in midair. Gripping the weapon, she grinned, admitting that this spear was exceptionally strong. High up inside the helicopter, Kim watched the chaotic battle unfold below. Jang noted that the barrage of spears was finally thinning out, and he was ready to ascend. Kim urged him to climb as high as the chopper could go. His eyes locked onto the colossal statue. That monument was undoubtedly the source of the enemy's constant power boosts. As the helicopter hovered near the statue, Kim smirked, preparing to give the IM Dimension a little blessing of his own. He let go, dropping the entire stockpile of stolen building materials from high above. He even jokingly named the move God's Staff. The heavy materials slammed into the statue, obliterating it with the power of their own dimension. From a safe distance, Lancelot and Sol could only stare in awe as the falling materials pulverized the colossal statue. As the thick dust settled, something hidden deep beneath the wreckage came into view. Suddenly, the system announced that Earth had officially won the bidding competition in the Sol region by destroying the IM Gate core, meaning all active participants would receive their rewards. The loot included dimensional accounts for everyone, 5,000 destroyed magic stones split by contribution, and additional items from the IM Dimension transferred directly to their possession. The very first thing Kim did was register his entire family as 8th rank. The second the process finished, the physical papers in everyone's hands began to dissolve. Immediately after, a mysterious sheet of paper drifted down from the sky, landing right next to Kim. He picked it up, completely baffled by its contents and origin, as another system notice flashed. The exclusive commercial rights to the lethal dimension, formerly owned by IM, were officially transferred to the Sol representatives. This essentially handed Kim's sole trading rights within the entire Tertius region. The second they finish reading, boom, a brand new red portal pops up out of nowhere. His dad and Sol are immediately demanding answers, but Kim is completely clueless. He figures it has to do with those fancy commercial rights. Stealing his nerves, Kim reaches out to touch the swirling vortex, only for the system to slap him with a warning no unregistered businesses allowed. Kim stares at his shiny new contract in absolute disbelief. Like, seriously? Even after winning the rights, he has to go through tax paperwork just to use them? Then the system drops another option: sell those rights to the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 magic stones. Now Kim is just thoroughly baffled about what these rights actually do. It is a total scam. They give him a reward he cannot use without a business license, and then immediately try to buy it back cheap. Kim hits decline because he is not playing their games. Seriously, these guys are just glorified corporate thieves dangling useless rewards, and the more he thinks about it, the madder he gets. Honestly, the Chamber of Commerce rigged this from day one. They threw everyone into a brutal contest against 8th rank monsters, stacking the deck completely. Yet, against all odds, Kim's squad still won. Yet the Chamber plays the generous savior. Kim is absolutely furious, crumpling the paper and swearing he won't let them profit off his hard work. He is keeping the rights, but they will have to pay way more to get them. After all, he saved everyone. Seeing his frustration, his dad asks, "What's wrong?" Kim tries to play it cool, saying it is just some useless locked portal. Jorian chimes in, asking if they can wrap up the paperwork already because she still has injured people to heal. Kim apologizes for dragging everyone to a meeting when they are dead tired, but his dad tells him not to sweat it, especially if this paperwork helps him grow stronger. With things settled, Kim opens the portal so everyone can finally relax. Sol, however, wants to go show off her shiny new spear, telling him to call if he needs anything. Kim just nods as Jun-gyeong runs off to play video games. Meanwhile, his dad heads straight to bed, complaining that his old back still aches from building their base. But then, his dad spots the jackpot, a pile of newly unlocked, high-grade building materials. He starts calling out the names like a kid in a candy store. We are talking bricks, drywall, beams, and rebar. Kim realizes he forgot to mention them, but then casually drops the ultimate bombshell: the supply of these materials is completely infinite. He knew that would short-circuit his dad's brain. Stepping through the portal, Kim wonders how the rest of the world's regions actually held up in the competition. With the 12-hour window closed, the final results are set to drop tonight. Sure enough, as darkness falls, the system officially wraps up the event and reveals Earth's final bidding rankings. South Korea did great, landing 4 wins and just 1 single loss. Globally, though, total disaster. Out of 761 matches, Earth won only 113 and lost 648. Thanks to that, the Chamber downgrades Earth's potential from double B to triple C. Watching the alert pop up, Kim knows this is incredibly bad news. Jong-hyun admits he did not expect things to look this grim. Scanning the ledger, Kim sees that while a few spots broke even, almost everyone else got completely steamrolled. The world is in shambles, far worse than Kim feared. Fortunately, the colonel notes, South Korea is mostly stable. If Incheon is the only hot zone, they can easily crush it with concentrated force. With Incheon right next door, they prepare to mobilize immediately. But just as they are planning, a breathless soldier bursts through the door, apologizing for the intrusion. He hands the colonel an urgent dispatch from the 17th Division in Incheon. This needs to be read right now. Scanning the panic-filled report, the colonel demands to know what is going on down there. Incheon has fallen, and they just sent over their final emergency data. The invading threat is identified as militarized lizard men from the Sabers dimension, with their primary portal anchoring right in Chinatown. These scaling monsters fight like a highly coordinated army, launching combined land and air strikes. Their ruthless speed completely overwhelmed the local defenders, wiping them out entirely. The defense broke 2 hours before the event even finished. Since then, the lizard men have been gathering their forces as more reinforcements pour through. They are already securing nearby routes, clearly prepping for a massive, full-scale invasion. Based on their marching patterns, their next target is Seoul, which is exactly what the colonel is looking at right now. Kim is stunned. They are heading straight for the capital. Yeong-gyeom finds it weird, arguing the monsters probably are not targeting Kim directly since his location is classified. Seoul stays quiet, deep in thought, while Lancelot adds there is not even a bounty on Kim. Looking at the map, Lancelot warns they are basically on their doorstep. Then, Kim's system blinks with a new alert. Starting now, the names of Earth's winning regional representatives will be displayed directly above them. Seoul reads this over his shoulder, completely baffled by what it means. It is honestly so bizarre. If this system is actually real, Kim's name should be hovering above his head. Seoul wonders why they could not have just given him a cool badge. Kim instinctively looks up but sees absolutely nothing. This makes him doubt if he is even the actual representative, but Lancelot immediately shuts down that insecurity. If Kim is not the champion, this whole event is nonsense. As Kim keeps wondering where his tag is, Seoul rereads the screen right as another system warning flashes. 7th rank beings are now partially cleared to pass through Earth's portals. Seoul clenches her fists in total anger. She is 8th rank, and since this exception only applies to 7th ranks, she is stuck. The system adds that any enemy dimension with commercial rights can now drop portals in those specific territories, with the sole purpose of hunting down Earth's regional representatives. Everyone reads the update and completely loses their minds. This is unbelievably rigged. The colonel explains they are now facing 7th rank threats, with the representatives as prime targets. It is basically a giant game of capture the flag, though he still finds it weird that Kim does not have a glowing name tag. That is when Lancelot puts the pieces together. Asking for a second to verify, he heads toward the window while Kim asks what he is thinking. Stepping outside, Lancelot grips the window frame and looks straight up. His jaw drops. The massive title of sole representative is not floating above Kim at all. It is giant, glowing directly over their entire building. Lancelot waves Kim over. Stepping outside, Kim goes completely speechless. He did not expect the system to be this incredibly loud. The tag was never missing. It was just floating too high for them to see. Sol points out that a giant beacon like that makes their base a perfect target for the approaching lizardmen. A cold dread washes over him. Those lizardmen are prepping to march on Sol, despite no bidding war happening there. He turns to Sol as the puzzle pieces click together. This brand new rule is just too convenient, like someone planned this trap in advance. Sol hesitates but agrees it feels suspicious, while Lancelot remains absolutely certain. The enemies knew these regulations were coming. Instead of blindly rushing the champion, they spent their time preparing an army, likely having experience with these brutal bidding wars. They expected this system loophole and already know the drill. Things are incredibly grim, and our heroes have precious little time to prepare for the oncoming assault. Kim runs a hand through his hair, admitting he knew something was off, but not this bad. Sol asks if they can just hide out in his pocket dimension until it blows over. Lancelot immediately shoots down the idea. Sure, the enemy can't touch Kim, but they can easily take hostages or just go wreck other regions instead while they hide. Kim has to agree. Hiding isn't defending, and stuck in a pocket dimension, they wouldn't even be able to fight back. Eventually, they have to face those lizard men. But then, Kim gets an idea. If they are hunting him specifically, why not bait them into a terrible battlefield? The group goes quiet, brainstorming. Finally, the colonel says they need to outrun the enemy's plans, setting up heavy defenses and weapons before the lizard army even arrives. Speed is everything. Jumian promises transit is covered since he can fast travel them. He asks if they are ready to roll and where they are actually going. That is the problem. Kim hasn't chosen a spot yet. As the 5 of them brainstorm a tactical location, Kim suddenly remembers a familiar battleground. Ah, yes, the classic spot, where he once smashed hellhounds with refrigerators. The Kim Yeong-gyeom bridge is absolute perfection for bottlenecking an army. No civilians around, and the bridge is narrow enough to squeeze those lizards. With limited space, they can't maneuver, and the nearby park means our heroes can unleash absolute chaos without collateral damage. Plus, if the invaders try a different route, Bedivere will spot them instantly, since there are no tall buildings blocking the view. With those exotic Eames materials and his father's legendary craftsmanship, letting Pax build the defenses should be an absolute breeze. Sacred lances from Eames arrived with the warehouse shipment, and Kim's dad wants to use them as barricades. Sol chimed in, confident she can wield them perfectly. Seeing those lances, Kim remembers Bedivere is basically a master dart thrower, making him the ultimate long-range sniper with these things. Sol readies her lance while Bedivere keeps his eyes peeled. The pair takes their spots on the fresh tower built by Kim's dad. Meanwhile, the old man is working at hyperspeed because the clock is ticking. He constructs the core frame, stations, sentries, and bolsters the beams into proper walls. To buy more time, he rings the tower with those sacred lance barricades. Watching this, Kim recalls the intel. These lizards are incredibly fast on land and in the sky. Halting them on the ground is critical. 4 hours fly by. Seriously, Kim's dad completely outdid himself. What he built with Pax's help in just 4 hours is borderline miraculous. But then, Kim notices 2 massive oversights. First, reptiles can swim, meaning they could easily bypass defenses through the river. Second, the surrounding brush has grown way faster and thicker than anyone expected. And of course, the lizards are exploiting those blind spots. One of them scoffs, unable to believe the mighty Eames warriors lost to mere humans. He calls them weak, but admits their fort is impressive and clearly cost a fortune in resources. Guess he won't be showing his face in the dimensional arena anytime soon. Still, he wants some loot. This general is Lacus, and since he stole a spear last time, he is taking armor today. His scout reports that General Yatu is fully prepped too. Up on the bridge, Bedivere is hyper-focused. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes, and Sol feels it too. Something is definitely wrong. She looks closer and freezes in shock. Spear-wielding lizard cavalry riding massive mounts are rushing the tower. From the distance, Kim and Lancelot hear the panicked warning the enemy has breached the perimeter. They spin around to see a massive swarm of lizard warriors invading from land and air, screaming for revenge for Eames. Kim is stunned by their sheer speed, as the tower guards immediately unleash a hail of gunfire. Bullets drop the beast mounts, slowing the vanguard, while Pax hurls objects at ballistic speeds. A lizard soldier barks a warning to stay alert. These humans are weaponizing Eames' technology, but one of their generals easily deflects every single incoming projectile with his spear. A soldier yells to General Lakis that although the humans have Eames' tools, they lack the awakening to wield them right. He urges the troops forward, telling them to endure the heavy fire and charge. That is when General Yatu roars, yelling that he only knows how to charge and won't be stopped. Snapping his jaws, he dares anyone to try. As he rushes the tower, a brilliant flash of light streaks down, pinning a spear right next to his face. He simply rips it out, laughs at the attempt, and keeps charging. Kim panics. The strike failed. Lancelot draws his blade and assesses the field. They face 2 rank 7 threats, but the big guy is all muscle and no brain. As Lancelot eyes the barricades, he spots the real threat. Grip tight on his sword, he warns Kim, this is going to be messy, even if their attacks did stagger the big guy. Lancelot promises to deal with the second boss. If that massive lizard reaches the tower, they are done for. Kim must hold him back at all costs. Kim yells for him to stay alive, and Lancelot confidently bolts to the other side. Instantly, General Lakis senses a threat and snaps his spear up to parry a blindingly fast strike. It is Lancelot. Despite his incredible speed, Lakis successfully blocks the blow. A subordinate asks if the general is hurt, but Lakis laughs it off and commands them to push. Lakis locks eyes with Lancelot, saying they have some business to settle. He notes it takes serious guts to dive solo right into the middle of an enemy army. That strike went straight for his throat, bold, precise, and highly impressive. Smirking, the general says it has been ages since he met such a warrior, and demands his name. Lancelot obliges. The lizard is thrilled by the name, offering his own in exchange. He knows Lancelot is just trying to stall him, but he accepts the challenge because he respects a true warrior. Declaring that warriors naturally seek the strong, he challenges Lancelot to a deathmatch. Lancelot accepts without hesitation. If Lakis is eager to throw away his life, he is happy to help. Lakis laughs, loving the attitude, eager to see if those skills back up the talk. But Lancelot holds up a finger asking if he really plans to fight while sitting on a giant lizard. Lakis agrees that is cheap. A real duel to the death should be pure skill. Lancelot taunts him, saying the beast is just a safety net for a mediocre warrior. He dares the general to step down and fight like a man. That hit a nerve. The air goes cold as Lakis hops off his mount and steps forward. Lancelot asks if he is ready to put his life on the line. Meanwhile, on the main front, soldiers keep pouring bullets into the charging army, knocking several lizard riders down, yet the swarm barely slows. The lizard army keeps pressing hard toward the tower. With the enemy closing the distance, commanders scream to maintain constant, relentless fire. Suddenly, a massive beast leaps, its sharp fangs sinking deep into a soldier's shoulder before tossing him aside. Teammates rush in, yelling for a medic as chaos erupts. Amidst the blood and noise, more cavalry try to breach the line. One soldier drags his wounded comrade back, screaming for cover fire as an entire wave of beasts closes in. Out of nowhere, a spear flies through the air before anyone can even react. It nails a charging beast right in the flank, hitting with enough force to send both the rider and mount crashing into the dirt. The lizard rider is still dazed when Sol drops from the sky, slamming his head into the ground to finish him off on the spot. Looking up at her squad, Sol tells them to keep shooting while she holds the perimeter. Naturally, some overconfident lizard on a giant mount decides to test her, charging straight ahead without even slowing down. She braces herself and throws a monster punch that launches the charging beast like a rag doll. Not wasting a single second, she immediately screams at the line to keep firing their guns. The soldiers focus their fire, dropping another beast before it can breach the defense. Meanwhile, in the back line, Jaeyoon works her healing magic on a wounded soldier, telling him to just hang in there a little longer. Just then, flying lizard riders spot a weak point in the defense and dive right in, but a perfectly aimed spear intercepts one of them mid-flight, sending both beast and rider tumbling down. His buddy tries to dodge, but he is way too slow. The next spear strikes him dead on, sending his flying mount crashing directly into another rider in a massive mid-air pileup. Despite the heavy losses, the swarm just keeps coming. Their bodies are literally piling up against the barricades, yet the remaining lizard soldiers only push forward with more rage. Watching the chaos unfold from a distance, Bedivere sweats. He wonders if he can actually hold this massive horde off alone, and where on earth the reinforcements are. On another side of the battlefield, the massive lizard brute Yatu is tanking Kim's attacks while pushing forward. He is bleeding from head to toe, but he just grins and says these moves are pretty impressive. The guy is actually enjoying this, taunting Kim to hit him with something that can actually leave a scratch. So, Kim obliges by firing those heavy beams he obtained back in the Eames dimension. Yatu just blocks them like it's a walk in the park. But as the barrage continues, the brute complains that he can't move forward. That's when Kim realizes this guy is a complete idiot. You cannot make this up, Kim is just spamming the exact same automatic attack. But Yatu genuinely thinks he is seeing a new ultimate move every single time. Kim knows he has him pinned down, but now he needs a solid plan. Should he just stall and wait for Lancelot, or try something else? He glances over at Lancelot's fight, and realizes waiting is way too risky. Before Kim can figure out how to help, a sharp, screeching sound echoes across the field. High-speed strikes are tearing up the air, and Kim instantly recognizes that noise from Lancelot's duel. It is the absolute raw power of Lacus's sacred spear. It is so ridiculous that even when Lancelot dodges, the shockwaves blow the ground to pieces. Lancelot is fully focused on dodging, knowing a single direct hit means instant death. Lacus laughs at his retreat, mocking him and asking if this so-called legendary warrior is nothing but a coward who runs. Lancelot retreats a bit, quiet. He wants to argue back, but Lacus is right about one thing. That weapon is just on a completely different level, and Lancelot realized it a bit too late. Studying the weapon, Lancelot confirms it is far superior to anything he saw in the Eames dimension. To make matters worse, it has hidden traits that make it even more dangerous. Lancelot decides to break the silence. Since the lizard men call Eames their sister realm, he asks if the spear came from there. Lacus boasts that it was actually forged in Saboro's realm, though Eames gave it a nice upgrade. Lancelot nods, admitting that makes perfect sense, before offering a proposal, or rather, a simple question. Lacus hesitates for a split second, and Lancelot pounces on it. He asks if that fancy weapon is just a crutch to hide how bad his actual skills are. Lacus just smiles, replying he is not dumb enough to fall for the same trick twice. Lacus immediately lunges forward with a deadly thrust. Lancelot slips past it easily, but Lacus instantly redirects the spear mid-strike with insane speed. Lancelot predicts the shift and blocks the strike, but the raw kinetic impact still blasts him back several meters. Lacus keeps pressing forward, trying to keep him off balance and end this quickly. But Lancelot has already recovered his stance, dropping to one knee with his sword firmly braced in front of him. Lacus easily bats the blade aside and steps in for the kill, telling the knight that his warrior journey ends right here. Lancelot doesn't even flinch, just calmly watching the final blow descend. But right before the spear can land, something crazy happens. The weapon starts vibrating violently, almost as if it refuses to strike Lancelot. Lacus strains against it, face turning red as he demands to know what is going on. Before he can even figure it out, the spear rips itself from his grip and flies off into the sky, leaving Lacus completely stunned. Yep, Kim did that. He literally pulled the spear into his subspace, spending 238 magic stones to store the divine weapon as construction material. Honestly, even Kim is shocked that his crazy plan actually worked to save Lancelot. He has no clue why a legendary spear is classified as raw construction material, but he is not complaining. Lancelot remains on his knee, while Lacus turns a burning, murderous stare toward Kim, completely unable to process what just happened. Furious, he demands to know why Kim would ruin a sacred duel like this. Then he glares at Lancelot, mocking him that all his talk about skill is a joke since he is the one acting with zero honor. Lancelot shuts him down immediately, saying Kim had a good reason and warning Lacus to watch his mouth. This only ticks Lacus off more, and he asks if the knight is seriously trying to play jokes right now. Sneering, Lacus points a finger, asking if the Lord Lancelot serves is so completely pathetic that he does not even understand the concept of warrior honor. Lancelot remains calm but firmly orders him to take those words back. He adds that he finally gets it. Lacus is not mad about the duel, he is just terrified of losing his precious toy. Lancelot tells him not to worry since they are still warriors. He drives his sword into the ground, declaring it makes no difference if he gets beheaded or beaten to death. Raising his bare fists, he declares that one truth remains: Lacus is going down. The lizard warrior laughs, mocking Lancelot for talking so big when he was literally a second away from dying. Lacus happily accepts and steps forward. Lancelot stands his ground and beckons him. Now, these two warriors are about to settle this to the death, using nothing but their bare fists. Meanwhile, the rest of the lizard army keeps swarming the defense tower. While Sol is busy absolutely shredding any enemy that gets close, Kim takes a second to check the system stats on his new spear. As he looks closer, Kim spots some pretty bizarre details. The system screen reveals the weapon is indeed Lacus's sacred spear, upgraded to enhancement level 3. It is an epic rank weapon boosted by the god Eames. With plus 31 penetration, plus 31 acceleration, and a purification effect, Kim instantly knows this spear is an absolute cheat item. Cut back to Yatu, who is still trapped inside Kim's beam barrage. With a smug grin on his face, the big guy asks Kim why the attack suddenly stopped. He probably figures Kim was simply crushed by his sheer greatness. In his mind, his body is just too tough, so Kim must have worn himself out trying to attack, realizing there is absolutely no way to bring him down. Yatu then asks if Kim knows that in the 7th hierarchy, only 2 warriors are recognized, Brother Costas and Lacus. According to the Brute, those 2 are the only warriors who have ever managed to stop his advance. He confidently tells Kim that while his effort was cute, his death is guaranteed since he can never be stopped. Still grinning, Yato says death is an honorable end for any warrior. He tells Kim to be proud of dying by his hand, promising to end this whole fight in a flash. Right mid-brag, something slams straight through his hands, leaving him totally speechless. His eyes go wide. Looking down at his bleeding hand, he realizes it's Locus's sacred spear pinning him. Confused, he wonders how that spear got here. But before he can think, more strikes hit him, pinning his body before he can react. Yato drops to his knees as his life drains away, completely defeated by the sacred spear's onslaught. Even as he collapses, Kim's subspace keeps running in the background, firing weapons at high speed. Right then, the system announces that Yato's dimensional account is transferred to Kim. Since Kim already has one, it simply adds to his balance, along with a Tier D enhancement stone. This stone has no active skill, but grants liquefaction. Nearby, the soldiers keep firing, their electric rounds shredding through lizardmen and their mounts. Sol scans the messy battlefield and spots only one lizardman left, desperately rushing forward for a final charge. Feeling pretty bored, Sol sees no more enemies near the building and thinks she's done, but a sudden screech from above makes her look up, and she finally realizes what she missed. She had completely forgotten about Bedivere, leaving him to handle the Wyvern Riders alone. She quickly rushes up to the defense tower. Up there, Bedivere is just sitting on the ground, surrounded by dead lizardmen pinned by spears. Feeling someone behind him, he turns around, sees Sol, and calmly tells her she's late, then asks what's next. Meanwhile, Lachesis and Lancelot are still locked in their intense duel. Lachesis whips his tail, but Lancelot slips right past it and easily keeps his distance. With quick steps, Lancelot slides back in, guard raised, and lands a brutal punch to Lachesis's face. He then plants his foot, twists, and drives another heavy blow right into his stomach. Shaken by the first hit, Lachesis takes one heavy blow after another, as Lancelot hammers away. But just as his senses return, he spots yet another punch flying right at him. This time he ducks low, making Lancelot's fist miss. Lachesis tries to counter instantly, but Lancelot reacts even faster, driving a hard knee straight into Lachesis's face. Crashing to the ground, Lachesis can't believe he's been pushed this far. Before he can recover, Lancelot unleashes a brutal uppercut right under his chin. The hit lifts Lachesis up, and Lancelot smashes him again, sending him flying several meters. Lying in the dirt, Lachesis realizes it's over. He doesn't have the strength to get up. Lancelot slowly walks over, standing right above him to ask if he has any last words. Barely moving, Lachesis calls Lancelot a true warrior and says it was a good fight. Lancelot agrees it was indeed a good fight. Gathering his remaining strength, he clenches his fist and drives one final, crushing blow straight into Lachesis's face, ending him. The impact is so vicious that blood sprays everywhere, leaving Lancelot's victorious fist covered in red. From the tower, the soldiers watch, and the commander sighs, saying it's finally over. But right then, a soldier yells out with an urgent message from the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters. Hearing this, the colonel immediately gets a bad feeling. With the battle wrapped up, Kim reflects on how brutal it actually was. The lizardmen were tough, and his initial plans didn't quite work, but only one thing matters now. The portal to the lizardmen's dimension is still wide open. If it stays that way, more of them will return in bigger numbers. It's time to take the fight to them. Later, Kim sits in a helicopter with his window open, spending 1,000 magic stones to unlock an ability to send 8 items at once. Still, Kim keeps thinking about how to use the new enhancement stone from that lizard enemy. It has liquefaction, making it pretty clear that Camelot needs to start mass-producing these things. Young Su snaps him out of it, saying they're about to land. Kim is surprised they arrived so fast. Stepping out, he reminds himself they urgently need more intel. He needs the portal's exact location, enemy numbers, defense lines, and every detail possible. They need solid data to choose the perfect spot to launch their counterattack. The moment Kim steps off, a soldier barks an order for everyone to salute Colonel Kim. Kim just scratches his head, feeling pretty awkward since formal salutes always make him uncomfortable. A soldier steps up and introduces himself as Park Inbo, a lieutenant colonel from the Incheon 17th Division. He admits he's heard quite a lot about Kim. Specifically, how Kim repelled the lizard invasion without losing a single soldier. He heard this from the chief of operations, who had to run off on urgent business. Kim remembers the chief taking a radio call and rushing off without a word. He vaguely recalls something about giant insects attacking headquarters. Shrugging it off, Kim tells him it's probably nothing too serious, though he remembers the colonel had unfinished business. Park In-bo nods, relieved, and invites Kim inside to talk. Once inside, Park In-bo gets right to the point. They found the gate, but there's a massive issue. They still don't know where the core is. He explains they had snipers tracking it, but after the bidding ended, some weird sludge started pouring out of the portal. They lost the core entirely, making Kim ask if it's just mud. Reaching into his pocket, Park In-bo says yes, but figures it's easier to show than explain. He tosses 2 photos on the table, calling them their best shots. As Kim can see, a thick mud-like swamp has spread around the gate. Park In-bo explains that touching it is harmless, but moving through it is the real nightmare. It slows people down so much that walking normally is basically impossible. The lizard men use it to hide and move freely. Kim studies the photos unfazed, saying it's not an issue. He has allies who can navigate this area and gather intel, then summons Lancelot. The knight takes the photos and inspects them carefully, but Lancelot immediately apologizes and admits this will be tough, catching Kim off guard. He explains that moving is fine, thanks to the phantom effect. The issue is that in an open swamp, they'd have 0 cover and get spotted instantly. Kim admits he missed that, but Lancelot reassures him he knows someone incredibly fast and stealthy. Curious, Kim asks who he's talking about. Soon, the system activates using an enhancement stone and 500 magic stones to appoint Mordred as a Knight of Camelot. Right away, a portal opens as the system announces a new warrior. A figure steps out, declaring he has answered Lord Kim's summons. He introduces himself as Mordred, one of the 12 knights serving under Lancelot, swearing his life to Lord Kim. Unlike the others, Mordred rarely fights on the front lines. His real battlefields are behind enemy lines, handling stealth, assassination, and theft. Those exact skills are what earned him a spot among Camelot's 12 elite knights. He shines as an assassin not just for his skill, but because of a special ability that lets him kill without detection. Known as stealth, it hides his appearance temporarily without making him fully disappear. Because of that, external forces can still touch him. Even so, Mordred turned this gift into a deadly art, and surviving this long proves just how dangerous he is. On top of that, the materialization stone used to summon him granted him a pretty wild skill, the power to phase through physical objects for a short time. Basically, an already lethal assassin just got a massive cheat code upgrade. Back in reality, Kim excitedly promises to explain the mission, and Mordred immediately salutes, calling him his lord. Pointing at the map, Kim explains they need to track down the core of the Lizardman Gate from the Saber's dimension. Mordred hears this basic command and just nods, saying he understands completely. Kim praises him, loving how a seasoned pro gets the job done without needing a long, boring lecture. Lancelot steps in with a warning: if Mordred dies, the entire plan is ruined. He explains that these Lizardman officers are no joke, so even if Mordred fails the mission, he must prioritize coming back alive. Mordred promises he won't fail, turning to start the stealth mission with absolute confidence. Watching him slip away, Kim smiles, thinking this guy is incredibly reliable. That is when the colonel nervously asks if they are really sending just one knight. Kim smugly turns to him and says, "Absolutely. These guys are the elite, so they just need to trust Camelot and wait." Kim advises the anxious colonel to get some rest. Since they cannot plan their next move until Mordred returns, he promises to send word immediately. Relieved, the colonel salutes and leaves. Next, Kim tells Lancelot to relax in the subspace after his tough fight. Lancelot politely declines, reminding Kim that being undead means he never gets tired anyway. Kim is about to argue when something weird catches his eye. He stares at Lancelot, wondering if the knight's heavy armor always looked this clean and undamaged. Lancelot simply thanks him for the concern. Still confused, Kim mentions that the armor and sword were totally trashed earlier. Lancelot explains that inside the Camelot subspace, all damaged gear automatically repairs itself. This completely blows Kim's mind. He had zero clue his subspace possessed such a broken feature. Lancelot clarifies that as long as the gear is not completely vaporized, the system treats them as items and slowly rebuilds them. Then he drops another bomb. A brand new enhancement stone has spawned in Camelot, carrying a crazy wound regeneration effect. Kim grins, realizing this stone sounds incredibly useful just from the name alone. Even so, Kim decides they can plan its usage once Mordred returns. Lancelot agrees, but suddenly freezes up. His hand flies straight to his hilt, prompting a confused Kim to ask what is wrong. Ready for battle, Lancelot warns that someone is lurking in the shadows, spying on them. Kim panics, shocked that an enemy could slip in this fast. Is it another Lizardman officer? Lancelot admits he can only sense a faint presence, unable to pinpoint their exact location. He He urges Kim to retreat into safety immediately, but right then, a tiny sound gives the intruder away. Locking onto the target, Lancelot vanishes in a blink, promising to handle the rat and return shortly. From the hidden spy's perspective, Kim is suddenly left standing completely alone. The spy wonders where the scary knight disappeared to, but Lancelot is already standing right behind him, cold steel pressed against his throat. He coldly states he only serves his master, Kim. Just because the spy is human does not mean he is an ally. As the terrified man slowly turns, Lancelot warns him that his very next words will decide his fate. Unloading massive killing intent, Lancelot demands to know why he was spying. Right then, Kim hears a faint, pathetic cry for help and runs over to check out the commotion. Arriving at the scene, Kim finds Lancelot casually choking a screaming man. Calmly, Lancelot explains that this is the little rat who is spying on them. He reassures Kim that they will have answers in a second. Crushing the spy's throat, Lancelot growls that playtime is over. Did the lizardman send him, or is it someone else? The man gasps and wheezes for air, completely unable to speak under the brutal grip. Spotting Kim, he wheezes out the protagonist's name, which only infuriates Lancelot even further. How dare a mere commoner utter Lord Kim's name so casually? Lancelot promises a slow, incredibly painful death, but a totally baffled Kim rushes forward, yelling at Lancelot to stop this madness. It turns out, the guy he is currently suffocating is actually Kim's close friend. Lancelot pauses, holding the turning purple spy, while far away in the enemy base, a disgusting sludge coats the walls. Amidst a pile of slaughtered lizardmen, Mordred notes that these beasts view dying in battle as supreme honor. Since they live in gore, the smell of blood will not trigger their suspicion. Looking at a fresh corpse, Mordred realizes bathing in their blood is the perfect way to mask his scent. Smearing the warm blood all over his armor, he slips into a dark tunnel. Scent fully masked, he begins his infiltration, moving like a ghost to avoid waking the entire hive. Soon, Mordred notices the cavernous corridors are absurdly massive. Why would lizardmen need hallways built for literal giants? Moving deeper, the layout feels incredibly impractical, since these lizards come in all shapes and sizes. He begins to suspect these colossal pathways were designed specifically to accommodate one ridiculously massive creature. Sneaking past patrols, Mordred figures this mysterious giant must be a massive deal. Otherwise, building a fortress this inconvenient would make absolutely zero sense. Suddenly, a massive lizard warrior halts inches from him, freezing him in place. Realizing he is a split second from detection, he activates his materialization stone. Talk about a close call. Without that cheat stone, his head would be rolling. He cannot afford to fail his first assignment, especially after Lancelot's warning. Find the portal core and return alive. But the deeper Mordred pushes, the more organized and brutal the enemy forces appear. Suddenly, he spots a highly unusual creature. It is a bizarre, purple, one-eyed monster with a round head. Watching from the shadows, Mordred whispers that he found it, observing the Cyclops talking to a bald old scholar. The grumpy elder calls the beast filthy, warning it to stop interrupting his research or face a cage. Suddenly, a booming, annoyed voice cuts in, asking if Solson has forgotten their little deal. Solson snaps back that he only signed up to protect the portal core, not host guests. Snapping his book shut, the old wizard claims he can handle the seals alone. He grumbles that instead of whining about the core, they should worry about their dead soldiers outside. The voice mocks him, pointing out that while Solson used to be a great mage, he is now just an exile begging them for survival. Solson nervously tells him to drop the ancient history. A massive tail wraps around the old man's neck, threatening to crush his bones if he forgets his place. It turns out, this voice belongs to the colossal leader of the lizardmen. Solson immediately folds, whimpering that he spoke out of turn and begging the giant to play nice. All the while, Mordred remains completely motionless, recording every detail. One glance tells Mordred that this brute is no common soldier. He also ponders if Solson is truly an arcane mage, given his pathetic, fallen status. Mordred starts connecting the dots. Why is a human mage guarding a lizardman portal core anyway? Plus, from his angle, he cannot tell if that giant thing around Solson's neck is a tail or some creepy tentacle. While the voice clearly belongs to the Lizard King, Mordred's blood runs cold as he notices a giant chameleon blending seamlessly into the wall right next to him. He realizes he still hasn't even seen the beast's true form, proving those oversized corridors were built for this massive boss monster alone. Since the lizardmen's defense line looks pretty weak, Mordred decides to creep a little closer. But right then, a super weird sensation hits him. He cannot see a single thing, yet something heavy presses right against his leg. It is a giant chameleon shooting its tongue straight at him. Mordred spins around to find the source, but the tongue already has his arm completely wrapped up with zero escape. As that massive tongue pulls him in, Mordred realizes things have gone horribly wrong. The giant chameleon slams our stealth knight into a hard wall before he can even blink. The brutal impact completely breaks his camouflage, leaving him fully exposed right in enemy territory. The sudden crash grabs everyone's attention, and the giant lizard demands answers from the arcane mage. Solsan knows exactly what is happening, and quickly explains that an intruder snuck in to spy on them. The bald elder immediately triggers a bright red aura spell, summoning a bunch of magic scrolls into his hands. Unrolling one of them, he prepares to unleash his arcane power. Without a moment of hesitation, he fires off magic missiles, sending several deadly red projectiles zooming forward. The red magical bolts streak right toward Mordred as he struggles to get up. He reacts instantly, his eye flashes as he uses materialization to dodge, just before a random memory hits him. Back in school, a classmate mocked Kim's uniform, asking if he found it in a dumpster. He kept pointing at the torn fabric, making Kim realize his very first thought: this guy seriously needs glasses. The kid laughed and crossed the line, insulting Kim's poor family and telling him to stay away because he smelled bad. That was it. Kim immediately decked him right in the face, so yeah, that explains the glasses comment. Sometime later, that very same rich kid was playing on a brand new handheld game console. Even with his cool gadget, he just could not understand why none of his classmates cared about him. Spoiled and used to getting his way, he kept showing off to get attention. But his classmates just found him incredibly annoying. They even muttered that money could not buy friends, and absolutely nobody envied him. Looking back, Kim figured the kid was just young and clueless. And honestly, guys, we all knew a kid like this in school. Still, Kim thought that he was a kid too, yet that brat still annoyed him like crazy. Soon, things took a darker turn when a couple of bullies snatched the kid's game console and started messing with it. They joked about how fun the games looked, laughing that since he was rich, losing it should not bother him. The boy tried to speak up, but before he could finish, a harsh punch sent him straight to the ground. They kept kicking him while he lay there defenseless, sneering that absolutely nobody had asked for his opinion. Suddenly, one of the bullies notices someone sneaking up behind them. It is Kim, charging in full speed with his backpack. He slams it right into the leader's face, halting the beatdown as everyone freezes in shock. Kim speaks up to set the record straight. He is definitely not trying to be a hero here. He just wanted to remind them that this rich brat always mocked his family's financial struggles. Kim stepped in to prove he was no pushover, and honestly, just to look cool. The delinquents assume the two must be friends, asking if Kim wants to take a beating in his place. Right at that moment, Kim deeply regretted acting tough as the table flipped, and he became the punching bag. Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing kid watched, realizing all of this happened because he was such an annoying jerk. While the bullies keep wailing on Kim, someone suddenly catches one of their wrists. It is Sol, showing up at the absolute perfect time. And honestly, she does not even need to say a word. Her presence alone is so epic that Kim genuinely thinks she is cool for the first time ever. That is when he remembers she already has a legendary reputation for being incredibly tough. Kim smiles in absolute relief, but Sol immediately ruins the moment by calling his weakness unacceptable. She declares that starting tomorrow, he is joining her brutal morning training sessions. Kim is utterly speechless. Even with Sol still holding the bully's arm, Kim protests that he is not even in a sports club, so training is pointless. Sol just brushes his complaints off, saying it makes zero difference. She speaks to the coach herself. The club members tease Kim, asking if he is Sol's cute little brother, while the bully still has no clue he just messed with a terrifying family. They pat Kim on the head while Sol gives the delinquent a harsh lecture and sends him packing. As Kim gets ready to leave, he glances back one last time to see the rich kid still frozen in place. Kim asks what he is waiting for, and tells him to hurry up and go home already. The boy suddenly bursts into tears, overwhelmed with pure, heartfelt gratitude. After that day, the two become fast friends throughout high school, spending all their time together. They watch fight promos, cheat on exams, and laugh when Kim still gets worse grades despite studying his butt off. Even when they attend different schools, they keep in close touch to compare grades and swap life updates. Eventually, they end up at the same university, making their unbreakable bond even stronger. By this point, they are absolute best friends who basically shaped each other's lives. And yes, they even play League of Legends together. During one of their matches, his glasses-wearing friend, who always plays weird builds, casually mentions he is thinking about joining a kendo dojo. Kim is so shocked he asks where this is coming from. His friend admits that watching Kim and Sol train looks super cool, inspiring him to try a sport. Since there is a kendo dojo right near his house, he figured it was a great start. Still amazed that anyone could find their painful training cool, Kim jokes and asks if he hit his head. His friend just laughs, saying not all martial arts are as brutal as Sol makes them look. And that was the exact moment Minho first picked up kendo. Before meeting Kim, he never would have dreamed of entering a dojo. Back in the present, Minho suddenly drops a total bombshell. Repeating himself, he confirms he awakened powerful swordsman abilities, leaving Kim staring in disbelief. Seeing his shock, Minho chuckles, asking why he is so surprised when Kim literally became Seoul's main representative. Minho admits he was not even sure if this was the same Kim he grew up with. Plus, that creepy skeleton companion scared him too much to let him get any closer, so he stayed hidden until the skeleton walked away before finally stepping out. Dangerous or not, Minho gets that Lancelot was just doing his job, but still asks Kim to call him off, because he is way too intense. Meanwhile, Lancelot is currently face down on the dirt, in a dramatic, deep bow of apology. Kim sighs, explaining that telling him to stand up will not help, because a knight's personal honor is on the line. This is pure self-punishment for a mistake only he believes he can make up for. Poor Lancelot is completely overwhelmed with guilt, feeling incredibly pathetic for offending Lord Kim's dear childhood friend. With that heavy burden on his soul, Lancelot declares he no longer deserves to be a knight. Staring at the bizarre posture, Minho asks where a skeleton even learned to bow like that. Kim casually jokes that he probably picked it up from getting beaten up by Seoul. Changing the subject, Kim expresses how glad he is that Minho is safe, asking about his mother and offering her a safe spot in his subspace. Hearing that, Minho looks away, clearly bothered by something. After a tense pause, he mutters that she is probably okay, maybe. That highly uncertain answer immediately makes Kim feel super uneasy. The truth is, Minho has no real clue if his mother is safe or not. Somewhere deep in enemy territory, surrounded by mud-soaked ruins, his mother lies resting with barely any supplies when a sudden noise wakes her. She gets up to investigate, only to freeze when she spots Lancelot standing right outside the window with his fist raised. In a split second, he punches straight through the glass, shattering it everywhere. Stepping inside, he introduces himself as Lancelot, captain of the Knights of Camelot and loyal servant to Lord Kim. With a serious tone, he asks if she is indeed Minho's mother. She cautiously agrees, but immediately demands to know what on earth is going on. Lancelot reassures her, declaring that starting right now, he will personally escort her safely back to her son. Minho explains that right after the apocalypse kicked off, some rigged bidding war slapped a giant glass wall between him and his mom. Desperate for a reunion, he actually put himself up for auction to find her, but he took a massive loss. Sure, that barrier eventually vanished, but then dimensional terraforming kept them apart. Basically, it is when some random, unwanted dimension decided to spill its messy environment right into theirs. This weird phenomenon morphs the terrain and completely ruins the commute. Luckily, it is not always a death sentence. The zone was incredibly tough to navigate, but not instantly lethal, meaning his mom still had a pretty solid chance of survival. That sliver of hope keeps Minho going. Still, Lancelot drops a heavy reality check. Just because this zone is not toxic does not change the fact that another dimension totally owns it now. Translation: they are walking straight through enemy territory. That is why Lancelot speaks with absolute, dramatic knightly resolve, while piggybacking Minho's mom. Dangerous mission? Terrible odds? Perfect. He needs to prove he is actually worthy of his shiny knight title. Lancelot swears he will not mess this up like his past failures right before some extremely loud, annoying commotion ruins his dramatic monologue. Hearing through Slast, he sees someone sprinting over and screaming his captain title. Turns out it is Mordred, booking it at top speed, that whatever business Lancelot has here, he needs to wrap it up and run. Mordred goes full panic mode, begging his captain to turn around and look. Lancelot just stands there, totally clueless and trying to process the screaming. Oh, now he finally sees the problem. An entire, incredibly angry mob of enemies is charging right at them, screaming that they will absolutely not let that sneaky rat escape. Right, so much for a stealthy rescue. The quiet mission to save Minho's mom is officially busted, and Lancelot is incredibly annoyed. He immediately snaps at Mordred, calling him a brainless fool for blowing their cover and making everything 10 times harder. Mordred scrambles closer, begging for backup. Keeping his cool, Lancelot calmly asks how many 7th-tier enemies are leading this angry mob. Mordred has no clue on the exact numbers, but they are clearly bad news. Lancelot can already feel the heat, noting some nasty aerial units and weird new monsters he has never even laid eyes on before. Running is not an option anymore, they will just get chased down. Realizing they are trapped, Lancelot commands Mordred to retreat immediately and deliver all this crucial intel back to Lord Kim. Mordred is taking over the escape squad now. Lancelot carefully transfers Minho's mom to the young knight's back, making it crystal clear that she must return home completely safe. Clapping a heavy hand on his shoulder, Lancelot promises to stall for as long as possible, hoping his partner gets the job done without getting himself killed. He leaves one final message for Kim: use the enhancement stone on Percival. Mordred tries to argue, but Lancelot cuts him off instantly. There is no time for chit-chat. So he orders him to run, and Mordred finally obeys. With that, Mordred escapes with Minho's mother to complete the drop-off, leaving Lancelot all on his own. The lone knight unsheathes his blade and calmly declares he is ready. Facing down the swarm of lizard men, he does not flinch. He has absolutely nothing to fear. He is going to prove he is a real knight for Lord Kim, even if he has to take on the entire army alone. Meanwhile, Mordred has already made it back to the safe house where Kim and Minho are waiting. He kicks the door open to report success, and Minho instantly breaks down sobbing at the sight of his mom. Kim is incredibly relieved she made it back in one piece. He remembers Lancelot's promise to return her, then asks if Mordred is doing all right. But right then, a cold chill hits Kim. Something is terribly off. Oh man, look at this. A brutal system alert pops up, announcing that the ghost of Camelot, Lancelot, has vanished. Outside, Mordred starts crying as he explains their messy split. It hits Kim hard. Lancelot sacrificed his own life to make this rescue succeed. Because of his ultimate sacrifice, they got the critical intel back, and Minho's mother is safe. Wait, maybe Lancelot is not completely gone. If Kim summons him again using the enhancement stone and magic stone, he might bring him back. Still, he cannot just shake off the heavy guilt. Reviving a soul is not the same as protecting them in the first place. Kim wonders if he pushed his knight way too hard, and if this tragedy was even necessary. He just keeps spiraling into self-blame. He should have never let Lancelot go on that solo run. Even if the stubborn knight refused to listen, Kim should have told him he had absolutely nothing to prove by dying. Interrupting his guilt trip, Mordred brings up Lancelot's dying wish: give the enhancement stone to Percival. That triggers a flashback to Kim talking with Lancelot about maximizing the stone's healing potential. It clicks for Kim that Lancelot had actually planned out every single detail, perfectly mapping out the most strategic way to use that enhancement stone. Shaking off the grief, Kim locks back into reality. With a face full of grim determination, he orders Mordred to report the rest of his findings. He promises that Lancelot's ultimate sacrifice will not be in vain now. It is time to shut down the lizard men's gate for good. Meanwhile, over at the enemy camp, only a shattered helmet remains of the brave knight. Sozin, that bald old wizard, uses his telekinesis to examine the helmet, realizing it once belonged to an undead knight. This gets him thinking, is there some crazy necromancer out there mass-producing these guys? Before he can solve the mystery, the giant lizard boss walks in and congratulates him, noting they lost the runner but bagged another prisoner instead. Sozin coldly snaps back that they do not need compliments, they need a proper thank you. Seriously, stopping intruders was the giant lizard's job from the start. The scale beast admits it was a tough fight, prompting Sozin to ask what they should do with the enhancement stone they looted off Lancelot. The giant lizard man decides to table that decision for now, admitting he would have handed it over to Locus or Yatu, but unfortunately, both of those guys are already dead. Sozin immediately chimes in, suggesting that if nobody else wants the stone, he should get it. The lizard leader asks what kind of return he gets on that investment. While still levitating the helmet, Sozin floats a magical scroll too. Grabbing the paper, he boasts about its power, explaining that even non-magical losers can use these scrolls. They are single-use cheat codes that let literally anyone fire off high-tier magic. Their value relies entirely on the spell, but even the cheapest ones beat 3 regular enhancement stones. The lizard grunts in agreement, adding he has heard rumors that Sozin actually crafts these scrolls by sealing living souls inside them. He calls the process totally gross, preferring highly practical gear imported from the Eames dimension. Sozin sighs, telling him that a brute simply cannot appreciate the fine art of turning uncivilized monsters into stationery. The giant lizard barks back, asking if he is calling him a brute just because he skips out on Sozin's weird hobbies. Honestly, he thinks those fancy arcane mages are no better. Calling them savage witch doctors, he mocks Sozin for being a powerless outcast. Ultimately, he decides the enhancement stones are going toward Eames' gear, while Sozin can keep making his ugly scrolls out of captured prisoners. Sozin just sighs, muttering that the lizard men truly have zero imagination. Right then, a loud clanking noise deep inside their hideout interrupts their little argument. Both villains turn toward the entrance as a mysterious shadow begins to walk in. Sozin and the lizard boss share confused looks, completely unsure of who just crashed their meeting. Out steps a massive knight carrying a heavy shield and a giant battle axe. He introduces himself as Percival, one of the 12 legendary knights of Camelot. When Sozin angrily demands his identity, the knight calmly repeats it, Percival. Bald wizard scoffs, saying it does not matter, and asking if he came to avenge his fallen buddy. Without waiting for a response, Sozin unleashes a roaring flame spell right at him. Activating a scroll, he tells Percival to survive this if he can, as a massive fireball slams directly into him. But as the smoke clears, Percival stands completely untouched, having blocked everything with his shield without moving an inch. Staring at the giant knight standing completely unmoved, Sozin grumbles that this guy is way tougher than advertised. He reaches to trigger another spell scroll, twitching his fingers, but absolutely nothing happens. He turns around only to see a portal vacuuming up every single magic scroll. Sozin stands there completely frozen, talk about a trick he did not sign up for. Right then, Kim gets a system notification saying all scrolls were stored by spending 3,914 magic stones, leaving 1,843 behind. Sitting inside a helicopter with Julian, Kim confirms they are secured and leaves the rest to the team. The message crackles through Percival's radio. The second he hears it, Percival calls out and asks if Mordred caught that as well. Sozin is completely lost, asking who this Mordred guy is and if he stole his precious papers. But before he gets an answer, Mordred drops his camouflage right behind him. Giving Sozin zero time to react, Mordred slices his head clean off with one swift neck strike. Coldly, Mordred whispers, "That is the name of the man who killed you. Let us rewind to when they were planning this whole operation." Mordred warned them about an old arcane sorcerer named Sozin who got kicked out of arcane. This instantly reminds Kim of the time the King of Knights mistook him for one of those elite mages. Bedivere explains that arcane is basically the dimension of absolute top-tier spellcasters. It has 3 different ranks of mages, and even the lowest tier is a ridiculously strong level 6. Sol is totally shocked if the rookies are already level 6, then they must be downright terrifying. Mordred adds that for some weird reason, possibly his exile, Sozin cannot cast magic normally anymore. Sol chimes in, saying that if a wizard cannot cast whenever he wants, maybe he is not actually that big of a deal. Mordred agrees that Sozin lost his rank and juice after getting kicked out, meaning they can definitely take him down. But since his magic is busted, Sozin found a cheeky workaround magic scrolls. Sol asks what a scroll even is. Mordred explains it is just paper packed with magic. It usually holds simple spells that anyone can activate, even without magical talent. This makes scrolls super valuable. He figures Sozin mass-produced a giant stash to gain a massive combat advantage, letting him spam magic instantly, without wasting any time chanting on the spot. Kim points out they need 2 key answers. Do the other lizard men carry these scrolls, and what spells are packed inside them? Mordred admits he has no clue. All he knows is that when Sozin spotted him in the hideout, the old mage spammed scrolls at him. 3 red explosions blasted the walls, and Mordred only survived because the enhancement stone saved his neck. But one big question remains. Why would a legendary mage rely so heavily on paper, instead of casting his own spells? The noise attracts a nearby lizard soldier, who rushes in asking if the commander is safe. The commander, who is actually a chameleon monster, warns him that an intruder has infiltrated the base. The boss warns that the intruder can camouflage himself, ordering the soldier to sound the alarm. Mordred wants to slip away, but he cannot leave without finding out why the mage behaves so weirdly. The soldier suggests blocking the exit first, and the chameleon agrees. But the very second he nods, Mordred materializes out of thin air and slices the soldier's head clean off. As his disguise fades, the chameleon freezes in pure terror. This human was standing right next to him the entire time. Mordred needs answers and a quick tactical advantage. Without hesitation, Mordred slashes the chameleon's throat in one smooth stroke, leaving him choking on his own blood. Suddenly, a furious voice echoes nearby, shouting insults at the dead lizard men. It is Sozin, floating in midair and fuming that his underlings are too stupid to catch a single rat. He grumbles about having to do everything himself and writing a brand new scroll. Staring at Mordred, the mage laughs that his luck has officially run out. Back then, Mordred had absolutely no idea what he meant. The biggest shock was that Sozin easily tracked him down even after escaping the cave. That relentless chase showed Mordred exactly how dangerous these enemies really are. Mordred hangs his head, apologizing that the chase got out of hand and cost Captain Lancelot a painful price. Kim tells him to stop blaming himself because without his intel, they would be totally blind. Kim notes that Mordred went in fully prepared to pay the ultimate price for information. Nobody has the right to judge that, so it is time to drop the guilt. Making hard calls is Kim's job, and shutting down the portal is their priority. Bedivere adds that Sozin probably hates wasting scrolls since they are hard to make, so other grunts likely do not have them. The officer confirms the enemy roster, including our favorite bald sorcerer, pointing out they are probably holed up inside a cave to hide the portal core. Since Sozin is protecting the portal, he will not leave that cave. This reveals 2 things: their forces are weak enough that the old man must defend it personally, and they are completely cornered. It also means no info can leak. Kim smiles, knowing that if they put this elderly spellcaster 6 feet under, the rest will be a cakewalk. The only real hurdle is taking him off the board, which the officer agrees with. Luckily, Kim has a wild plan involving his newly unlocked level 3 subspace skill. He is talking about the category function, which automatically sorts stored items while preserving their traits. There is just one catch at this level: he cannot create new categories on his own. He even tried storing a car once, but the system flat out rejected it. An item must match a pre-existing category to be hoarded, and doing so still costs him points. That is why he could store the Sacred Spear of Lakis under construction materials. But after taking out the traitor goblin Bongsu, Kim finally upgraded his subspace to level 4. This fresh upgrade lets him customize categories, though the system caps them at just 2 slots. Right then, a brilliant idea strikes him. Since the mage is heavily reliant on his paper collection, Kim sets up a custom scroll category to intercept them instantly. Best of all, Pax's power works from a safe distance, meaning even if Sozin hides deep in the cave, they can still rob him blind. The strike team is dispatched, featuring Sol and their new heavy tank, Percival. Sol playfully asks if Percival is leading this operation, and he proudly nods. She is eager to see his skills in action, and Percival cannot wait to show off. But as the assault begins, Percival notices Sol is not doing much. Kim keeps her stashed in the subspace to prevent unnecessary chaos, leaving her screaming to join the fun. Kim reassures her that her turn will come, pleading for her to chill out. Meanwhile, the cave is in total panic, as lizard men frantically pass around warnings of an intruder. As one grunt runs off to report to Sozin, a shadowy figure materializes right in front of him. It is Mordred, executing the runner with a clean assassin strike. Fast forward back to the present, and Sozin's severed head is rolling across the cave floor, while Mordred stands over it with a bloody dagger. The massive lizard boss admits he felt a tiny tremor in the ground, but ignored it because it was too weak. He never imagined anyone could get that close and assassinate Sozin without making a single sound. Now he wonders if this is the same intruder from earlier. Across the cave, Percival rushes at the one-eyed monster with his massive axe. The beast freezes in absolute terror, realizing its time is up. Percival leaps to strike its massive eye, but a heavy tail whips out of nowhere to block the blow the giant lizard leaders. Slithering like a snake, the beast knocks Percival back and sends him flying. Witnessing the chaos, Mordred screams for Percival to smash that portal immediately. But wait, he gets smacked by that massive tail and faceplants too. Now both boys are eating dirt, while the giant lizard reveals its true form, a colossal serpent, and it claims nobody is touching its precious gate. The big snake basically sighs, thinking these enemy knights are way overhyped. Then it glances at Sozin's headless body and mutters about how that old geezer was completely useless anyway. Trust issues are real. With no backup left, the giant reptile scoops up its one-eyed buddy like a snack and books it deep into the cave. Mordred is still on the ground, playing detective. Why steal the portal core? Where are they taking it? His brain is working overtime trying to solve this giant reptile puzzle. Slithering through the dark tunnels, the serpent remembers the strict system rules. No representative can ever be 7th rank, no matter how ridiculously overpowered they are. It assumes the mastermind must be chilling safely outside the cave while secretly spying on everything. As it rushes toward the light at the cave exit, it realizes something major with everyone fighting inside. Leader Kim is completely unprotected, and just like that, there is Kim standing in his helicopter with a giant representative mark glowing bright. The serpent smiles, finally spotting its prey while inside the chopper. Kim suddenly feels something giant heading his way. He looks out the window and nope, that is not a bird. It is a giant monster flying in, ready to swallow his expensive ride whole. Kim sees the giant serpent coming in hot, but he stays totally relaxed. Calmly recognizing the danger, he tells his buddy Pax to throw something at it. Pax yeets a heavy object at hypersonic speed, slamming the serpent back. The impact sends the giant snake crashing hard into the dirt. Turns out, Pax just threw a massive construction beam from the Eames dimension. The serpent catches it midair and tosses it aside. That is when it realizes, wait, is this actually building material from the Eames dimension? All those wild rumors about Kim's crazy cheat codes are definitely true. Watching from his chopper, Kim sees the beast is actually super strong, so he tells Young Soo to keep their distance. No time to let it breathe. Kim orders Pax to spam the attack, and Pax starts firing beams like a rapid-fire laser gun. Sensing the danger, the serpent coils up to defend itself. Because its scales are insanely tough and it saw the attack coming, it blocks the damage like a total boss. Kim realizes this boss fight won't be that easy. Pax keeps blasting away, but the giant serpent suddenly starts weaving through the flying beams like an absolute ninja. It darts off, scales a skyscraper, and locks eyes with the helicopter. Inside, Kim and Young Soo are just wondering what this crazy snake is plotting. Suddenly, the giant beast spits toxic green venom straight at them. Young Soo pulls a wild dodge maneuver, but some of the acidic slime still splashes right onto the windshield. The glass begins to sizzle and melt, sending Young Soo into a panic. Kim reacts instantly, opening up his subspace portal and telling his pilot to get inside right now. As the portal closes, the serpent thinks they ran away like cowards. But then, the system suddenly announces a brand new spawn. A pristine new Black Hawk helicopter flies right out of the portal, looking completely untouched. Because yeah, Kim literally just swapped his ride for a brand new one. Our giant serpent is left completely confused. Did the acid damage just disappear? It cannot understand Kim's cheat codes. While inside, Kim plans his next move. I mean, if you have unlimited spare choppers in your inventory, why not use them? Talk about paying to win. But since those building beams are useless now, Kim needs a different weapon. The snake is still hugging a skyscraper, glaring at him. Kim decides to test a shiny new item from his inventory, telling Pax to shoot the electric spear. That electric spear flies like lightning and hits the serpent dead center. It barely flinches at first, but this weapon actually pierces its thick scales. The giant snake stares down at the weapon stuck in its flesh, wondering where on earth it came from. Then it realizes, wait, this is the sacred spear of its dead ally, Lachesis. Before it can process that, a second spear slams right next to the first one. Now it is completely losing its mind. Lachesis only ever had one spear, so where did two come from? Seriously, how is this possible? Before the giant reptile can even solve the math, another weapon comes flying straight at its face. But this new weapon is not electric, it is packed with pure frost magic. It slices through the scales easily, making the giant beast panic as frost begins rapidly spreading all over its body. It recognizes that spell from the old bald sorcerer's 1,000 scrolls. How many different hacks does this Kim guy even have? Enraged, the massive snake roars that these weak attacks cannot stop it, lunging at the chopper with its huge jaws wide open. Inside, Kim calmly notices the air is starting to freeze up. He opens a portal and dips, dodging the bite. But he does not just save himself, he also vacuums up Mordred, Percival, and Bedivere, who were just standing around watching. They all get sucked into the portal together. The snake is left totally confused, spotting Soul's representative mark floating in the empty air where Kim just disappeared. Then another portal opens right in front of its face. The serpent is still doing mental gymnastics about those two spears. It has to be Kim's cheat codes. Suddenly, the portal flashes, and out comes Kim alongside Soul and their dad. They are all holding spell scrolls, and they brought a whole army with them. Kim basically has a whole firing squad lined up, ready to drop a massive spell. On his signal, they all unleash magical chaos at once. Our boy Kim pops his own scroll for a massive combo move. The sky flashes with blinding light, as an insane amount of magical power blocks the snake's view. Suddenly, dozens of ice spears launch in a giant barrage. The snake cannot dodge this time as the frozen spikes pierce its skin and turn its flesh into popsicles. And the frost does not stop. Wave after wave of icy spears keeps raining down, giving the snake absolutely zero breathing room. Covered in icicles and bleeding, the giant snake finally crashes hard into the ground. Seeing it collapse, Kim tells the squad to back off, then casually orders Pax to summon yet another brand new helicopter. Another clean chopper spawns instantly, and Kim calls for Young-soo as they prep to leave. They hop inside, fly out of the subspace, and look down at the massive serpent, squirming in pain on the floor. Kim laughs, saying that Big Worm is not going anywhere. He opens up another portal and orders his squad to fire another round of magical artillery. Inside, everyone is holding a colorful scroll like a loaded gun. Realizing its life is about to flash before its eyes, the serpent regrets its life choices. With its frozen body completely paralyzed, the sky bursts with blinding colors as the squad unleashes all those scrolls together. Meanwhile, the game system starts spamming a massive wall of attack alerts. The ultimate combined magic strike rushes toward the trapped reptile, leaving it to just watch as absolute destruction closes in. Then a massive barrage of elemental magic slams into the giant snake all at once. Once the dust finally begins to settle, Kim steps forward cautiously, saying he has just one question. Looking ahead, he calmly asks why they were so desperate to invade. The serpent answers that this was simply meant to be. When Kim demands to know why, she tells him he just wouldn't understand yet. Though he keeps pressing for answers, she explains that Earth isn't actually that far off. One day, instead of just playing defense, Kim will find himself traveling out to hunt other dimensions too. According to her, that is just how things go, as the system was designed that way from day one. And with that, the massive serpent breathes her last. Just then, a notification pops up. The dimensional account has been transferred along with 5,911 magic stones. Since Kim already has an account, the totals merge to a clean 17,668 stones. Mordred sneaks over with his typical silent assassin vibes, casually remarking that the giant snake actually seems dead this time. Still, her final warning lingers, especially that part about the universe being designed for invasion. Mordred breaks the tension by pointing out that even with their leader dead, the dimensional gate core is still intact. Kim asks if he knows where to look. Mordred replies that he saw the serpent swallow the core to keep it safe while they were hiding earlier. Hearing this, Kim realizes that after all the chaos of defeating her, they still have to go digging inside a giant snake carcass. Mordred nods, telling Lord Kim not to worry. Back home, his crew was famous for butchering giant monster corpses, so he happily takes charge. Mordred calls the other knights over and keeps the instructions simple. Smash the gate core and delete the Sabero dimension forever. With that, they dive straight into the carcass. Before long, a random transfer of 33,638 magic stones pops up. Another message confirms Kim's account is active, boosting his grand total to 51,306 magic stones. He also notices the weird alien terrain is starting to fade. Out of nowhere, Mordred calls out, finding something wild inside the portal core. And trust me, you won't believe how fast this guy works as he holds up 3 red enhancement stones. Kim wastes 0 time and tells the system to use them immediately. The system responds that the upgrade stones, plus 500 magic stones, will officially appoint Lancelot as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. The stones float upward, shining with a brilliant crimson light. Then a deep voice echoes Knight Lancelot vows absolute loyalty and offers his entire life to serve his lord. The interface displays Lancelot's updated stats. He is now a level 7 Knight of the Round Table, boasting traits like penetration, acceleration, immunity, crowd control, and critical accuracy. Lancelot is officially summoned back. Kim silently wonders if his buddy's memories got wiped in the process, but there is no denying he is stronger than ever now. At that exact moment, the system announces that the Sabero dimension has officially lost its claim over the Incheon region. Incheon has finally been restored to Earth's territory. The muddy wasteland meant for the lizardmen slowly starts shifting back to normal. Bit by bit, the Earth recovers. Lancelot stands there in silence, taking in the view. Someone nearby mentions that all of this is because of him, drawing Lancelot's attention. Looking straight at the knight, Kim tells him that even though it's late, he is genuinely grateful for everything. Lancelot falls completely silent. Instead of brushing off the compliment, the knight quietly apologizes. He says he only did his duty, but Kim replies that always doing the right thing is never easy. He adds that no matter what happened before, a simple thank you is much better than an apology. Lancelot almost slips up again, but stops himself and offers a heartfelt thanks. Kim feels an instant wave of relief. His close friend is truly back. His memories weren't wiped at all. Just as he realizes this, a loud rumbling makes Kim look up to see several helicopters flying closer in tight formation. The city is finally free from the alien mud. Incheon was the only Korean territory that had actually fallen to the enemy, so reclaiming it means the massive threat trying to conquer Korea has been totally crushed. Even so, they aren't completely safe yet. Stray monsters like wild orcs and wyverns are still roaming the countryside. Clearing out these leftover pests before life gets back to normal is going to take some serious time. Once the helicopters touch down, the operations chief steps out and addresses Kim as Colonel Kim, completely catching him off guard. The chief explains that the alien terraforming blocked them from arriving any sooner, but thankfully, a whole fleet of supply choppers is already on the way. Staring up at Kim standing on top of the giant snake carcass, the chief marvels at the beast that led the lizardmen. Kim just ignores the awe and asks if that other operations chief is doing okay. After all, the last time they met, the guy bolted because he claimed some bugs were attacking him. Later on, back in the safety of the subspace, they finally sit down for a well-deserved meal. Kim can't help but laugh at how absurd it is to eat fresh Chinese takeout while monsters run wild outside. This whole feast actually started right after they rescued and treated Minwoo's mother inside. She wanted to cook a massive meal to thank everyone. Ji-young politely told her she really didn't have to, though she appreciated the gesture. This left the mom completely baffled, wondering how they even had food in a place like this. Ji-young asked if she seriously didn't know yet. That's when the mother learned about Kim's insane cheat ability to summon endless fresh ingredients. The mom mentioned she knew a legendary local chef, using ingredients sourced directly from Kim's shop. The owner of a famous Chinatown restaurant happily prepared the feast, thrilled that he could still feed hungry people even in the middle of a literal apocalypse. Feeding others again made him feel alive. And that is exactly how this incredible Chinese feast came together, giving everyone a moment of pure bliss amid the end of the world. Naturally, even with limitless food, one chef couldn't feed an entire army. He simply cooked one perfect dish, and the shop system duplicated it for everyone else. Seoul, true to her bottomless pit of a stomach, absolutely demolishes her plate, begging Kim to keep the food coming. He tells her to pace herself, since she isn't even chewing. Meanwhile, The others are just stunned by how insanely delicious it is. Looking around, Kim takes a moment to reflect. They crushed the lizard men, saved Incheon, and now they're all sitting down together to enjoy some killer takeout. But wait, there is an even bigger reason to celebrate. Right then, Kim's sister-in-law looks a bit pale, prompting Ju-yeon to ask if she is feeling all right. Assuming it's just a mild cold, the sister-in-law tells them not to worry, though her plate is barely touched. Still, Ju-yeon cannot help but dig a little deeper. Has she been feeling nauseous, dealing with dry mouth, or getting dizzy when standing up too fast? The sister-in-law nods in shock, completely baffled by how Ju-yeon could possibly know all this. That is when Ju-yeon drops a bombshell that leaves everyone speechless. These are textbook early signs of pregnancy. As soon as dinner wraps up, the incredible news is shared with the entire family. Song gathers everyone for a major announcement, proudly confirming that his wife took a test and she is officially pregnant. The room instantly erupts in pure, unfiltered joy. Yeonseo nudges Kim, teasingly congratulating him on becoming an uncle. Even though they don't know the baby's gender yet, the sudden weight of the news makes Kim feel like a real adult. It's a strange, unexpected shift inside him. As the family chit-chats, the conversation naturally drifts to the future: what the kid will wear, if the shop sells baby clothes, and what sports they might play. Ju-yeon and Song are absolutely beaming with anticipation. But in their world, pure joy never comes without a catch. And this peaceful moment won't last long. A soldier quietly slips over to Kim with some urgent news. A direct line from the head of Central Operations Command is waiting. Kim needs to pick up immediately. Stepping over to the radio, Kim signals that he is on the line. Listening to the initial brief, Kim notes the Incheon terraforming is completely wiped out. He then asks if the chief is heading back anytime soon. The chief explains that they are monitoring a massive crisis through backup lines with China and Japan. Terraforming is exploding across both regions on an insane scale, and it is spreading further by the minute. Each neighbor faces a totally different nightmare. Beijing's gate is spewing lethal toxic gas, while Fukuoka's gate is flooding with poisonous water. Kim immediately realizes just how bad this situation is. Since Korea is sandwiched right between them, Kim asks which threat is actually worse. The chief admits both are disastrous, but the toxic gas from Beijing is the most immediate crisis. The colonel details a massive incident, pointing out giant dead bugs already littering the ground. The toxic air itself has not hit yet, but those massive insects are proof that time is rapidly running out. Sealing that toxic Beijing gate is now top priority. They are mobilizing troops, but brute force alone is not going to fix this. The colonel confesses he feels a bit ashamed for begging, but he desperately needs Kim's help. Kim quickly tells him there is absolutely no shame in asking. If they sit on their hands, the entire peninsula will become a toxic wasteland. Wanting a first-hand look, Kim offers to fly straight to China by chopper. The colonel requests a quick detour to the 3rd Guard Brigade first. Kim agrees to head out tonight and wraps up the call. Thinking of his unborn nephew, he refuses to let the kid grow up in a world of giant bugs and poison. That thought seals the deal. He has to fix this planet. Kim orders PX to upgrade his subspace, and the system instantly flashes the price tag. 30,000 magic stones vanish for the upgrade, leaving 20,000 in reserve. By nightfall, the system chirps with the news upgrade complete, and brand new features are unlocked. One new perk is a fixed portal installation. Intrigued by how it differs from standard portals, Kim tells the system to set it up. The description does not lie. This thing is completely different from his usual portals. For starters, once he drops this anchor, it is permanently locked to that exact spot. It also has zero physical presence and no defense, making it useless as a shield. However, anyone Kim greenlights can phase straight into his subspace, making it a perfect escape hatch during a chaotic fight. Since it stays put, slipping back and forth to grab supplies is a total breeze. Minwoo laughs, calling it an insanely broken skill that would make for the ultimate scam tool in the wrong hands. He asks if Kim is seriously heading to China and warns him to move fast. Kim confirms it, adding that Japan is his next stop after Beijing. Thoroughly impressed, Minwoo points out that Kim is operating on a global scale now. He promises to back Kim up anytime, revealing he secretly awakened as a swordsman. Before Kim goes, Minwoo gives one last heartfelt thank you for saving his mother. Kim returns the thanks before embarking on another world-saving road trip. Up in the helicopter, Kim and Yeonseo trade brief thumbs-up signals to show they are ready to roll. The helicopter lifts off toward their next destination. Sometime later at Incheon International Airport, a military officer calls out for James, but gets met with pure silence. He walks closer, demanding James show himself. He yells that the Joint Chiefs just confirmed their China-bound guests have landed. And guess who pops out? James, sliding from under the aircraft, completely baffled. Covered in grease, he is obviously the resident mechanic. Stunned, James complains that they showed up way too early, and the transport plane is not even remotely ready for a long flight to China. Currently, the bird is grounded. The moment Kim and Yang Seo step off, a waiting military officer welcomes them warmly. He introduces himself as Captain Park Chul-hwan, representing the 3rd Guard Brigade. After exchanging quick introductions, the captain explains that he received advance notice and has already organized their flight path straight to China. Tipped up as always, Yang Seo is eager to see their new ride. The captain gestures for them to follow, leading them directly into a massive hangar. The captain presents their transport, a Cone 30J, which leaves a Black Hawk in the dust. An ecstatic Yang Seo asks if it is like those spy movie cargo planes used by elite special forces. The captain nods but says they need to wait a bit because the modifications are still ongoing. Yang Seo asks what upgrades are actually being installed. The captain explains they expect flying monsters en route, so the plane is getting basic armor upgrades. Nothing fancy like missiles, just essential modifications to help them survive the trip. Yang Seo keeps drooling over the plane, but the captain mentions only one engineer is working on the entire thing. Kim is highly skeptical, asking how a single person can overhaul a massive cargo plane alone. The captain admits it sounds bizarre, but explains that their engineer, James, is anything but ordinary. Still, Kim cannot help but doubt that one guy can handle this scale. The captain spots someone approaching, suggesting the work is finally done. James, the eccentric mechanic behind the project, strolls up and invites them over to check out his masterpiece. Toying with a glowing magic stone, James explains that the exterior looks completely normal by design. Instead, he concentrated all his secret modifications underneath the aircraft. Since aerial beasts usually dive bomb from below, that is where the defense matters most. Spotting the magic stone, Kim immediately realizes James must have awakened with some crazy mechanical class. He was likely a top-tier aerospace engineer before the fall, and awakening simply supercharged his day job. Kim stares at the vicious steel spikes lining the belly, deeply impressed. Still, he wonders if this heavy thing can actually take off. They will test it out before crossing the sea. While waiting, Kim passes around fresh food and water to the troops. When his portal opens right next to James, Kim watches closely, but the mechanic does not even flinch. In a ruined world plagued by starving survivors, a magic portal full of fresh resources usually drives people wild. Yet, James acts like it is nothing. Offered a steaming plate of elite Chinese takeout cooked by a literal master chef, James casually dismisses it, claiming he is stuffed. Kim cannot decide if that is admirable or just weird. But the captain was right, James is an oddball. Kim signals PX to clear the table, but that is when he finally catches the guy staring. James's eyes glaze with sheer wonder the second he spots the heavy machinery inside the subspace. He literally leaps from his seat for a closer look. Talk about priorities, gourmet food is garbage to this guy. But gearboxes make him drool. This dude is completely, utterly obsessed with engines. Naturally, Kim immediately starts scheming to recruit him into his ranks. He wonders what kind of wild dreams James has, maybe a flying motorcycle or a mechanical horse. But Kim shakes his head. He needs to slow down, considering he barely even knows this guy yet. He only has a vague idea of the mechanic's capabilities, but is dying to recruit him. With a subspace loaded with endless scrap metal, they could build anything. So, Kim drops the question, does James want to come to China? James stares back in dead silence, forcing Kim to actively pitch his offer. He pitches free food, unlimited machine access, and safety from beasts. Kim proudly adds that they save lives by slaying monsters, but James bluntly shoots him down. He does not care about playing hero. James immediately points out the glaring truth. They literally just met today, barely even spoke, and trust takes time. That shuts Kim up instantly, because honestly the engineer has a point. Kim has absolutely zero comeback for that. He admits the offer is incredibly sudden, but still tries to pitch it, saying their powers together would basically be a cheat code. Awkwardly rubbing his neck and sweating under the pressure, Kim says it was a nice chat, but he should probably leave. But then James asks if Kim is just after his mechanical genius. Kim outright admits that is exactly what he wants. But since he has no time to slowly build trust, James offers a single condition: he will tag along if Kim takes him to America. So James only helps if they take a little road trip to the United States? James nods. Right then, Kim is just calculating the sheer, exhausting distance of that journey. Even so, the payoff seems totally worth it. When Kim asks why he is so desperate to go there, James answers simply he does not have any family left over there. But there is a place he desperately needs to revisit, and traveling alone is basically suicide. Having a powerhouse like Kim around makes it safe. Kim agrees to the US trip, but not right now. He has to clear the China gate first, then head straight to Japan. James is totally fine with that, as long as it does not drag on forever. Smiling, Kim promises to get him back there. To officially seal their deal, Kim opens a portal to his subspace. James has no clue what is happening, as Kim literally vacuums the entire aircraft inside. Next, he summons 2 motorcycles and 2 Black Hawk helicopters, but the massive zone still looks totally empty, so he just dumps a whole fleet of vehicles inside. Kim tells the jaw-dropped engineer that all of these toys are now his to tear apart and rebuild. He makes it clear this is not a bribe, just a friendly gift. Grinning, he says he will be back soon and waves goodbye. Kim exits, leaving James utterly dumbfounded by the absolute flex. Walking away, Kim realizes he probably looked a bit terrifying, but honestly, it was also kind of hilarious. Back inside the subspace, James just stares at the mountain of aircraft and military gear, wondering what he is even supposed to do with it. What kind of monster is Kim? Suddenly, a massive wave of regret hits him. If he knew Kim could pull off nonsense like this, he would have signed up immediately. Meanwhile, the plane cruises toward China, with Kim chuckling because James still has no idea what else he can do. A few hours later, they finally arrive, and the city below is looking like a total horror movie. Massive, disgusting insects are literally crawling all over the skyscrapers. We are talking about endless swarms of giant cockroaches blanketing the walls. To make it worse, massive praying mantises are casually snacking on equally huge crickets. As the plane approaches, the survivors on the ground spot them immediately. Looking at this buggy nightmare, Kim honestly thinks the lizard men were majestic compared to this. Right then, Yang TSO announces they are going down for landing. By the time they touch down, bugs are already crawling all over the landing gear. The entire runway is just a graveyard of wrecked planes and dead insects. But Kim totally saw this coming. He opens a portal and snaps the entire aircraft right into his subspace, making it vanish in a blink. For extra security, he opens another gate, and a familiar figure steps out. Lancelot is back, and his aura feels way more intense this time. He tells Mr. Kim that the coast is clear, but Kim tells him to hold on a second, he is changing his outfit. A moment later, Kim steps out fully geared up in a radiation hazmat suit. His first question is if there are any bugs around. Adjusting his helmet, he notes that this toxic gas is a serious threat, and these mutant insects are definitely no joke. Lancelot tells him not to panic just yet. There are no bugs nearby, but he points out they already have some local visitors heading their way. Kim turns and spots a group approaching much faster than expected. A man greets them with folded hands, asking if they are the help from Korea, and saying he has been waiting. He has got a small squad with him, and everyone is visibly relieved that Kim actually showed up to save China. Honestly, besides the killer bugs, that toxic air is their biggest threat right now. Inside a nearby building, a long-haired guy cracks the door open to scan the area. Relieved that no bugs tailed them, he shuts it tight and tells Kim the place is a bit run down, but hopefully it works. Kim says it is totally fine, but then something weird catches his attention. A bunch of guys are meditating, emitting a strange blue glowing energy. This is not just 1 or 2 people, a whole group is releasing this aura. Only issue is, they look absolutely half dead. They have got massive dark circles and look severely dehydrated. Watching this alongside Lancelot, Kim asks what exactly is wrong with everyone. The long-haired man explains he used his internal energy to push the poison out of this room, so they can safely take off their masks. Naturally, Kim asks what this internal energy stuff actually is. The guy explains that for those born into the Murim family, it is a special power passed down through bloodlines. It turns out quite a few awakened folks actually come from the martial arts world. In some parts of China, ancient traditions survived right into the modern era, so when the monsters first invaded, people with these ancient awakened powers started popping up, too. But normal awakeners and these martial arts clans got completely different types of powers. While Kim has his subspace and his sister Joy as a healer, these guys are different. Instead of unique skills, martial artists channel internal energy, molding that force through their own personal combat styles. Depending on their training, these awakened martial artists can pull off some seriously wild feats. Because of this, the Chinese government immediately recruited them to hunt down the monsters. This specific squad of awakened martial artists is led by this long-haired guy, Eun-young. Sipping his tea, Eun-young explains that not all the fighters here are from the Murim world like his squad, but the government desperately drafted everyone they could find to purge the monster threat. The real mess started with the gate bidding system. Beijing alone had 2 separate bids, and the main dimension is named Beelzebub. Kim thinks that name is pretty fitting. Since Beijing has double the population of Seoul, double the gates makes perfect sense. Eun-young continues, explaining that their main issue is lack of intel. They noticed the toxic gas early, but the poison itself is deadly. Regular soldiers and standard awakeners without internal energy were wiped out instantly. The martial artists figured out how to filter it, but purifying the air takes so much focus they can't actually fight. And just as they got a grip on that, the gate expanded. The insect swarm multiplied like crazy, creating the total disaster zone they are in now. Eun-young explains that constantly detoxifying the air drains their internal energy reserves completely dry. The longer this war goes on, the more hopeless their situation becomes. Since they need clean oxygen to gather and recharge their energy, this poison fog makes it a literal death trap. He warns that the gas is rapidly spreading everywhere, so they are flat out of time. Hearing this, Kim cuts him off and tells him to hold on. He asks if having fresh air would instantly boost Eun-young's power. A very confused Eun-young says yes. Smiling, Kim stands up and tells him that is incredibly easy. Without explaining a single thing, Kim opens his subspace and says he will be right back. Eun-young can only watch in utter confusion as Kim steps inside. There, the system shows one air canister costs 9,901 points. Kim orders the system to mass produce them. Once they are ready, he tells the system to discard the metal containers and compress the raw air bubbles into massive layers. As the layers stack up, they form a massive, boulder-sized sphere of pure oxygen. Right next to the exhausted martial artists, Kim configures the system to automatically release a blast of fresh air every single second. An explosive blast of clean air suddenly erupts right next to the meditating men, catching everyone off guard. The shockwave is so intense that it completely blows the toxic gas away, making the entire room instantly breathable. Finally, the men could breathe. After what felt like an eternity, they stood there shaking, completely baffled by how this was even possible. Eun-young watched his men breathe in deeply, talking about how fresh and energizing the clean air felt. Still utterly stunned, he turned to Kim and asked what on earth he had just done to save them. Disbelief washed over him. Eun-young stared at the subspace portal, finally realizing this clean, fresh air was actually coming directly from Kim's power. He remembered how hopeless things were when he first reached out to Korea. Normal people who couldn't use internal energy were barely able to move, while those bugs multiplied faster than they could kill them. That was why he desperately begged for help, clinging to any shred of hope. Honestly, he fully expected Korea to refuse once he explained the toxic gas and the insects. But instead, the message went straight to Kim, who immediately agreed to help. What really threw Eun-young off, though, was how incredibly calm the Korean soldier had sounded. Still skeptical, he had asked if Kim was seriously crossing over to China and got an immediate yes. Kim would leave that night and arrive by morning. At first, Eun-young thought they were just being arrogant, sending only one man. But watching Kim casually showcase this mind-blowing power, Eun-young realized he was the foolish one here. He had completely underestimated him. With a shocked glance, he finally understood why Kim had stayed so relaxed. His ability was just unbelievable. Then Kim noticed Eun-young leaning toward him, clearly wanting to thank him. Eun-young bowed, apologizing for bringing their troubles to Korea. He thanked Kim and promised to handle the threat before the gas reached Korea. Kim shrugged, telling him he was apologizing too much and to stand tall, since they still had people to save. Eun-young looked up, admitting this war only got worse the longer it dragged out. But with Kim's fresh air, they could finally use internal energy efficiently again. They needed to recover, but they didn't have forever. Eun-young suggested launching the strike in 3 mornings. Kim agreed. Since they were already on the mend, they should do this right. Later, Kim pulled a full Chinese feast out of his subspace. The starving men inhaled it. With every bite, they gave enthusiastic thumbs-ups, and even Eun-young admitted the food was absolutely top tier. With plates cleared, Eun-young stood by a whiteboard. It was time to map out their extermination plan. He started by laying out everything they currently knew. Most of the pests resembled common insects, just giant-sized and capable of spraying toxic gas. The flying ones, like moths and flies, were usually the ones doing that more often. Usually, they were level 8 or 9, with a rare level 7 here and there. The real headache was their sheer numbers, making tracking impossible. Eun-young kept briefing the team. He explained that level 8 bugs clustered in massive swarms, while the rare level 7s looked instantly lethal. With that done, he moved on to the gate coordinates. But as Eun-young pointed out the gates, Lancelot caught sight of something odd outside. He stepped closer to the window, narrowing his eyes. Poison gas still blanked the streets, but Kim kept the indoor air fresh. Suddenly, a massive insect leg scraped near the building. Lancelot cut in, calling out to Kim that they had company. Kim asked what it was, but Lancelot admitted he had no words to describe this thing. As the creature crawled closer, they saw a massive, heavily armored centipede looming into view. Squinting, Lancelot confirmed it was a level 7 threat. The beast charged, its terrifying speed and scale impossible to ignore. Kim muttered that bugs were already gross, but making them fast and giant was just unfair. To Kim, its pressure felt too heavy for level 7, looking more like a level 6. But Eun-young quickly corrected him, stating the monster was actually registered as level 8. Kim pointed out that it looked far too strong for level 8, and Eun-young agreed. He explained that this centipede was a complete anomaly, far deadlier than the rest. That's when Sol chimed in, asking if that overgrown worm was really just level 8. Cracking her neck, she smirked and said she was dying of boredom anyway, so this should finally be fun. She told everyone to stay back. Sol complained she hadn't gotten to move around since leaving Korea, and she really needed to vent some stress. The moment she was ready, she sprinted straight at the monstrous centipede. Kim cheered her on, telling her to show them what they're made of. Young began to panic, but Kim calmly assured him Sol was ridiculously, almost suspiciously strong. Then, another survivor asked if Sol could handle the poison gas. That made Kim freeze. They completely forgot about that. Outside, Sol funneled raw, crackling power into one massive, electric punch. She was absolutely thrilled, having missed the rush of fighting monsters. With one devastating blow, she shattered the centipede's head, cracking its shell. Inside, Young kept explaining that breathing that toxic gas would poison anyone. Young added that the shell was hard as steel and wouldn't break easily. He had to go out there and help Sol. He urgently called to Ryong, planning to hold the centipede off while she treated Sol's inevitable injuries. But an odd sound cut them off. They rushed to the balcony, and Young froze. Staring down, he realized Sol had already shattered the armor and obliterated the centipede with a single punch. While she cheered, Young and Ryong were left wondering how much energy that took. While everyone stood paralyzed in shock, Kim just shrugged, knowing this was perfectly normal for Sol. Beside them, Young wondered if Sol possessed some God-given physique, given her unbelievable martial talent. But as Sol kept celebrating, a stream of blood suddenly dripped from her nose. The poison gas had caught her. She suddenly collapsed, sending Young into a panic as he barked orders at Ryong to heal her immediately. Once the chaos settled, they returned to their strategy briefing to map out a path to the gate. The main points were simple. First, the toxic air severely restricted movement. Second, tracking a swarm this size was near impossible, especially with potential level 7 monsters hiding among them. Third, they only had 3 days to close the gate. Their main objective was to bypass the bugs, rush toward the mountain, and smash the core as fast as possible. Young warned that the closer they got to the gate, the denser the swarm would become. He admitted the plan sounded completely reckless, but honestly, it was their only viable option. This left Sol deep in thought. Wanting to help, Young offered to teach her everything they knew. He suggested a quick spar to gauge her skills, noting that she seemed to prefer fists over weapons. He added that she could learn some invaluable secrets from his disciple, Ryong. But Sol immediately shook her head. Sol thanked them for the medical help and the generous offer, but questioned if they really needed to go that far. Ryong explained that sparring was training for them too, and assured Sol she was highly skilled. Since Ryong kept pushing, Sol agreed to the match, though she reminded her she was still recovering. Ryong bowed politely, asking her to help with the training. Wasting no time, Sol raised her fists, declaring she would make the first move. She suddenly burst forward with incredible speed, launching into a wild exchange that drew everyone's eyes. The air felt thick with excitement, but Kim remained totally unfazed. To his eyes, they were just throwing completely normal, everyday punches. Having spent his entire life around Sol, her terrifying combat speed felt totally ordinary to him. But as they clashed, Young remarked that Sol would be even better with a sword, catching Kim completely off guard. The guy brags that swords are his absolute specialty. He asks if Kim wants lessons. Kim politely passes but immediately pitches his buddy instead, since that guy is basically obsessed with sharp metal. Naturally, that friend is Minwoo. He gets stuck doing basic posture drills. Meanwhile, Kim notices a massive gap between himself and these Chinese martial artists. It is not just about swinging around internal energy, but Sol is a total natural. She absorbs everything like a sponge and dives headfirst into training. Even if Kim cannot fully grasp the shift, he starts wondering what makes them so different. He cannot quite put his finger on it. But these fighters share a common thread: they push their bodies past breaking point, using insane new powers to scale to ridiculous levels. Seeing them grind, Kim realizes he cannot just sit around idling. He glances at his pile of magic stones. It is time to craft a weapon specifically designed for squashing giant bugs. He scrolls through the system. Turns out, gear upgrades unlock once the subspace hits level 5. The lab status screen pops up, now letting him project fully interactive holograms of his potential builds. His first thought for bug control? A massive electric zapper. Sure, that works for normal flies, but these mutated monstrosities are the size of houses, making a standard trap completely useless. He scales up the hologram to test a giant version. No luck, the energy cost is completely ridiculous. That is when it hits him. This little DIY exterminator project is going to be a nightmare. He racks his brain but hits a wall. Why? His engineering and electrical knowledge is basically zero. Completely stuck, he cannot even solve the simple task of keeping their helicopter safe, let alone building a massive bug defense system. To make matters worse, he knows absolutely nothing about rank 7 flyers. And his new martial artist buddies warn him that things get way deadlier near the gate. Examining the holograms closely, he notices the protective packs only cover 100 meters, meaning they will all have to stick incredibly close together. Annoyed, he mutters that if he had his way, he would just drown the place in heavy pesticide and call it a day. Suddenly, a voice asks if he just said pesticide. It is his sister-in-law, confidently claiming she can brew that exact thing. This triggers a memory. When he first pulled his family into the subspace, they had all been extremely strict about rationing their supplies. Yet their water was solved when Soon awakened as an alchemist, a detail his older brother had mentioned. Realizing he completely forgot about this amid the chaotic joy of their reunion, Kim tunes back in. Soon excitedly explains that while her alchemy is not as high tier as his, she's still awakened and wants to help. She admits she has been sneaking into the lab while he was out. Kim just smiles and tells her she can use it whenever she likes. Grateful, she asks what kind of blend he needs. Kim stares at the giant centipede hologram, weighing the sheer, terrifying volume of bugs, some of which are way stronger than they should be. He tells her he wants a brutally toxic insecticide, capable of wiping out the entire swarm at once. Cut to a bit later, the city is choked in green gas and dead bugs as they push toward the gate's core. Marching through the ruins, Yang reflects on how crazy the last 3 days have been. He feels stronger than ever, his raw internal energy practically boiling under his skin. Suddenly, one of his men pulls him out of his thoughts, pointing out bugs ahead. Thanks to Kim, they actually stand a chance now, though they have zero clue how they will ever pay him back. An angry swarm blocks their path, prompting Yang to bark out defensive orders. A sea of giant ants rushes them, but before the fighters can launch their energy attacks, someone hurls a jar of glowing green liquid. The moment it splashes, the ants collapse in heaps. It is the custom pesticide brewed by Kim's sister-in-law, engineered specifically for this massive infestation. The martial artists can only gape in absolute shock at the potency of the soup. While they were busy meditating, Kim was out here casually preparing chemical warfare. Meanwhile, our main guy is cruising on a motorcycle with Lancelot. Watching the bugs melt, Kim realizes the brew works way better than he hoped. This triggers a flashback to his sister-in-law, explaining how the holographic lab interface made her research a breeze. For 3 straight days, she experimented with different poison formulas. She admitted none of them were master-level potions, but this basic bug spray was incredibly easy to mass-produce. Kim quickly realized that even her basic version was lethal to the critters, completely odorless, and totally safe for humans. He thanked her for the miracle spray, though he noted it probably would not tickle the rank 7 bosses. Still, for the low-tier trash mobs, it was perfect. After a quick breather, Yang looks up at the mountain, which is now basically a giant, crawling bug dungeon. He warns everyone that the real nightmare starts now, thanking Kim for getting them this far without breaking a sweat. But this mountain is cursed. They have tried repeatedly to smash the portal core, failing miserably every single time. Every time they tried to climb, the bugs swarmed them. They might be mindless beasts, but they possess a basic instinct to guard that core. Yang admits it has been forever since their last raid, so nobody knows what mutated horrors are lurking up there. Kim tells him to relax. He is fully prepared to face rank 7 threats. Grinning, he finally reveals his trump card. Lancelot is rank 7. Plus, he has got another secret weapon tucked away in his subspace. He repeats that they should not sweat it, but the very first monster they encounter on the trail makes Kim freeze up. He begins to doubt how easily they will breeze through this. A towering, horrifying grasshopper blocks their path. Kim instantly realizes this bug is easily a rank 7 monster. It is nothing like the lizard men they faced earlier. As the beast coils to strike, Kim wonders how a brainless bug could ever file the official dimensional entity paperwork. Then he recalls Lancelot's lecture about the traitor goblins. They forced their evolution through raw sacrifice, a cheap shortcut that bypassed any need for actual brains. Those pests got hold of illegal permits, cheated their evolution, and became monsters. Kim wonders if intelligent races once used that same bloody shortcut, sacrificing other living things. Then, his mind shifts to primitive beasts. Perhaps they level up the old-fashioned way by slaughtering rivals and swallowing their mana cores, rather than filing registration forms. Staring at the massive grasshopper, Kim realizes it must have devoured thousands of others to reach this state. It grew so ridiculously strong that brainpower became completely irrelevant. Trying a sneak attack, Kim opens his subspace and blasts several energy beams from Eames' dimension directly into the grasshopper's face, but the beams leave absolute zero damage. Kim is left speechless. Those exact beams easily melted Yatu before, but now they do not even tickle. Just as Lancelot opens his mouth to speak, Sol steps forward, confidently announcing she will handle it. Kim quickly warns her to stay alert. As Lancelot spots a separate threat, Kim tells Sol to grab Lacus's spear for extra punch. Lancelot narrows his eyes, trying to make sense of the shifting shadows. He cannot put his finger on it. Squinting into the forest, he wonders why the giant trees appear to be walking and moving directly toward them. In that instant, Lancelot realizes, those are not trunks at all, they are the legs of an absolute titan, with its main body completely cloaked. Suddenly, the gargantuan beast leaps forward, crossing the distance in a fraction of a second. The thunderous crash forces Kim to spin around in panic. Facing off against the massive grasshopper is a colossal spider. The two monstrous titans tower over the terrified group, leaving them helplessly trapped. For a brief moment, absolute silence falls. Stunned, Kim mutters that if these giant pests ever escape this mountain, they could easily overrun entire continents. Lancelot yells urgently over the noise, instructing everyone to scramble up onto the spider's back. He explains that the beast's legs cannot bend to reach its own shell, meaning it is a temporary blind spot. This crazy move should buy them precious seconds to form a strategy. Kim loves the chaotic plan, and immediately commands everyone to climb, not even waiting for the details. Trusting his call, they scramble up. Some execute high-speed mid-air dashes, others vault using temporary barriers, while a few latch onto the spider's bristly hair to haul themselves up. Safe on top, the crew looks around, utterly clueless about their next move. Team asks for a game plan, and Kim points out Lacus's spears might dent the spider, but the grasshopper is a different beast. Sol agrees, complaining its shell is basically titanium since her attacks did absolutely nothing. Her strikes only left tiny scratches nowhere near enough to actually take it down. She warns everyone to stay sharp, because one wrong move means getting eaten alive in a split second. Right on cue, the giant grasshopper launches itself straight at them like a rocket. It moves so incredibly fast that the entire squad freezes in sheer shock. Total panic strikes as the massive bug barrels forward with pure murderous intent. Kim screams at everyone to run, but honestly, their survival instincts have already kicked in and taken over. Boom, the grasshopper slams directly into the spider. Lancelot immediately throws himself in front of Kim to block the massive shockwave, leaving the others completely dazed and confused. Looking down, they see nasty insect blood splattered everywhere. The grasshopper is standing tall, casually snacking on the very spider it just absolutely pulverized like a light appetizer. Kim watches in disbelief, wondering why this thing would turn on its own ally. Turns out these monsters can identify targets, but they have zero concept of loyalty or teamwork. It is pure mindless instinct, kill first, think never. Sticking to the plan, Kim points forward and tells the squad to hitch a ride on its back while the dust clouds its vision. The group scrambles up the giant bug's back in a flash. Kim half expects to get noticed, but the creature just keeps munching on spider guts like nothing happened until it suddenly goes completely rigid. Nobody knows why it stopped, but they gladly take this weird pause to catch their breath. Sol asks what the next move is, and Kim tells her they just need to wait a bit longer. If they can smash the portal core, these bugs will get sucked back to their own dimension, saving them a massive fight. The plan is simple: wait for the right moment, drop down, and break it. Then the grasshopper stirs. It suddenly launches itself skyward, forcing everyone to cling on for dear life so they do not get tossed off. The landing hit feels like an earthquake, nearly rattling them loose. It leaps again, and as Kim struggles to hold on, his mask flies right off. The violent motion sickness is so intense that our boy starts throwing up. Kim deeply regrets his life choices right about now. At this rate, the insane G-force is going to snap their spines long before they reach the core. And this nausea is absolute torture. This makes his first ride with Yangso look like a luxury cruise. Suddenly, a sound like a spinning helicopter blade echoes nearby, and Kim spots a monstrously huge wasp flying straight their way. The grasshopper pauses as the wasp approaches. Everyone holds their breath, and Sol warns that taking this thing on right now is going to be incredibly tough, especially with that massive, razor-sharp stinger on display. The flying menace targets Kim, who is completely exposed on the grasshopper's back. His eyes widen as he realizes he is basically a sitting duck. Lancelot lunges forward to shield him, but the grasshopper also notices the incoming threat. Fearing it might be the next target, the giant bug reacts instantly, whipping its powerful leg out and smashing the wasp straight into the hard ground. Kim figures the grasshopper got confused and attacked out of sheer self-defense. Now, the giant bug charges forward, determined to turn the downed wasp into its next meal. But the wasp does not go down easily, biting right into the grasshopper's leg and ripping it clean off. With their ride now missing a limb, Kim can only pray it keeps fighting. The wasp lies vulnerable on the ground, but the grasshopper just stands there doing absolutely nothing. Kim gets incredibly frustrated by how brainless these giant insects are. acting with zero logic or common sense. He wonders if it is even possible to tame these mindless bugs. Suddenly, he remembers a certain teammate with a very specific skill set, so he opens his subspace to summon Young-soo, who is busy gaming. Kim asks if his controlling powers work on giant bugs instead of just cars. Cut to a moment later, and Young-soo is gripping ropes wrapped around the grasshopper's antenna. Kim notes that the wasp is still exhausted on the ground. Since they can always retreat into the subspace if things go south, it is worth a shot. Young-soo grins and tells everyone to hold tight. He yanks on the makeshift reins, attempting to steer the massive beast. To everyone's absolute amazement, it actually works, and the giant grasshopper slowly turns its gaze back toward the grounded wasp. With a swift crunch, the grasshopper chomps down and tears the wasp's head clean off. The squad goes wild. Young-soo actually tamed a giant monster, but before they can even celebrate, a new threat arrives. This time, it is a monstrously large moth. Young-soo yanks the reins, commanding the grasshopper to launch itself into the air and swat the giant flying bug out of existence. A giant praying mantis steps up next, but the grasshopper shreds it instantly. Then a massive swarm of ants crawls in, and Kim chips in by blasting them with dimensional beams from Eam's realm. Looking back, the team laughs at how they thought this grasshopper was some kind of special boss just because dimensional beams failed. Turns out, it was just an incredibly tanky, overpowered predator. Standing over its lifeless body, they feel surprisingly grateful for their bug friend's help. Lancelot notes that very few rank 7 beasts could have ever survived against it. Kim agrees without Young-soo, they would have been toast. Just then, Bedivere reports that the perimeter is finally cleared of insects, but as he glances to the side, his eyes lock onto something he has sought for ages. 2 glowing portals loom ahead of them. Guarding these rifts are 2 massive, horrifying creatures whose sole purpose is to protect the gate cores from being destroyed. The guardians look like giant, pulsating, mutated balls of meat. Young steps forward, unsheathes his blade, and thanks Kim for finally giving him the chance to avenge his fallen brothers in arms. Kim tells him to save the thanks. It is only right that Young gets to land the final blow. The warrior nods with deep gratitude and turns his focus back to the monsters. He knows nothing can truly avenge the millions of lives lost, but he can at least offer them his ultimate attack. A blazing orange aura erupts around him, and raising his weapon, he roars for these filthy bugs to turn to dust. He triggers his legendary skill, Descending Footprint, aimed to smash both gate cores simultaneously. The raw, explosive power of this move is absolutely mind-blowing. The strike completely obliterates one of the Flesh Guardians, kickstarting a massive cloud of dust. Young coolly turns his back on the explosion, leaving Kim to realize the man was definitely not bragging about his power. One portal starts to close, but the team instantly notices a major issue. Why is the other still active? As the smoke clears, they are horrified to see a mysterious, giant hand that blocked the ultimate attack and shielded the core. Everyone watches in tense silence as this unknown nightmare slowly begins to crawl out of the rift. Inch by inch, the beast emerges. It possesses a disgusting amount of twitching eyes and a heavily mutated flybody, leaving Young completely frozen in absolute disbelief. His strongest move did not even leave a single scratch. Then, the grotesque beast actually speaks, muttering that the Chamber of Commerce will punish it, but things are already a mess. It adds that it smells something delicious nearby. Saul wonders if this freak can even be classified as a bug, while Kim shudders at how gross it is, questioning if it is a rank 7. Attempting a sneak attack, Kim opens his subspace and commands PX to fire Leica spears directly at the fly's eyes. They strike dead on but bounce off harmlessly, shocking Kim since those same weapons easily pierced the grasshopper before. This only deepens his suspicion. Lancelot confirms the chilling truth: this creature is at least rank 6, or maybe even worse. The fly simply tilts its head, asking what they just threw at it. Saul asks Kim for their next move, but he is completely locked in, desperately searching for a way to survive. He racks his brain, thinking back to all the overpowered enemies he somehow managed to beat in the past. Surely there is some big brain strategy here, but then reality hits him. Honestly, spamming basic attacks is still the only play he has left. He yells at the team to back off while he spams long-range shots to find a weak spot. Once again, he opens a portal and fires Locus's electric spears. The spears hit the giant fly and tickle it, doing 0 damage. The monster mocks him, joking that the pain is just unbearable. It literally contemplates committing a mass slaughter, but is too lazy to bother. Floating right in Kim's face, the bug gets uncomfortably close. He desperately wonders if his attacks even matter, or if it is game over. Kim notes their only advantage is being too tiny for the fly to care about. Then Lancelot yells that Kim does not actually have to defeat the beast itself. They just need to shatter the gate core to banish it. Kim knows this, but he really wanted the satisfaction of slaying the bug. Lancelot offers to draw aggro so everyone can strike the opening. Kim agrees, but honestly doubts Lancelot can pull it off when those electric spears did absolutely nothing. Time to pivot to insect psychology. A genius idea strikes, and he reaches into his pocket dimension to pull out a giant electric bug repellent. The system highlights its electric shocks and powerful taunt effect. Before Kim can even process this, the bug zooms straight at him, completely hypnotized by the ultimate bug zapper. Up close, the hundreds of shifting eyeballs are pure nightmare fuel. Yet the giant fly just stares, calling the glowing zapper fascinating and beautiful. Kim starts shaking, briefly panicking that this giant fly is hitting on him instead of the zapper. While he freezes, Lancelot tells Mordred to strike the arm shielding the gate core. Activating stealth mode, Mordred sneaks up on the massive arm guarding the target. He gets in position and leaps right toward the core. Completely unseen, he thrusts his dagger straight into the shielded core. The attack connects cleanly, slicing the crystal right down the middle. Instantly, the system transfers ownership of the dimensional account to Kim. No info on the old owner, but it adds 4,881 mana stones, bringing his total to 74,616. Beelzebub's dimension officially loses all its commercial rights. Just like that, Beijing is finally returned to Earth. While the fly is still starstruck by the bug zapper, it gets sucked backward into the portal. The gloomy darkness fades away, and lovely sunshine floods the area once more. A local survivor looks around, asking if the nightmare is finally over. The sun warms the land that was once covered in toxic gas, and the crowd bursts into cheers. They finally cleared the Chinese gate. Flooded with relief, Kim collapses onto the dirt. Lancelot checks if he is all right, and Kim admits his legs turned to jelly after facing a giant fly. That bug paralyzed him completely. The sheer terror blocked his mind from even entering his pocket dimension. For real, he feels like he just walked out of the grave. What worries him is that even a beast that strong fears the multidimensional chamber of commerce. To get their peaceful lives back, they must face a group that terrifies literal monsters. Seeing Kim completely exhausted, Lancelot tells Mordred to stay on guard. Meanwhile, Kim's mind is set on one goal, finding stronger allies and powering up. Later, Eun-young asks why Kim needed to borrow those martial arts manuals. He is still flabbergasted, since Kim promised to copy them but did it in a split second. Using Pax's assistance, Kim fuses all the manuals into one giant book. Eun-young admits he still does not know how to thank him. Eun-young sighs that Kim has to leave so soon, but Kim tells him to chill. He is setting up a direct portal, so they can easily call him whenever trouble starts. And Yang asks about his next destination, and Kim casually answers Japan. Soon after, Kim is back in Korea chatting with the colonel, who praises him for clearing the Beijing gate. The colonel worriedly asks if Kim is injured, but Kim laughs it off, noting the colonel looks way worse. Then he spots a strange woman sitting nearby and asks who she is. She eagerly introduces herself as Park Seol-young, Busan's representative. She is thrilled to finally meet Kim after hearing so many wild stories about him from the commander. Their special tags make their high status obvious. Right then, the system declares war between Fukuoka and Busan. They have 7 days, and victory requires killing the enemy representative. Everyone freezes. Nobody saw Fukuoka declaring war coming. The colonel asks if Kim remembers hearing that things in Japan were getting pretty messy. Kim remembers, though China was the priority. The colonel explains that Japan's government collapsed, replaced by a crazy ultra-nationalist group called the Society for the Awakening of Restoration. They worship dimensional beings and praise awakened powers. Kim notes they sound exactly like those core traders who turned into goblins. The colonel slides over a photo of their new enemy. Kim takes a look and freezes. It is literally a fish. When Kim asks if they are even human, the colonel explains they are fish-human hybrids. Unchecked in Japan, they took over the entire nation. Things escalated yesterday, when a fish captain named Hideki suddenly showed up right in Busan. Coastal workers spotted the creature and had zero clue what was happening. Then the shark-like monster charged, immediately biting people without hesitation. Seol-young explains that Hideki began randomly slaughtering innocent civilians right away. Apparently, this group is not satisfied with Japan and wants to conquer other nations too. Right after the bloodshed, they sent that war declaration. Kim is overwhelmed trying to understand how things went south this quickly. Seol-young admits they only know the enemy are fishmen. Nobody knows their numbers or true strength. All they know is that in 6 days, the fish invasion will reach Busan. The colonel adds that military calls for awakened fighters went ignored. Kim jokingly says he finally understands the colonel's stress, realizing these guys also allied with another dimension. They resemble the early goblins, but back then the boss was only rank 8. Now, almost every single one of these fish is at least rank 7 or higher. With zero intel on their dimensional allies, and Mordred unable to handle all the scouting alone, preparing for the absolute worst is their only logical move. The colonel knows Kim is exhausted from the China campaign, but still asks if he can help deal with this new fish threat. Kim agrees instantly, completely surprising the colonel. He firmly promises to do everything he can to stop them, immediately asking how many awakened fighters they have. Then he opens his dimensional pocket and dumps a massive mountain of papers right in front of them. The colonel stares at the massive pile, asking what on earth this is. Kim explained that it is the complete collection of martial arts manuals from China. If their fighters train with these, they will get a massive power boost. Stunned, the colonel asks if Kim is really giving away such treasures to everyone. It has been a while since they last saw each other, and he wonders how that guy is holding up. He is talking about Mr. Song, that massive powerhouse who was once brainwashed. Looking slightly embarrassed, Mr. Song says he is doing great, especially since his unique gift makes him incredibly durable. Kim turns dead serious though. He has a major favor to ask. He needs his help for a crucial mission in Busan in 6 days. Meanwhile, over at the international airport, James meets up with Kim. He reassures Kim that this job will be a breeze for someone of his level, adding that he has been waiting. Kim asks what he means by that. James admits he originally planned to only help if it got him to the United States, but after witnessing Kim's real power, he realized he had completely misjudged the guy. He confesses he never truly grasped the scale of Kim's power, asking how many machines are connected to it now. Later on, Kim walks back alone, glad that they cleared the air, and starts evaluating their total combat strength across their entire allied forces. Currently, they have 200 awakened soldiers, 20 elite fighters, plus James. Kim wonders if the Murim faction is still tied up in Beijing, thinking he should contact them very soon. To pull off this massive plan, he will definitely need more backup. Naturally, his thoughts drift to the Camelot base he constructed for his knights. Realizing it has been ages since he touched an upgrade item, Kim pulls up the system menu. He finds a massive pile of enhancement stones just gathering dust. He cannot even remember his last upgrade. Right then, he decides to spend them all to power up his squad. He burns through the stones instantly, summoning the remaining knights of Camelot. The system screen flashes, announcing that all 12 knights are arriving. One by one, they start materializing. They form up in absolute silence. Watching them, Kim feels a massive wave of excitement. It is like a reunion with long-lost family. At last, all 12 knights of the Round Table are gathered, named, and fully prepared for the war ahead. On day 5 in Busan, they hold an emergency war council to plan their next moves. Since they have zero solid intel on the enemy's strength or strategy, the meeting focuses entirely on damage control rather than a real offensive plan. Once they wrap up, Kim's father and James immediately head out to their posts. The father takes the lead on constructing a heavily armored outpost to withstand attacks, while James focuses on modifying a combat warship. His role in this operation is absolutely critical. A few allies worry about placing such a heavy burden on James, but the guy is a total tech fanatic. Instead of stressing out, he is actually having the time of his life. Still, with time ticking down, Kim decides to recruit some martial artists. Young and his martial arts crew arrive, explaining they wrapped up their business in China just in time. Since they could not bring everyone, only their absolute strongest made the trip. They immediately drill the awakened troops using secret manuals to push their skills. Kim thanks them for coming, but Young tells him to save his breath. What Kim did to save China was 1,000 times greater, and they could never repay that debt so easily. But then, Young mentions there is something he held back before a massive favor he needs to ask. Kim asks what he needs. Young unsheathes a majestic blade to show him. He explains that he used an enhancement stone to supercharge it, then asks if Kim can somehow copy the weapon. This completely blindsides Kim. Young points out that equipping their frontline fighters with copies of this blade would turn the tide of battle, and only Kim possesses that kind of power. Still in shock, Kim asks for a moment to think. The weapon is so ridiculously rare that duplicating it is a massive deal. Even so, Kim accepts the blade and thanks Young for placing so much trust in him. Eager to test it, Kim promises to keep it safe and give it to their finest warriors. The system shows the stats. It is a rare wind element sword featuring major piercing and agility boosts, making it a perfect all-rounder weapon. After reviewing the details, Kim opens a portal and summons Mimmu over for a little chat. Mimmu is completely exhausted from non-stop training, so he doesn't even ask questions. He just stands there, waiting for his gift. A moment later, Mimmu explains that upon hitting skill level 10, he unlocked a dimensional account and a classification requirement. The catch? It cost 1,000 mana stones, which he has been busy farming. He confesses he felt pretty left out of the insect raid simply because he lacked an official rank. This catches Kim completely off guard. He starts wondering if leveling skills directly triggers a promotion, remembering that most masters are already rank 8. Perhaps a few of them received registration forms from otherworldly entities. But Kim figures the simpler explanation is that they just ranked up naturally through training, especially since those forms are incredibly rare. Then, his thoughts shift over to Sol. She rarely shares her stats, despite constantly glaring at the system interface and complaining about the ridiculous amount of mana stones it demands. This leads Kim to a painful realization. Just hitting rank 6 requires 100,000 mana stones. He asks Minmu how many stones he has. Minmu says only 314. Kim offers to cover the rest provided he helps him with a task. Intrigued, Minmu asks what the favor is, officially joining the vanguard for the upcoming defense of Fukuoka. Time flies as preparations quickly wrap up. Finally, the fateful day arrives, and the massive enemy fleet begins emerging from the deep ocean. The calm waters shatter as the monstrous invaders breach the surface. The fishmen charge forward, bragging that 1,000 merfolk are right behind them, mocking humanity's weapons. They mockingly offer a peaceful deal, hand over the human leader, and the rest live. Kim notes their surprisingly fluent speech. Plus, their leader just spoke the exact words that make you want to punch someone right in the face. Suddenly, the defensive magic barrier opens, prompting the fishmen to order a full charge. Countless fishmen surge from the depths. But before their commander can finish his speech, a flash of pink strikes him. A whip. The weapon smashes him back, leaving his troops frozen in shock. It came from a newly summoned knight, who glares with disgust, calling them filthy trash. 3 more knights stand tall beside her, declaring that these ugly pests will not take another single step toward Lord Kim. The sheer, crushing pressure they release sends waves of absolute terror straight through the invaders. Amidst the tension, a powerful figure steps forward, introducing himself as Lord Machio. His arrival shifts the atmosphere. Staring at the defenders, he notes this looks nothing like what Lord Hideki described. One of his hammerhead subordinates steps out, telling the rest to stay back while he single-handedly crushes the defensive line. Lord Machio grins, promising to show them the massive gap in their power. But before he can even finish, Percival brutally intercepts and crushes the hammerhead in a single strike, showing who is truly outclassed. Witnessing their commander get absolutely obliterated in seconds, the remaining fishmen charge forward regardless. Screaming that Lord Hideki is still backing them, they rely on numbers. Stepping up to the front is Eun-young, gripping his sacred sword with absolute focus. His trusted lieutenant fights right alongside him, delivering a non-stop barrage of heavy punches. Sol is there too, tearing through waves of fish monsters with clean, precise moves she perfected during her recent, brutal training. She even smiles while fighting. Suddenly, Lord Hideki finally makes his grand appearance. Ordering his troops forward, he boasts about the sea folk's superior strength, but his ego is instantly shattered. A Virga beam blasts out of nowhere, hitting him dead center and stopping him cold. The ocean soldiers stare in absolute horror as their leader gets swatted away like a fly. Within seconds, total panic takes over. Panic absolutely erupted across the enemy lines as everyone screamed to run. Something went hilariously wrong for them. One terrified fisherman shrieked that there were 0 human ships around. So how on earth were they getting blasted? The ocean was supposed to be their ultimate safe haven. Up on a rooftop, Kim just stood there watching the fishmen scramble. No victory dance, just pure confusion as he tried to figure out why they were retreating so desperately. Compared to the brutal lizard men or the terrifying insect swarm, these fish folks were kind of a joke. It honestly made Kim wonder if this pathetic showing was really all they had to offer. But as the fish tried to swim for their lives, Kim opened a massive portal right above them. Down came an absolute beast of a warship, packed with ridiculously high-tech weaponry and sci-fi detail. Sure, the fishmen had plans, but against this masterpiece built by James, they stood 0 chance. Stepping on deck, Kim ordered Yang-su to set sail for Fukuoka. Yang-su happily bragged that he would get them there in record time, especially with a fully loaded, heavily upgraded warship in his hands. While they sailed, Yang-su was having the time of his life at the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Kim suddenly realized it had already been 2 hours since they departed for Fukuoka. Aside from the few slippery fish that got away earlier, the sea was totally empty. 2 straight hours passed without a single blip on the radar. It was way too quiet. Kim suspected a trap, but honestly, if this was bait, it was painfully obvious. He figured Lancelot and the other knights had their hands full back at the base, except for Mordred. But just as he prepared to jump into subspace in case of an ambush, a very bizarre noise echoed across the water. He immediately warned everyone that a massive monster was approaching, claiming he knew things were too peaceful. Right on cue, a colossal whale erupted from the ocean depths. Just looking at it, Kim knew this thing was easily on the same level as the Locust. And trust me guys, If this Leviathan actually reached Busan, the devastation would be unimaginable, forcing him into high alert. He declared he would end it right here, regardless of how strong the beast actually was. Opening his subspace, Kim launched Eames dimension beams straight at the whale. The light sliced through its hide like butter, shredding it and leaving it heavily wounded. Watching it falter, Kim realized this whale was nowhere near the Locusts League. As the beast sank, the system pinged with a sweet reward, transferring its dimensional account and boosting Kim's total to 54,827 magic stones. Staring at the system notification, Kim wondered why such a weak, pushover mob even had a dimensional account. Was this whole thing just another cheap trap? Remaining highly suspicious, he began pondering just how strong the upcoming rank 7 enemies would be. Still, he felt fully prepared for whatever they threw at him, or so he thought. Around 10 minutes later, Yongsu announced they had finally arrived in Fukuoka, leaving Kim shocked by their speed. He kept his guard up. Crossing the ocean had been ridiculously easy, especially when he fully expected to battle angry merfolk. Regardless, he was glad they made it in one piece. But from here on, they were stepping right into the lion's den. Looking skyward, he spotted the massive holographic sign of Fukuoka's representative towering over everything else. Kim noted that the target was surprisingly out in the open, though sneaky traps or hidden monsters could still be waiting. Opening his subspace, he declared he knew the perfect candidate for a stealth mission. Summoning Mordred, Kim told him it was his time to shine, ordering him to sneak in and gather intel. Mordred, loyal as ever, replied that he would execute Lord Kim's command perfectly. With that, the legendary Shadow Knight slipped into enemy territory completely undetected. While sneaking deep inside a facility, he stumbled upon 2 monsters having a heated argument, prompting him to pause and listen. One of them snapped in pure frustration, ranting that they had sent 1,000 soldiers and still failed to break through Busan's pathetic defense or take out their target. The shouting monster was literally a dressed-up, chubby fish. He viciously scolded a fleeing fishman, demanding to know how they messed up so badly. Furious, he also demanded to know where on earth Hideki was and what he was doing. The trembling fishman explained that Hideki got crushed by some random giant building and was defeated instantly. The fat fish refused to believe it, while another mysterious figure silently listened to their excuses. That newcomer remarked that they had seriously underestimated Korea's strength when helping Japan out. A massive fish guard agreed, noting Korea had scored incredibly high in the bidding war for a reason. The giant guard apologized and told him not to stress, promising that even if Fukuoka fell, he would guarantee their heavy investment faced absolutely zero losses. But the man cut him off, calling him chairman, and coldly asked who gave him permission to lose Fukuoka in the first place. The chairman stuttered that Busan was going off script, but the man instantly shut him down, saying their failure there did not mean defeat. The director sneered, saying if Busan was going to be this difficult, they simply needed a much cleverer strategy moving forward. With a flick, he erased the regional representative's hologram himself, ordering the president to toss that fat fish into the basement dungeon. The president quickly complied, praising the director's ruthless genius and promising to lock him up immediately. Turns out, that chubby fish was the actual representative. Absolutely terrified, he begged for mercy, crying that he was just a rank 8 normal guy and the basement was reserved for actual monsters like Madagi. Before he could squeal another word, the president grabbed him by the face, whispering that while he could not promise when he would get out, he could make one guarantee. The representative squirmed desperately, but it was completely useless. The poor fish passed out from lack of oxygen. Allowing the president to finish his sentence once Busan's representative was dead, he would let him go. And guys, slinking in the shadows, Mordred watched this entire soap opera unfold. Mordred slipped back and reported everything to Kim, who laughed at how absurd the drama was. Then a thought struck him, maybe this was not actually an ambush. Perhaps they were just flexing their authority. The merman president had locked up Fukuoka's representative on orders from some otherworldly director. Kim found this corporate-style chain of command highly bizarre for a bunch of sea monsters. A director pulling the strings of a president made zero sense, but Mordred was not one to get his facts twisted. Still, Kim reminded himself his primary target was only the Fukuoka representative. Who was boss did not matter to him, but one detail kept nagging at his mind. How did that director make the representative's giant floating nameplate completely vanish from the sky? Kim figured this director was probably an exiled mage like that bald guy Sozin. He also wondered what kind of terrifying beast had to be locked up so deep underground, before shaking the thought off. None of that mattered right now. His only goal was breaking into the prison and securing Fukuoka, not saving the whole country. Breaking his train of thought, Mordred proudly announced that he brought back a little souvenir. He produced a bunch of heavy keys he had pocketed without anyone noticing. Kim blinked, asking if those were actual keys and why he took so many. But soon enough, they were trying them on a massive padlock. Staring at a gate absolutely covered in padlocks, Kim finally got why Mordred stole the entire keyring. Before unlocking it, Kim asked if there were dangerous creatures inside, and Mordred casually confirmed it. Even that chubby representative looked absolutely horrified of sharing a room with some beast called Madagi. Kim admitted the name itself sounded incredibly sketchy, but promised they would not do anything stupid. The plan was simple: grab the Fukuoka representative quickly and make a run for it. Stepping into the dungeon, Kim noted it felt like a creepy, abandoned hospital, though it was surprisingly quiet. Mordred suddenly threw his hand up to halt. Kim asked what was going on, only to turn and spot a human-shaped figure locked in a cage, radiating a massive wave of energy. It was indeed a human, bound in chains. Kim stood there in shock, finding another person locked up here. Kim asked if he was okay, or if he had been tortured, but since they had no clue why a human was caged among fish monsters, chatting first seemed like the safest bet. The captive was blindfolded with his mouth taped shut, so Mordred stepped up and ripped the tape off. The man rasped that he did not recognize their voices, asking if they were members of the Divine Awakening sect. Kim replied that he belonged to no such group, but kept his guard up. He refused to share his name, unless the prisoner introduced himself first. The prisoner chuckled, explaining he had been fighting that sect, so if Kim did not recognize him, they definitely had no reason to fight. Kim realizes this guy does not actually seem like an enemy, and those people he was fighting are heavily linked to the Divine Awakening sect. So Kim orders Mordred to break the chains. While Mordred works on freeing him, the guy warmly thanks them for the rescue despite not knowing who they are, but Kim says survival is a team effort. The prisoner chuckles, calling Kim a rare kind of kind-hearted guy in this ruined, war-torn world. Curious, Kim asks if he was fighting the cult backed by the government. Not exactly, he says. The cult had already fully hijacked the government before he even realized what was happening. He pulls off his blindfold and introduces himself as Saito Daichi, just your average everyday citizen. Then, with a casual smile, he reveals he is the terrifying monster the cult calls Madagi. Kim totally freezes, staring at this completely normal-looking guy in absolute shock. Daichi asks if he has heard of that name before. Kim, still pretty cautious, mentions that the local merfolk are terrified of a legendary monster named Madagi. Daichi simply nods. He explains that Madagi is indeed a rank 7 powerhouse, but the merfolk do not just fear its strength. They fear its insane heat, an energy so hot it is their ultimate natural enemy. Kim asks if that crazy heat is his own ability, considering he looks completely normal. Daichi calmly explains he does not actually transform, then lifts his shirt to show a bizarre glowing red scar on his chest. Turns out, Madagi is sealed deep inside him. Kim is left totally speechless, wondering how that is even physically possible, so Daichi breaks down how the sealing works. A master seal traps a beast inside a human vessel one target at a time, with effects changing based on what is sealed. And yeah, Daichi casually explains all of this while stuffing his face with pizza. The massive weight of a giant monster takes a heavy toll on the host. It causes severe weakness, intense dizzy spells, and even passing out, which he learned the hard way after trapping Madagi. Madagi is an absolute powerhouse of colossal size. Daichi admits to Kim that it was easily the most terrifying rank 7 beast he had ever faced in his entire life. The beast flattened everything, leaving both humans and monsters in ruins. No weapons could even scratch it. People just prayed it would stay far away, but Daichi had a unique trick up his sleeve to stop it. Knowing this, the government set up a massive operation with high-tier Awakened to seal it. Teamwork made the dream work, but the true nightmare began right after they pulled it off. It turned out the faction pushing for the seal was actually the cult in disguise. By the time they realized, the trap was already sprung. They had infiltrated using normal-looking agents before their fishy merfolk transformations happened, so no one suspected a thing. The second Madagi was sealed, the cult began slaughtering the weakened heroes. Having all the top fighters gathered in one spot made the ambush incredibly easy. That is how the cult systematically executed every Awakened who refused to join their crazy cause. Daichi resisted, so they locked him away in this dark hole. He bows deeply, thanking Kim for the save, but Kim brushes it off and asks about his next move. Daichi admits he has absolutely no clue. On his own, he is completely powerless. He jokes that he would love to just unleash Madagi to wipe out the cult, but doing that would instantly end his own life, too. Plus, Madagi would just go wild and destroy all of Japan. Kim asks if there is some special price to break the seal. Daichi says no. He just avoids it because it kills him, and nobody else can stop the beast anyway. This gives Kim a brilliant, slightly chaotic idea. Sometime later, out on the city streets, a patrolling merfolk soldier suddenly senses an incredibly weird vibe in the air. A massive rumbling sound echoes through the area. He looks down to see the merfolk base literally tearing itself apart from the inside, walls buckling and collapsing in on themselves. Then, boom! The entire building explodes, showering the streets with debris. As the heavy dust slowly settles, a pair of glowing, terrifying eyes appear from the smoke. Madagi has officially been let loose, and it is instantly stomping through the streets, crushing everything. The nearby merfolk just freeze in absolute terror. They realize they are completely doomed. Unable to even run, they just stare at the giant legend right in front of them. As Madagi steps closer, the sheer pressure makes it impossible to breathe. The atmosphere literally catches fire as the beast advances. The poor merfolk nearby actually start melting, completely unable to handle the absurd heat radiating off its body. Safe inside a pocket dimension, Kim built to shield them from the chaos. They watch the spectacular destruction. Suddenly, a bright system notification pops up in front of him. The Fukuoka leader has been wiped out, giving Busan the win in the territory war. Kim smiles, telling Daichi he does not need to sweat any consequences of breaking the seal. Kim promises to clean up the rest of the mess, meaning Daichi just has to put the big guy back in the box. Daichi realizes he cannot just stand there in awe. He cannot help but respect Kim, a guy who actually takes action instead of just talking. That fearless attitude sparks something inside Daichi, making him want to step up too. Taking a deep breath, he rips his shirt off to prepare for the strain. Daichi steals his resolve, steps right through the portal, and confronts the rampaging colossus head-on. He roars that its short-lived playtime is over, and it is going back inside. Hearing that familiar voice, Madagi instantly panics, turning to run, but Daichi has already initiated the seal. A magical pull takes hold. In a panic, the monster clings to a nearby building to resist, but the structure just crumbles like wet paper under its weight. A second later, Madagi is sucked right back inside him, leaving that signature glowing scar on his chest. Totally exhausted, Daichi falls back, but Kim catches him before he hits the dirt. Kim praises him for the solid job. As his eyes drift shut, Daichi feels a wave of relief, using his absolute last bit of strength to give Kim a thumbs up. Just then, Bongsu dashes over, asking who this guy is.